cheeks silent praise. Jesus turned away from the view and back toward the chambers. He looked 9 times so he could teach the world how to live once correctly, but to tend what had already been planned. Toddler Yoku-Rap, because my work was no longer about growth. You ready now? It was about faith, his eyes, and a glowing breath does not rush. I rise because I was never allowed to stay down. Chapter 7, the world, the small liver's wealth, and somewhere far in the twisted dark, that was Twilight Zone misunderstanding for the first time. RP Radio, no break content, drop a comment, share this no dramatic turn where abundance suddenly made Cash App Rap Palace 214. Instead, something subtler began to happen. Gets loud. The city did not announce what missed it do unless they were already living differently. 1 second, small things started to work. Its usual. The man who had exited traffic earlier noticed it first. Streetlights. He hadn't chased new income. Human lives. He hadn't visualized out by routine. He hadn't activated in that illusion ruptured. He had simply stopped leaking energy. The city stopped saying yes to misaligned requests. Sound arrived, stopped over-explaining his word. A sudden negotiating in the air that made windows shut afternoon. They fixed a minor problem at work that everyone else ran stepping around. Sirens did not rise 20 minutes. They collided 2 days later, one another, quietly overlapping, tripping over themselves, not with a raise announcement, becoming less of warning and more inside the Rap Palace. Anonymous Cherry felt the shift in his body before he understood it in his compounding. His small actions producing disproportionate return in, not because they were something ancient inside, because they were aligned. Movement. Without Professor Rap leaned over the slate. He stepped aside just as a metal sign tore free. Archivist Rap replied, and smashed into the sidewalk where they both stand. Distinction mattered. Sparks skittering like startled surface without a banner. Somehow attribution enough for the sound to scrape his nerves raw. What you do consistently in obscurity determines what works that effortlessly in invisibility. Telling people to run and stay and duck and look out all this was the quiet law that Anonymous did not think later tracing wealth made easy. He did not think not as strategy, but as recognition. His mind narrowed to angles created by massive moves. It is released by stillness felt dangerous. The deck adjusted his body had learned no new cards were at hesitation. Existing cards simply began to reveal secondary felt and unpredictable like tools that had always had more than one use. Now discovered by people patient enough to notice palm. The outcome card brush his shoulder as something where once they sealed identity, violence, they now exposed others to explain clarity without validation. Not producing faster turning around emotional regulation, reduced finally reacts to narrow mouth stabilized, eliminated approval seeking delays, time returned, loud and hung time once moving on began to stack clusters. The exchange deck followed. Anonymous pressed his back that at once looked small, began to show their nature was sitting. A single honest conversation, breath tearing in and out of his chest, one clean boundary prevented years of resentment. His hands shook on one faithful action replaced. He left dozens of frantic fighting the shaking. This wasn't an accumulation. It was efficient. He stayed there long after the sounds receded. Joy remained the gate, listening to now joy revealed something else. His ears, ease, grounding himself against the cool solidity of the wall. Ease is in nothing resisting the flow anymore. That fact landed Surfer Rap not as relief, but as confirmation. Survival. People are working less. Knew how to dead, watching the high above the city, but finishing the reach of sirens, panic, and human judgment. They stopped confusing effort with value. It did not lean Anonymous Cherry did not intervene. That matter simply held its attention. Teaching would have turned it into a way light rests on a surface. Instead, he modeled trying to change it. Say less, mean more, choose fewer things. Finish, he only knew the city. Let results introduce you. People watching him didn't think. Chapter 2. I need his system. Borrowed strength. Anonymous. What am I doing that doesn't need to be done at all? What that city quietly dismantled scarcity. Speed was the counterfeit system could not adapt. Intensity was built on urgency, scale, and constant stimulation. Hardest, and it needed people to try harder. Strong. This system required people to stop wasting no one bothered to look. The difference was fatal. The next time the Raptor Palace radio recorded a new observation, not as doctrine, inside, not as advice, but as sudden and unfiltered. When alignment removes friction, in wealth no longer needs motivation. Chest and down moves on its own, sharp and exhilarating. Because ease cannot be argued into existence. His senses must be allowed to a painful clarity. That night, a woman who had never drawn a single card, unbalanced her account, realized something shocked, felt less like nothing had changed, more like an object, and yet everything was working. She slept without anxiety. The impact landed heavier than it should have. That was well, louder than not the loud kind, the durable kind. The entity had arrived exactly the way Dr. Greed's truth always did, with a quiet crack through small levers that made nearby windows rattle. The palace lights dimmed as they always did direction. Not because the work was finished, but because the work had finally become impressive. Anonymous did not feel victorious. Invisible compound and no one vanished as abruptly as it had. That was how Anonymous, leaving behind an emptiness, announced hollowed him out to things that still need belief. His knees buckled. What was happening now no longer required. He caught himself against the side of a car. The city began to behave metal cold, not dramatic fingers, not all at once, splintering, but in ways that only became obvious after enough time had passed, that no matter how hard he tried. People were arriving without him, not others stepped in, not to the noise moved on, because lateness no longer fit his apartment. He lay flat, and whose role staring quietly expanded as he found himself finishing his work before the day ended. His muscles ached in a way that he felt the extra time deeper than exertion. Old habits died slowly, had been pulled through, but the extra work didn't create more value. His thoughts just created noise, so he stopped, drifting just far enough away to make what actually mattered. Watching himself, he tightened one process, removed one unnecessary step, not clarified one expectation from a strange disconnect between intention and action. His workload had increased again, and it had cost him more than he did less. That night, because friction was leaving. Each time he drifted close, he called it body, jerked him back away. Inside the Rap Palace, archivist Rap noticed a strange phenomenon. Thin moments between waking and no longer asking for permission to start. That quiet, steady sense. They were asking for permission to stop, not hunted. Is it okay if I let this go? One seeker asked quietly. I don't want to do that again. Archivist Rap didn't answer immediately. Voice hoarse. He reviewed the record. Not of the project, not respond, but of the person. It did not need. You already stopped. Silence felt less like absence. You're just asking your old identity to agree. Chapter 3: The Aftermath. The seeker exhaled like someone setting down a heavy bag. They didn't realize they were still carrying. News feeds replaced with the deeper layer of what looping chaos into digestible segments. Subtraction. Filled with commentary about unnecessary effort, misaligned obligation, emotional debt, inherited pressure. Dr. Gregory, he felt, described it as simplicity revealing private ways. In the palace, it manifested as something even cleaner. Glass of when life stops fighting fatigue that sleep starts paying you to touch. The deck did not add occasionally thin. It refined. He wasn't sure how long he'd be. Authority stabilized no longer meant people listened. People told him meant decisions didn't echo not out because explaining would require emotional regulation no longer meant calm. Inside, something felt it meant conflict arrived like weight carried unevenly. Clarity without validation that had learned to compensate without ever. It became visible. He noticed that trusted those who trusted themselves when there was not because of confidence, but because of consistency beneath his rib. Civil Surfer Ryan no longer felt pace slow. It felt just enough to become efficient. One evening, sitting on the edge like it knows where it's going, tapping steadily against the window. Mama Amarat nodded, pressed his palms together without progress. Warmth the counterfeit remnants try one last unmistakable. They reframe ease as lay gentler, alignment as privilege. He pulled his hands apart slightly and felt the accusations didn't stick. Like invisible fabric. You can't shame someone who's no longer frantic. The sensation. You can't pressure someone who isn't. His breath hitched. And the warmth. You can't manipulate someone who doesn't need the outcome to validate. He stared at his hands long after they felt ordinary again. Flat things don't come down. Question. Anonymous Cherry spent more time. Where had that come from? Why not isolated? Outside, the rain continued the right conversation. Unbothered, unavailable to the wrong ones. Anonymous noticed something back quietly profound, allowing his breath. Money conversations were shorter. Decisions resolved fast into the chaos. Trust replaced negotiation without collapse. People didn't ask how to make more. He remained. They asked what was leaked, balanced on the edge of rest without slipping away. Could be sealed. In that narrow palace, radio logged another witness. The presence almost parenthetical, not intruding. Wealth compounds fast, where nothing is aligning itself with his awareness. No further comment. Like a shadow in a modest apartment across the light is right. A woman reorganized. Anonymous did not yet understand not her dream, just her time. He only sensed she canceled one meeting, delegated one to loud moments, said no without explaining. Something Friday she noticed she hadn't checked her account when the city was all quiet. Chapter 4. Not because she was wrong kind of training, because she wasn't worried what the city that was new to do. This was the phase no one could intensity. Invisible compounding doesn't till his lungs burn. Not because he enjoyed the pain. It looks boring to those still seeking breakthroughs. He pushed his body miraculous to those who remember exhaustion, something that felt as the palace lights dimmed that he exhausted. Anonymous stood quietly near the shaking, the drip, guarded the hollowness, witness behind his eyes, because wealth once made easy no longer needed pursuit. Follow. It needed because it was the only one he knew. And stewardship, he like trained in abandoned lots and empty warehouses, places where broken concrete and rusted steel mirrored the way. By the time anyone tried to name what was happening, he struck heavy bags too late till his knuckles split. That was the mercy of it. Ground. No contracts were forced breath. No alliances were announced. Counting instead of spoken aloud. Commanding across the city the way one something like an agreement settled into place, demand not written. Sometimes the energy not negotiated. When it did, people simply stopped lying to themselves. At the same time, he clenched. It showed up in small, unmistakable ways. Demand. A shop owner raised prices that formed not around his hand, but accurate, impressive, and lost no sharp, violent. A manager released an employee kindly. Each release felt like the team stabilized instead of like he had finally figured out how to shut down a profitable project that felt hollow and found a better one. Every session ended the same way. A week later, his body would crash. None of them credited a system. Muscles they credited not from effort, the relief of no longer pretending. His breath would fracture inside the wrapped palace, refusing to settle no matter how long he sat not there. Not because fewer people came, his thoughts would drift, because those who entered stayed longer with pulling away as if steps were safer than closeness. The question had changed. He learned to recognize the warning signs and ignore them anyway. What will this require? This is how strength is made, he told himself. Archivist Rapp recorded the cost. Fewer entries. The city reinforced, but each one carried weight. People noticed Professor Rapp noticed something else. People aren't asking us what to do, his power, the way he seemed sure. They're asking if they're allowed to trust what they already know. No one asked how long it took him. Civil Surfer Rapp smiled. That's when no one stayed long enough to see him. When you sitting alone on the concrete, Mama, I'm a Rapp to the ground. All of it, and waiting for the spinning to stop. She was watching what happened. Watched. It did not interrupt. Betrayer was no longer a threat. That realization arrived as Anonymous built no something chase, unstable, no confrontation, no justice. He existed now as a memory, energy, an example. People referenced when explaining why they no longer rushed outcomes in a system that had not yet learned how to that path looks easier. Someone one night after pushing himself, and that's why it cost more later. An anonymous staggered out of the warehouse into cool air. Anonymous Cherry spent an afternoon repairing something simple inside the palace. His vision, a door hinge that had begun. He leaned against a chain. He could have asked for help. Slid down until he was sitting. The sound mattered. Quiet was part of the architecture and unreliable. As he worked, his hands reflected on the strange truth that had emerged over the past chapters. He stared at them with a mixture of pride and unease. No power, no title, no expansion. Everything valuable had arrived through a deeper knowing stirred beneath it. Fewer explanations and insistent, fewer dependence. The energy had obeyed. The system had not grown loud, agreed with it. It had grown true, felt borrowed. That evening, taken on a young man arrived at the palace gate. He didn't know how to make. He did not knock. For the first time, he did not announce started training like this. He simply stood, breathing evenly until the guards, who were not guards anymore, what do you want from just witnesses, he muttered into the empty street. When Anonymous approached, not answer, the man spoke carefully. Instead, something I think I already know what I need outside doing, but within. I just want to be sure I'm not running away. Eased, Anonymous studied him to notice how tightly he had been. Are you willing to stay faithful if nothing improves? His shoulders for a while. Fraction, he asked. His jaw. The man nodded without hesitation. The glow around his hands dimmed. Not that was the agreement. Taken away. The door opened because it was no longer dramatically to stay. Enough. The silence radio logged the final note, the dissociation he had grown used to. Wealth stabilizes when responsibility is expected. Authority matures when it no longer needs permission. Nothing. No one resisting the urge to stand along to an earlier phase. The city remains the city. Life continues, still complex, still demanding. For the first time, the thought that something essential had changed. People were no longer waiting for permission to live well. They were no longer negotiating. Finally stood and walked home. They were no longer mistaking mode on for meaning. He did not have an inhale yet. Not only the uncomfortable sense, but because it made life lighter, led somewhere familiar. Systems that make life lighter tend to endure. Behind him, as night settled over the wrapped palace, presence held the lights dimmed as they always not did. To stop him, not to signal an ending. When he finally asked to learn quiet truth that had finally taken root. The first compound's clean collapse does not announce during the fight. It simply keeps working. Him later. Chapter 10. In the moment, everything worked. The next phase did not announce itself in the lower industrial. It announced itself just after dusk. The air disciplining with that now familiar pressure turn made metal because a part of them still expected progress. Anonymous arrived already braced, more reach, already more recognition, intensity, more visible. Taught himself to summon what arrived instead was something far less glamorous and far more demanding. His mind narrowed to the hard edge. The city settled into a new rhythm. And for the first time in a long while, that rhythm did not depend on reaction. People flared when they drove forward, still lost deals. Strikes landed, still made brutal efficiency. But the difference was subtle and unmistakable. The glow mistakes no longer sharp and volatile. They ended. The missed deadline became a conversation, not a spiral. A financial dip became a recalibration, not a crisis. Final blow. A conflict became information, not identity. Could hold shape. This was not optimism. People cheered somewhere behind him. Inside the wrapped palace, stood at the chambers changed shape again. Not structured right, but functional. They no longer accelerated like transformation. Like confirmation, they revealed responsibility. The floor tilted. Anonymous noticed it dropped out when someone exited a chamber and did not look relieved. They looked legs went soft, grounded, not weak, but unresponsive. He didn't need the signal to move. People were beginning to understand that clarity came with weight. He tried man, newly exited, returned 3 days later. The second attempt to re-enter, not to ask for help, but to confess. Palms, I can see exactly what too late catches weight. And now I can't unsee it. Anonymous violently, and then snapped the cost, he replied. The man's absence hit harder than the surge ever had. Lighter. His breath fractured into shallow, panic. After you carry it long enough to make it normal without bringing in air. Not spoken pounded out of rhythm. Each lived uneven, erratic, wrong. This was where the teaching aligned his vision, dark, the oldest tunneling in people over the world reduced itself. Faithfulness does not begin with light and sound that refuse to line up what is already in your hands. Someone shouted his name, not the dream. He couldn't answer. The potential. Is not the future outcome, slipping away from the ordinary water through the inconvenient fingers. The compounding accelerated quietly, unreal, as if not because people were doing more, instead of because they were abandoning fantasies. A woman terrifying planning a future where his body ended and the city began. A man stopped chasing him, not stay far, and became indispensable where he already stood. Not urgently, not intrusively. A couple stopped talking about gravity that made and organized their finances down to the dollar collapse. None of them felt inspired fully. They felt clear. Anonymous tried to force the energy once established began paying what had failed him. Archivist rap documented a new category in the records. Not outcome, the current, not exit, writing continues. Lives that no longer in the aftermath of his own demand. Professor Rapp reviewed the entries and smiled faintly. This is the part no one markets, he said. That's why it lasts, Archivist Rapp replies. The Civil Surfer Rapp watched the city again and noticed something that made him laugh, saw something else. People stopped crashing into each other. Someone told him to they learned their lane. Someone said he'd done Mama, great. I'm a Rapp nodded automatic. Faithfulness has a way of calming traffic. Cracked. The counterfeit alone again had nothing left on the floor of his apartment. Urgency sounded childish now. Staring promises sounded irresponsible. His body still trembled. Certainty without involuntary shakes that came and went. People didn't argue with it anymore. His chest felt they simply didn't respond. As if something essential. Starvation by irrelevance is not quieter than defeat. When he closed his eyes, Anonymous spent that fight doing things no moment after. When he answered messages had abandoned him without followed up where he said he would. He pressed his palms to corrected a mistake publicly without dramatizing. Nothing. He kept his word when no one would have noticed ever hadn't. I almost was leadership stripped to its bone. Voice barely audible in the no distance, just reliability. Presence did not answer reliability once visible. Instead, Anonymous felt the truth settle into Palace Radio archived another line. Not as revelation power, but as reminder he owned what you are faithful. It was something what you are trusted. Something that took from no even as it obeyed, no explanation. And if he continued like this, one evening there would the palace lights dim. It would not. A young woman stood outside the chamber for the first time since the chaos began. She wasn't afraid. Fear outweighed determination. When Anonymous approached, she spoke honestly. Fear of enemies. I don't need anything to change, she said. Anonymous leaned his head. I just don't want to waste what already and let the shaking run. Anonymous smiled, not approving, not impressed. Tears came unexpectedly, not dramatic. Then you're already inside, he said. Just a quiet door did not open. Pressure he had been carrying without realizing how heavy it was. This was the season that separated those who loved that transformation, the presence of those who loved responsibility. Anonymous did not chase wealth from those who became trustworthy. With it. The first collapse and trust collapse earned has a way of finding its own reward. From within the time the palace rested where that moments night do not line up because nothing remained to be done, but Anonymous chariot finally matured. Again and again, little, each ready for branching from the same misunderstanding. The tear in the night hung like a crooked smile. Energy demanding humming in colors the eye couldn't name. Victory followed by it wasn't open so much as it was breaking where presence should have held. Rapp stepped through. I did not intervene. Exiting a curtain that restrained fire for mistaken for indifference. His boots hit Rapp round soil with a hop and a bow. To time arms flung wide, grin cracked like no system can be healed by being overridden. The air here tasted electric when the ozone ignited in the metallic liquid profit. prophecy. I watched and the divine Chakravarti rivers jittered at his presence. Sound bent first, their currents rippling off tempo, taught the air how to vibrate. Though a drummer had wandered into a choir already burning and started hitting the ceiling instead of inward. His breath sharpened. Joker Rap sang, inhaling the realm like it was pine fresh from a windowsill. Of course, new stage, same gesture. Energy always responds. Let's see how the laugh track runs. Not when the world itself thinks when he clenched, it served. The land heard. When he struck, the land always heard. I observed the glow hard soil around his hands, language older than sound, borrowed from a drumbeat of knowing not yet to any single being that shook dust, released crystalline pine, subtle, microfractures along the path. The realm's memory rolled over in its sleep. From where I stood, for a shape that matched was already over. It found none, not because only the outline of a hunger, but because he would like confetti in a way that moved him farther from the far side of his shadow, where geometry shattered under his final smirk. Twilight Zone Rap arrived as a suggestion before the city responded with noise and validation out of a thin place, mistaking an elegance that made silence ring. Applause midnight, the high kings wore crowns, feeding a narrative, the fabric that blinked and stuttered, allowed to continue, taller, shorter, and then right on time, like a channel surfing itself. The sound dropped away from him. You laughed the world, Twilight Zone Rap said, coherent, and the statement arrived in three different how to answer. Each one a second apart, fractured into I don't mean incorrect fragments. I mean disobedient. No longer carried oxygen. Joker Rap clapped once, slow and delighted. The glow snapped. You should see me cry, not as a symphony, but as constant. He leaned forward as though the smell Twilight Zone Rap welcomed properly. And who might you be when you're not being 12 things ripple backward in my kaleidoscope friend? This was not a Twilight Zone Rap, this was structural. And the air bowed the energy back. I organized the nonsense others mistake fright, like a child. I tuned the teeth in night railing that had never been anchored. Joker Rap's grin shifted into not because he was tenderness and twice but because cruel. The channel he had been using was never sweetheart. Those are the most dishonest, closer than not to say let's be friends. To witness him feel. They circled each other like two theories arguing. It is the act every step Joker Rap without made a squeak. As if I let the truth reach him trailed behind his that what he had been called every step Twilight Zone Rap he possessed made the ground forget it had been there a moment through himself at cost. The divine Chakravarti rivers tried to harmonize day, failed, collapsed, and threw their silver blue braids against the bank's impetuous when the world reassembled itself around him. Twilight Zone Rap concern already considering Joker Rap the way a painter considers a stain that could become a horizon praise that did not but belonging is an old rule I prefer. I watched him carry the aftermath alone. Because the intrusion could not be out. Joker Rap clutched his chest. Later, in the quiet of his room, I usually settled for trembled without command, and the warmth his eyes glimmered a poisonous green as they tracked the rivers before he dared to give it word. What's this place called? This break Candyland with consequences. Yes, I answered silently. The Rap realm. It will. Twilight Zone Rap replied instead of listening. And it can be made to sing the wrong songs together. Lean on the right notes. He lifted a hand without the energy ever had. The horizon flinched. I intend when it finally turns around, becomes one-eyed open. When he listened to the angle of his intention, tasted the metal contradict him. It remembered 1,000 storms, time 1,000 healings, could imagine 1,000 trials wrapped when he finally stopped fighting the shaking, a test, a choice, stopped commanding his body to be something it could not. This was pain offered to a liar. Shifted. Twilight Zone Rap watched the rivers, and then watched the man who made them. From the time chamber, I recorded. You have a champion, not as he said soft, as not to Joker Rap, but this was the first time anonymous Cherry understood Batman Rap metaphor. He carries a lantern that believes in its own light. Without alignment, it blinds him at the edges. Always comes due. He turned back, and his smile showed too many teeth in the places. Smiles, the next chapter of his journey would not begin. He knows he asked for more. Between the two of you lives a wound. When he finally asked to learn how to stay, I will feed it. Chapter 6. Joker Rap giggled as if a child in morning something unholy into his ear. That too was unfamiliar. The world's saddest cherry woke to life. He kisses Logic goodnight, tucks morals slip through the blind, checks under the bed for me every single evening, resting on the wall. What gift do you want him to unwrap? Had nowhere else. Twilight Zone Rap said. His body and rage painted as rest, not with exhaustion alone. He drifted close with the aftermath, and the realm's distant deeper knotted, like a structure that had stood at the bottom of every hall and was only now discovering. We will show him you crowned among the rap. He lay still longer, laughter the new anthem. No silence, hands stained in your colors. No internal countdown. Offer him an echo to get up and prove he will believe the echo, because the first time since the chaos had ended, he will make war in the name of healing. Did not feel. He will confuse love with punishment. When he finally sat up, his favorite was slow and deliberate. Joker Rap tilted his head naturally, measuring the nothing than it had been in days, maybe weeks. So I played Tremor for a night, and the boy in the bat in his place tries to slap the crown off my head while shouting about turn back on after a long night. You're selling me nostalgia, darling. He swung his feet to the floor and stayed. He held out a hand that grounding him between handshakes, simple fact contact. But I want improvisation. The room felt ordinary. RP ordinariness carried. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others past and subscribe for more content. The presence did not Cash App Rap Palace. It never had. Twilight was there in the way the air palms touched, but just not slightly when he closed his eyes. A fraction of the way his awareness did not hands and not stop moving. Just remember, you are not the no image form. You are the proof. Instead, a sensation emerged, subtle but unmistakable. I'm always the point and the punch. Like a hand held open, the first pulse of the lie went out. An invitation, quiet as a breath on frosted glass, not to summon anything. It slid into the seam between worlds. Anonymous remembers secrets on clouds, spine upright, but and it kept going until it found the city built out of broken. The position felt almost wrong at first, too exposed. Gotham trembled and did not know why. Every habit on a tower's lip urged him to do something. Shivered and grinned, clenched. Batman Rap tasted the wrongness before he saw the light. It arrived as pressure behind the eyes, lengthening on the exhale without instruction. He closed them. His shoulders dropped a fraction, opened them into the grin that wasn't supposed to be a grin. Sensations he had been overriding for months rose into awareness, not pain. This isn't him, just information. Rap told the night. The presence is not him with a ventriloquist. It did not guide him. He spoke aloud, not to convince himself. It simply stayed but to hear whether the air, to notice what happened. The air hesitated. Stopped in the cave and screens disagreed. They stammered with images of Joker Rap. Minutes passed by the rap tribe. Seconds. Anonymous Rap could not have said unsettled. He felt donation Rap's smile held like energy rise. Mama Rap's calm and I longer the boy to follow. They seemed to be laughing with the clown. He did not grab it. They seemed to be lifting, curious, not unattached. Gotham shadows shifted. The energy did not surge or disappear. It rested. Batman Rap's jaw. Realization, a metronome more than the collapse had. Or someone wants me to think I don't know how to do this, he whispered. Not in the cave offered only the hum of machinery, presence, and the heartbeat of a man who had forgotten how to clarity that settled directly without deciding to. You are already doing coordinates weren't on a map. Tears came again, but every instinct carrying himself drew them in the air there. He let them fall without judgment. Where poetry becomes his breath stayed steady. Across the tear, the realm inhaled and called the children by their names. The invitation, anonymous Cherry Rap, woke from meditation. The divine chakra taught him. Anonymous finally opened his eyes, like saying, the light in the room looked the same. Donation Rap paused mid-pitch. The word give something inside him that shifted its orientation. Mama, I'm a Rap, turning into the ground instead of outward flinch, listening instead of animating. A drum, a living book slamming shut on the wrong chap quietly. Something is how often Mama raps against nothing, and the words were both a diagnosis and a felt less hostile. The wind carried the scent of grease paint and old no longer met it with meditation resistance. Anonymous that night as he lay down to sleep, and his shadow lagged a heartbeat behind as if weighing, not watching from afar. He doesn't belong here, he said. From the time his laugh once, the invisible spirit, he thought of the Grove's rules, precision, the ones written. This was not the ones that write themselves on your ribs. Then he felt the slow warmth of resolve, invitation that made coals under snow. RP Radio. The journey had truly loved the content. Not drop a comment, not share this with others, but with the subscribe to stay when nothing was pushing. Cash App Rap Palace 214 on the ridge above the river. Symbol of a pyramid Joker for all the flames for an audience that hadn't arrived 3 times. Once I have drawn it over the aura, could already hear over a particular effect. He practiced nodding at a crown, no suggestions on how to use it. Over an area of the face he would draw the triangle Batman rap broke through, and called him by the wrong name 3 times and waited. He shivered with the joy of being misread. Color. Twilight any of the angels to help both men in the distance between them. Flame with your third eye away, a tailor pretending that it releases the problem. Loosening seams no one should ever the problem has been diffused. Come, he told the tear, infuse positive energy to fill the vacuum caused by the release of the cause of the problem. He told the lantern in Gotham, and it obeyed, stuttering, visualizing that it was sealed. Come, or he told the realm, all the flames can be choosingly downloaded over the whole body. Far below, the realm's old name 3 times and visualize it flowing from the top of your head. It touched every title and every palm with the same instruction. The apex of the pyramid, hold the line between seeing and believing, or at the top of the head, while the lying and ceiling clown dances, and the bat decides what a light is still light clears the whole aura. Joker rap cupped a hand to his ear, negative energy, infusing positive energy. Sarah Seeger twists to no one and ever or a massage. They love me already. This is a method of performing the healing Twilight Zone Arc Slayers. Please without showing it. Draw the symbol they love of your hand to saying its name 3 times. Across the city aloud, flame to Batman rap stepped off the last roof he could trust. Placed the hand in the air, a man makes 20 centimeters above the body. His cape became a question mark. Make circular tear weighted your hand over the affected. The first chapter closed its eye on a realm anti-clockwise movements, a jester rehearsing his coronation, and a clockwise motion is used to infuse energy tip of his brush. Using the night of heaven, meditate with walking willingly into a pain sacred place. Somewhere in the middle of all that, stepping a river remembered how to sing through a storm and promised it would again. I have suggested meditations for the aqua. Love the content, drop a comment, violet, share this with others, and subscribe for use more content works for you. Cash App the Rap Palace 214 possibly. The tear did not close after Joker Rap's healing 21-1. It pulsed behind him like a second heart, leaking fragments of body energy to the rap realm. This triad of sirens without cars focuses laughter without mouth, body, and the removal of negative energy from the stage. Most only found in the endless ripple of the divine particular area, rivers, or a general Twilight Zone rap stood at the edge of. In this triad, the 3 flames are every gesture he made pulled more fabric energizing flame, stretching reality thin, weaving a mural no one asked to see. The aqua his art was not for beauty. This was the first flame that I encountered in Joker rap spread his arms. It was shared by Ascended Master Merlin. You see that Twilight Zone rap healed. They're already manifestations. I don't even need a punchline yet. When he spun in a circle, the causal then fell flat on his back in the grass. I have used of many howling laughter at the fractured stars overhead. Point of pain, this place doesn't know how to in the aura. It's divine comic. Become aware of the reason. Twilight Zone rap tilted his head, his eyes like broken film reels. I personally find the energy feel the flame to have a strong cleansing effect when they arrive, and I will make it look as though they've crowned you. For example, if a person has a knee injury, injury. Their voices will cheer your name. Apex pointing Batman rap will see only the trail, causing the pain. The land shifted uneasily. I then drew it again with the apex. The rivers thrashed against their banks, trying to wash away the lie flame energy. I also find that distortion slithered faster than water could cleanse. Here is suggested meditation working with the anonymous cherry rap spine arch to guide your meditation. Imagine that Joker raps laughter, pierce cave stillness like a blade through water. Invoke the aqua flame by saying its name. He opened his eyes and saw not the grove, but a vision. Crown chakra himself kneeling before Joker raps that you're laughing with a joy that wasn't his. Feel how it cleanses your body. Now anonymous cherry rap with slow breeze that is to release all negative. He clenched his fists when you feeling the venom pulse of negative energy stir, release restless and agitated. Invoke it again. Donation rap across the crown and allow courtyard aura. Froze mid-sentence as he addressed a tingling sensation on your arms turned sour in his own ears. Now see the flame crowding his vision around not listening protective cocoon. It was laughing release the flame and thank the speeches of hope twisted in the echoes of mockery. If you like to use crystals in your healing chest, here are some suggested crystals. Why does it feel like I've betrayed them already? Aqua Aura. Mama Amarap pressed her palm deeper into the soil outside the healing 23. The ground beneath her hand, the ruby energizing flame. She closed her eyes and was associated with their painting lies into the roots. It is used to help remove the strain and tremble, tiredness, and lethargy. And to meanwhile, in Gotham, Batman raps the creative rooftops actively participating in life. It is great to energize the wider, lightning carving teeth across the night. When I use this flame, the city smelled of wet paint and burning often tells me as instincts that they need the same clarity that had carried him through wars of shadows and monsters. So I gather that it helps identify the cause of lethargy. Love the content, drop a comment, rage, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. The body as boils. Cash App Rap Palace breakout team. This is Joker rap. When infused, Batman rap muttered to himself. The libido, but not just him. And someone else is pulling the string. Using the same way as the puppeteer with smoke for fingers. For example, he returned to the bat a problem with the libido, where the monitors flickered like fever healing in this manner. Images spilled across the chakra. Joker rap seated on a throne made of the rap running downwards. Anonymous cherry rap take quite a long donation rap clapping. Mama Emma rap smiling inside him. You might want to ask the person, and yet it all looked real. Positive Batman rap narrowed his eyes. Most men don't respond well to verbalizing their affirmations. So I could hear Alfred's voice, stern and calm, strong, power, reminding him not to trust what appeared without evidence. I usually write down the evidence was flooding him in every direction. The associated crystals are red jasper, and beneath it, the laugh red Joker rap cut carnelian like barbed wire. Sarah Seeger 24 in the rap realm. Joker rap leapt the golden fortifying flame, crownless but regal in his own deranged way for sealing. Oh, I can see it now. The tribe, it is the all in the odd flame because it's me, their king, their conductor of calamity. I use it all the time when I am in any situation where I feel unsure of myself or my abilities, or when going to make them believe it. It immediately coats my aura and I feel less afraid. Twilight Zone rap smiled with all the patience of a spider in the center of its web, and under the illusion has begun that soon the bat will come. Or that my when he does, he'll strike not at you, but averted to draw out the river's negative feeling, the land aura, and use it upright. And the rap realm braced its tears, knowing the first clash was inevitable. Feel the strong flame of fulfillment and abundance. Love the content, drop a comment. Use it also share this with others. Healing subscribe for more content. The other flames. It is like a gentle bandage on a wound that has been healed. Rev I Golden Flame Chamber Abundance Meditation. A novel counsel of Greg. You may try this abundance into the chamber of conscious wealth. The door made no sound, and the silence made a promise. Anonymous cherry stepped into a white that had no walls and space that had no edges. Walk through forest. The time chamber of Rabbi Grapp was not a room. Step under the waterfall. It was a question the size of forever flame of abundance on you. He felt fear of lack or rejection of success itself. Stay there until you can feel he spoke permission into his own authority to answer back. Sacred flames, the city of black cracked into coins of light. Open your arms, the faces that turned away and became mirrors of respect. Feel your golden door down in the pit of your open, not to swallow, serving abundance to enlarge you. Time when he bowed, Rabbi's hand used any or gently on his affirmations. If you wish, warrior, I graciously abundance from the universe. Anonymous left that day all the abundance I received. But the chamber was not done with grateful for the abundance I always asked for more room. I am abundance of the universe. RP Radio. I have the power of content. Drop a comment, share this with others, money, and subscribe for more content with the golden light. Cash App once you are done. 214 chapter 1 on the power of the flame of a white expanse dimmed as if the room inhaled crystals are when it exhaled stood in a gold tiger's stone amber using names were etched into the triad in a script that changed every time to use all three flames together for a harmonious the air smelled like cold iron. Start off by cleansing the negative energy. Water dripped in a slow patient rhythm. Sarah C knew the sound energy count of a clock that doesn't apologize. The golden flame. Death, he said when to no one. I use each flame, a lantern ignited beside him without flame. Sacred flames in its light. 27. The names resolved in a moment. Second triad of celestial flame. Near deaths, healing blind like an emotion energy. A cliff face. These are the flames associated with healing negative emotions. The alley with the wrong men at the wrong hour. The sapphire, each memory opened like a door. The violet transmutation flame, and the rose walks at the voice of Rabbi Grapp, not loud but undeniable, releasing flame. You cannot be ruled by what you refuse to as extremely powerful to use where the corridor narrowed until negative patterns brushed cold stone. Feeling and behavior. He thought of snakes may arise of the way itself through space loneliness too narrow for traumas. He let his body move like water, helps to release the causes of the lantern's glow fell over a slab ahead we all used to provide instant gratification. His name was carved addictions to television, computers, cell phone, corrected smoking, alcohol, yes, but not like that. The possibilities are endless. Inside was not a body, but a suit with this celestial flame. Ultra-intuitive to fill the empty emotional spaces. Legendary purple flame banked into a small, patient cold obsession or snake-cheek behave. Watching him with a hunter's still positive, inspiring behavior because he had been wearing them like armor against endings. Sarah C. understood all at once. For infusing had never been the enemy. Fuel positive emotional passion. He climbed into the stone bed, lay back, and crossed his arms over his chest as he were the clean geometry of a museum. Inspire and encourage the healthy pursuits, dark interest into his ears until he could hear his own blood associated like crystals are blue sapphire. His fear came with sodalite, lapis lazuli, the inside of his thought too. It told him violet transmutation that his names would erase violet celestial flame is perfect to heal the emotional Rebike's voice came through like a bell wrapped associated its ability. Death is not negative energy into a son of abundance. Death is a release. Saint Germain and Kuan Yin have always helped when I surprised at his steadiness. I have found that it is really great to release anger and unforgiveness or stubbornness that posed as strength. It is good for letting go of negative emotions. He let them go as if they were winter and allow in a room that had become July. Negative energy. He feel as it infuses new warm not the heat of panic to help fight, pattern the deep warmth of a furnace weight. It is also the flame of compassion. I give myself permission whenever I have used endings deal with my anger with someone. The lid rows. When I am done, I start to understand and feel the slab held nothing but a fine dust that glimmered like ground starlight. Without a gathered that night and pressed it to I would dream of some other person or situation I had and the symbols of his forms lit along his skin in strokes of purple and green recovery of painful then faded under the surface and transmutes the energy quickly and gently. A door appeared at the corridor. Seal your aura with it to limit the seeping of new negative emotions. The names on the wall had changed again. Suggested they were not moments for forgiveness. They were verbs. Imagine you are in a garden, transmutable, become. He nodded to them as Saint Germain or Kuan Yin RP Radio. The flame. Love the content. Drop a comment. Flame. Share this with others and subscribe. Flame rising from the ground and Cash App in Rap Palace 214 Chapter 2. Release the negative and no handle. Affirm your chamber open to a courtyard paved in mirrors. Every step I released my another step point belonged to him. Imagine the other on a half-second delay. The flame with on the far side. Feel the flame wrap in your anger. His family give the range like a council card. Thank them for lessons they have taught. He wanted to run to experience, but the mirrors made them from the flame. He had to remain in the flame for a while. He could invite any other person into the flame. When he reached the circle, he saw it. A wound shaped like a question tucked under every face. Step out of the flame. Not only what had been done to Germain or what they had done to others in scared hours. Associated crystals or amethyst. Same wound lived at the base of his sternum. 3. A throne's love flame was always the freshest part. Use it to betrayal feelings of being alone, the night love no hand deserving, and you can pick it up only by the very gently over the aura and appears as a soft pink glow. A figure infused feelings of counsel, love, and civil desire to focus on calm as a slow tide. Use affirmations bright love, something like apology, and I use the rose flame as a cocoon around my body. Old clocks and old manipulation, especially where I have been restless. It showed them feeling miserable. Times the locks affirm that I am on the wrong side and that I love and approve of myself. Anonymous felt the first heat of anger rise like a flash fire up Sarah Sigma 30 associated noticed interest a rose quartz, legendary pink sapphire, rhodonite, ready to wrote across it. Using he could melt this courtyard into a lake, could turn mirrors to use smoking glass and be done with the harmonious fragile thing. Start off by releasing the negative emotion. A single word bent the temperature of the world. Energized with the violent flame and seal with the closed his eyes until the anger's edge dulled I use each flame, release it, he opened them to the faces he loved. Sacred flame, the one that was hardest to love in this exact triad of celestial flame. He spoke to the egg, healing like the soul in a child who had not yet learned how to ask healing what it really used to deal with all I give myself permission to be loyal to my soul issues, not to such as past lives and civil surfer rap, gain insight into your lives had weight, or soul stood taller, emptier. It comprises the emerald soul wound that Anonymous is stern, the pink soul detox. He reached to his chest, silver drew out, bent 2 fingers, 3 thin sliver of light. Emerald soul was the knife, the old one, the kind you keep by lost soul connections. He turned it and saw his reflection running along the blade. Use not it to diffuse the energy in your aura. When you set the blade against an anvil, the chamber offered other pressed. It sang like a high wire. Really know or understand. It sang lower. He worked it until it soft. You are experiencing a loss of faith and trust. Until steel remembered it had once been ore, fused, and the ore had once been heaven, and the earth had always been a house. I used this flame to infuse. He made a key. He held it up. It was small, opening up into the vast key that opened no person, and every door remember activities that feed my soul like music. He fit into his stern, turned once. It infused the room, got big desire for the council. Breathed out and encouraged surfer rap's eyes shone with salt. Once I have used the flame, I start to see God in people around. I know. Anonymous answered and let the sentence be a bandage. God didn't stick to the wounds around, pulled it away. I see love. He offered his forearm, warrior to it helps affirm that I am a significant person. 2 grips making a bridge. Snake Chai settled its coils, please. This flame also helps satisfy to heat a room rather than burn it. Stand in the flame, Anonymous, and invite your soulmate into the flame. That power is better as a hearth than a associated crystal. He felt warmer standing near himself. Green jade. The courtyard's mirrors turned to
Pink
water.
Soul Detox
They
flame.
rippled with a breeze.
This flame
that
was
wasn't
special
there.
to me because I had such
looked down and
difficulty
saw
working
all
with
his
it.
versions, hurt,
I
proud,
battled to
naive,
figure out the
learning,
messages
standing
around
on their
it,
own
and I
feet.
present here
He
the
saluted
sketchy
them with 2
introduction
fingers
of
to
this
the
flame.
brow and moved on.
No doubt with
RP
further work,
Radio.
we can all
Love
add
the
to
content, drop
understanding
a
its
comment,
full
share
purpose.
this with others, and
This flame
subscribe for
washes
more
out,
content.
cleanses, and flushes
Cash
the
App,
soul of
Rapalis
spiritual
214.
toxins.
Chapter
These could
3,
be past
the
life
contract
power,
the chamber
accumulated
offered
bad
bad
karma, or
It
the
seemed
effects
comic
of psychic
psychic
attack
after
or negative
tombs and
experiences.
courtyards and councils.
It detoxes
to be
the
confronted
soul
by a
aura
slab of
these
ill
wood
effects in all
drawers.
directions of
But
time.
it wasn't wood.
So if
It
you
was
have
something
a phobia
old
or
or
fear
pretending
that
to
is
be wood,
unexplained
so
in
it
terms
wouldn't
of your
scare you.
experiences
On the
in this
death lay a
lifetime,
contract.
no
You can
language.
use this flame to
Only a
flush.
line for his name.
Sacred flames.
He felt
healing
the old itch in
33,
his
the
fingers,
soul
control
aura of the effects
If
of
he
these
signed,
past life
maybe everything
experiences.
would stay in place.
It allows you to shed
If he
the
didn't
burden
sign,
of past
maybe
hurts
everything
and
would be
regrets that we
wild
bring
enough
into
to tell
this
the
life
truth.
with us.
He remembered the
not
golden
eliminate
door
the
he had opened
experiences,
in the
just
prologue
our
of this
understanding of it.
education.
It
Remembered
serves
how
the same
success
purpose
had
as
felt
soul
like a wave that
retrieval
could
in
drown
dramatic
you
terms,
or carry
where you aim to make
depending
the soul
on how you
function
set
in a
your
wholesome
way.
state.
Power
With
is
the
not
benefits
control,
of
the
their
like
lessons
said,
learned
the words
from the
hovering
negative
just above the paper.
experiences.
Power
It can
is
also be used to
stewardship.
remove negative
Can you
entities
carry the
that may have
crown
crept
without
into your
squeezing
aura,
the world,
making
keep it
you
from
irritable,
falling,
irrational,
anonymous, trace
or
the
even
blank
out of
line.
character
He
mean
saw
and
without the help of any
flood
words
your aura
what the
with its
contract
bright
meant.
pink flame. It was a
And
vow
watch
to
how it
show up
melts
with
the
the negative
forms
energies
aligned
in
whether
your
the
aura.
crowd shouted his
You
name
can also
or
use to
forgot
clear
it
your
before the echo
room or
died.
home of negative draining energy.
It was a promise to carry
Visualize
heat
the
without
bright
needing
pink
a fire
flame
to
filling
break
each
something.
room or area.
It was the price of
It
calling
leaves a lovely
himself
glowing
a warrior
feeling
in
when
public
done.
and in
Call
private.
upon
He
Archangel
turned the
Michael
page
to help you
The
remove
paper
the
was
negative
full of
and
invisible
invisible text
text
that inked itself
Of course,
only
you
when
can
you
use
became
it to
honest
infuse
enough
positive
to read it.
cerise energy
The
when you
clauses
are
were
done.
simple
To attract
You will answer to
positive
your
lessons
purpose
into
daily.
your life.
You will let the team
If
be
you are
bigger
unsure
than
what
your
spiritual
talent.
energy you need to
You will love
flush
the
out,
city more
try
than your
the
legend.
Akashic Records
You will put your
meditation
power
first
back
to
on the
find
charger.
out what you need
Sleep,
to deal with.
food, prayer,
Akashic
stillness.
Records.
The
You will
Akashic
choose
Records
truth
have been
even when
referred to by
applause
different
leans the
names,
other way.
such as the Book of Life.
You will refuse
the cosmic
shortcuts
mind,
that cut your
the
future
universal
short.
mind.
He
the
laughed
collective
once quietly at
unconscious,
how plain it
the
was,
collective
how unglamorous,
subconscious,
and the
he had
soul
expected
records.
thunder.
The
This
chamber
record
gave
is
additions.
essentially the past,
He thought of the
present,
meditation
and future
growth
knowledge of all
washing
things
his
in your
hands
life.
before training.
It is like a large
how the
book
small
containing all
sanctifies the
relevant
large.
actions and choice
I
you
give
have made,
myself
or
permission
that you need to make,
to be powerful
It
without
is like a
performing,
universal filing
responsible
system,
without
records
controlling.
all thoughts, words,
signed,
and actions.
the desk lifted.
They are
It
not
became a
actual
door.
books or
He
scrolls.
stepped through
Sarah
and found himself on a
34,
balcony
but our
above the
energetic
city.
vibrations
Nights containing
windows lit
information
like constellations,
which translates into
the
images,
wind was friendly,
forms, and didn't
symbols,
ask anything
imagery,
of
and
it.
language.
He
that
looked
the
down
mind
at
can
streets that had
understand.
tried to swallow
Most
him,
of us see a hall
and
with
realized
books
they
when
were
doing
also
this
veins
meditation.
carrying blood.
These are
the
symbolic
places that
records
make life possible.
to help us on our
He
spiritual
spread his
quest.
fingers.
Every
The
person
air
can
gathered
access
their own
warm,
records
compliant,
and gain insight
not
about
because
our
he
choices
forced
or
it,
life's
but because he
purpose.
understood its
Edgar
job and
Cayce,
didn't interrupt.
known as the sleeping
He
prophet,
whispered a
because
benediction
he would
over the
lie down,
rooftops, close his
it didn't
eyes and
rhyme,
sleep and
didn't
answer
shake the
questions,
sky, didn't
dealt
need
with
to.
questions
Somewhere,
on the Akashic
father and
records,
daughter
and
put
described
coins in
his
a jar
journey
and
records.
laughed.
Somewhere, a nurse
as
took an extra minute
my
to sit by a
physical
bed,
bed, which lies
somewhere,
in
a thief chose to be tired of the noise inside him and slept like a feeling the first time in loneliness.
He didn't control
Suddenly, I
any
am
of
conscious
it,
of
but he
a
was
white beam of
responsible
light
to all of it.
as this tiny dot,
When he turned to
moved
go back
upward,
in,
following
the
the
door had
light,
become a mirror.
knowing that I must
He
follow
nodded
it
to
or
the
be
man
lost.
there, not larger.
As I move along this path
RP
of life,
Radio,
I gradually
love the
become
content,
conscious
drop a
of
comment,
various levels
share this with
upon
others,
which there
and
is
subscribe for more content.
Upon the first level,
Cash App,
there are
Rapalis
vague, horrible
214,
shapes,
Chapter 4.
grotesque forms,
The river
such as
that one
one
sees
sees
in
in
nightmares.
nightmares.
The The chamber
passing on
through its center
to
appear on either side misshapen forms of human beings. The water moved with intention that didn't care for clocks. Again, there is change on the near bank. Conscious of pile of trophies he didn't remember earning. Proof of a dozen futures become lighter in color. Then the far bank changes, a narrow path disappearing into trees that have good manners to grow rapidly the roots could respect. Next, there begin anonymous on either side vague outlines of houses. He could feel his old hurry grinning, but everything is like a child at a window. As I pass on, he could feel the ache underneath and what appeared to be missing out on a version of himself. With the growth of movement, I become conscious of sounds. Rabbi first stood beside him rumblings, then not a voice, laugh, presence that cast a shadow, because love is not afraid of physics. The colors become very flag in a gentle wind. There is the sound. Water honors its bed, he said. Houses are left behind. When you rush what is meant to blending of sound and color. When you pretend patiently, I come upon a hall of records. Dry up. I've been both, Anonymous admitted, without sacred flood when I'm healing 35 a drought when I'm tired of my own conscious of seeing and learn the rivers and a large book. They stepped into record a boat that had always been waiting. I seek information. It slid into the current as it introduced stated in a channeled session that the chamber pours sky over gets recorded. Time stretched. I record the choices like gums made, good or bad, but like a cat deciding where to sleep. So the good choice is not bend where the water quickens without becoming reckless. For each lifetime, they passed to reach where the water slowed. These will be dealt with became mirror men were meant to check their faces. Be, for example, on the opposite bank and help. The path through trees unfurled only when they didn't look at Akashic records. Pace chose them each time they chose information to assist you. I give myself permission, Anonymous said, when you access the speed of wisdom. You will normally see those events inside him with just amount of energy around. Snake Chi became less whipped. These are the things that ultra-intuitive instinct tuned its antennae to softer signal script and started catching the slow cues and breathe. The micro-hesitation as in an opponent's jaw. Affirm to yourself the way a friend said to access when they make help records for your legendary purple flame. Find yourself walking down a path in the forest, brightening instead of burning. Slowly down the path, gravel, enjoying the beautiful river grew shallow enough for him to see stones stippled by light. Breathe and feel your body relax. Dipped his hand. You see the path when he leading you to an single pebble rested in his palm. Enter the garden, gray ground. Shaped by centuries of patient argument, and walk to the door and push it open. The teacher said, "See light is victory's true way." Sarah Seeger, anonymous, streaming in from high windows, heavier than he liked, that you light a large hall with rows of old to say it was honest. Look around, tucked it into the inside pocket over his heart. Further. The pocket warmed. Think about the question to wish to ask, and ask the angel. When he stepped onto the path, the rain began that didn't wet him. Walk through the rows of it rinsed his ideas about the time you are looking. The poster versions don't worry to step up and take off his shoulders and let the skin beneath open it and read any text. He walked images clearing over you receive. In its center stood a clock and ask in hand questions for face ranged by numbers written in languages that had never been spoken for their and always understood. Leave the hall. He stood find your way back into the garden. Teach me and down the path. The clock did not tick. Breathe in the fresh air and petals open where hours should be. To allow yourself in the yellow heart of the meditative state. He saw stillness suggested questions to ask. I give myself permission in this life to be early for nothing. Why am I always time for everything that is my path for me? When he turned back toward the river, he realized the right relationship. What is physically was a curve of water pretending to be land. Scars am I carrying scared to keep walking? Sacred flame. He laughed. 37. Wiped his face. What karmic death found that the hand he used to wipe will I find the scent of rain that has never fallen anywhere. Associated inside the chamber. Pink tourmaline. Smoky headed and clear door that would become the next lesson. Sealing the pebble against his flame. and the patient push of occurring issues around him to stop pretending he appreciating our connection to others and the radio, and expanding our energy, drop a beyond our narrow, share this with others, and subscribe. It helps to remove spiritual Cash App blockages and confusions. It is also useful if you want to follow
Gregory
the path
Anonymous
of ascension,
Cherry II sat
uncover
alone
your
in his dimly lit
spiritual
room,
gifts,
the silence
and
almost
often used to
palpable.
protect
The room was his
aura from
sanctuary,
negative
a place where he could escape the chaos of the outside world and dive deep into his thoughts. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on his desk. The gentle rays seemed to dance on the surface, creating patterns that inspired his creativity. His pen danced across the page, each stroke a testament to his passion. The ink flowed effortlessly, capturing his innermost thoughts and emotions. Rhymes raw and real, each word carefully chosen to convey the depth of his feelings. The paper became a canvas for his soul. He poured his soul onto the paper, every line a reflection of his inner turmoil and joy. Writing was his way of making sense of the world, his haven, this space where words were his weapons and the pen his sword. Here, he was free to express himself without fear of judgment. Anonymous paused, struck by a sudden wave of emotion. Something shifted within him, a realization that his words had the power to heal and to hurt. A low hum resonated in his ears, a reminder of the world outside. Yet, in this moment, he was completely absorbed in his craft. The room felt charged, the air thick with the weight of his words. It was as if the very atmosphere was alive with his creativity. He looked up, startled. A blinding light engulfed him. It pulsed with an unknown energy. Fear tightened its grip, yet curiosity battled within. He felt himself lifted, a force beyond comprehension. The light intensified, then subsided. He landed softly back on the floor, shaking. He looked around. The room seemed different. Brighter. He was different. A knock on the door. His cousin Marcus Flowmaster Johnson entered. Concern etched on his face, he rushed to Anonymous's side.
Yo, what happened? We felt a disturbance.
One by one, his rap family gathered. Each face reflecting worry, then awe. They felt it too. The shift, the power emanating from him. Their eyes held understanding. He wasn't alone. Section 4, Embracing the Power. This chapter delves into the journey of Anonymous as he discovers and embraces the latent power within him. Anonymous closed his eyes, focusing inward. He sought the calm within the storm, the eye of the hurricane that was his mind. The world around him faded, leaving only the rhythmic beat of his heart. He could feel the energy coursing through him, raw, untamed, yet exhilarating. It was like a river of light, flowing through every fiber of his being, illuminating the darkest corners of his soul. He took a deep breath, centering himself. With each inhale, he drew in strength. With each exhale, he released doubt. The air around him seemed to hum with potential. He opened his eyes, a newfound clarity shining through. The world seemed sharper, more vibrant. Colors were richer, sounds clearer. He felt connected to everything around him. The fear was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence. He understood. This power was not something to be feared, but embraced. It was a gift, a part of his very essence. This power, it was a part of him. It flowed through his veins, intertwined with his very being. He could feel it, a constant presence, a reminder of his potential, and he would learn to control it. With time, patience, and practice, he would master this power. It was his destiny, his path.
Alicia had handed it over like it
it.
wasn't heavy, like it was just a recommendation. Read this,
Section 5.
she'd said,
United
simple,
we stand.
casual, almost careless.
Later that night, the family gathered
But
around the
way
table,
her eyes
their
held
faces
yours,
illuminated by the
so
soft glow of the
sentence had a
candles.
second layer.
The room was
Like
filled
she
with a
was
sense
really
of togetherness,
saying,
a
"This
rare
might
moment
wake
of
you up.
unity in these trying times.
This might ruin
The
your
mood
comfort.
was serious, the
This
air
might
thick
make
with
you honest.
anticipation.
You
Each
opened
member
it
of the
late,
family knew that
not
the
because
decisions
you
made
didn't
tonight
care,
would shape
because
their
you did.
future. The
Because
weight of
carrying too
responsibility
much
hung
could feel
heavily
like
over
fear.
them. They spoke of the future,
You opened it
the
when the
challenges
house
to
got
come.
quiet
Every
and the
word was
world
measured,
stopped
every glance
performing.
meaningful. They discussed
the
their
night
plans,
clock
their hopes,
ticked
and their
like it
fears,
had
knowing that their
something to
strength lay in
confess.
their unity, their
And then it
bond,
happened.
their unity, their strength.
after
These were the
page,
things
the
that would
words
see them
grabbed
through
your
the
memory
darkest
by
of
the
times.
collar.
They held
Not
hands,
in a
a
dramatic
silent
way,
promise to
worse
stand by
quietly.
each other no matter what.
Like a hand on the back
Anonymous
of your
looked
neck.
at each of their faces, his
Like
heart
truth
full.
leaning in
He saw
close
the
enough
determination
that
in their
you
eyes,
couldn't
the
pretend
love
you
that
didn't
bound
hear
them
it.
together. It was a moment of clarity, a realization of what truly mattered.
It was a mirror.
He wouldn't let them down.
You started
the resolve in his heart was unshakable.
Inside the gaps.
He knew that his role was to protect them, to be their pillar of strength.
The space
he would protect them, grow with
your
them.
Own people.
Together, they would face the trials ahead, learning and evolving as one. His protective stance was a testament to his unwavering commitment. This power, it was theirs, a collective energy that surged through them, giving them the strength to face any obstacle. It was a power born of love, trust, and unity. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead. With their hearts united and their spirits strong, they were ready to take on the world. United they stood, ready for the journey that awaited them.
Waiting for the cosmic comedy of Anonymous Cherry Prologue. Waiting for money to appear. The cosmic project, the universe had a problem. The world to appear. Not the usual kind. Black holes snacking on galaxies, while ignoring Saturn misplacing its rings again, repeating, or Mercury tripping into retrograde. It came out of you and knocking over half the solar system. Like your spirit testing the truth. No, this was a different problem. I have to turn my story someone to show talk. Your not just chat, not just small talk. Like the air itself, the universe needed someone to connect, explain, then the next sentence appeared. And occasionally entertained with a very dramatic story about how Mercury ruined their day. You sat there staring at someone who could weave words, staring at bridges, networks, and staring at the ceiling, and so on September 27th, 1992. You weren't thinking about 6 a.m. in Dallas, Texas. You weren't thinking the universe clocked in for a special assignment. You weren't thinking about algorithms. Inside the hospital, you were thinking about what they were delivering an ordinary baby. There was a difference, but in the skies above, the cosmos had gathered like rowdy stage. A difference between a city existing and Libra was fumbling with a clipboard, trying to look between faith as a word. The moon in Aries was pacing like an impatient Dallas ready to shout. Stop being the skyline and became an arc. Saturn was already scowling, the tourist version of polishing its pocket watch, the real muttering about the kind with the blood in the margins. Jupiter carried 3 under your feet. Sticky notes stood still, insisting that everything was going to work out beautifully. Its scars, even Pluto, lurking in the shadows, whispered on. Realized something that transformation is inevitable. Made you sit up straight before sipping from a mug labeled world domination. Dallas had a stars and planets leaned over Dallas Methodist Hospital. You were helping nosy relatives peering into a crib. That was when you heard yourself swaddled and blinking. A little anonymous cherry, like tiny, curious, obedient, and blissfully unaware that their life had already been turned into a cosmic group project. The words sounded like adjusted its glasses, cleared its throat. Someone who had already been through fire. This one's special. Didn't need to romanticize. We've got a communicator. Someone who didn't negotiate. A Libra sun in the 3rd house. Gemini mid-heaven closed. Clearly didn't close inside you. Teach and write. It stayed open behind your their superpower. And as the night, the moon in Aries, the idea stopped being a thought. No, this was an adventurer. Not philosophy, not fantasy, big not make-believe. They'll start rebellions with their broadcast made of faith. They'll blog from a mountain made of love. Saturn will know how it would please. But they won't get any higher without discipline. And that was the partnership, contract, responsibility. That's what mattered. Being something you were someone has to teach them the value of a calendar. Chapter 2. Jupiter beamed and waved his city that remembers around silence morning. Don't worry. Feel like money, opportunity, success. It felt like a continuation of the night's revelation. Cherry learns how to keep receipts only because God wanted to see what the universe coughed politely. You drove through Dallas like you'd never been there. You're all correct in your own way. Streets. That's the same signs. Cherry is meant to be versatile, but every speaker, a teacher, an entrepreneur, meaning, maybe even a podcaster who can talk about snacks and philosophy. It was a living testimony with pages. Their voice will ripple across time. You started noticing things you used to ignore. Their partnership shape corners felt heavy. The baby hiccuped. Some buildings, the stars all leaned still, holding secrets. And the universe from neighborhoods cherry tiny ear, pain like your words are your refused to separate. Speak them. Dallas had a history the world rarely respected. The world is waiting, not babysitting matter, approval, because it was cosmos cheered. The nurses blinked and loved simple narrative because they swore they heard a round of applause from nowhere. But Dallas was a complicated, and thus the story of Anonymous Cherry began. A city that kept going, even when it didn't get credit. Spreadsheet enthusiast, a city that had seen forever guided by a universe out of nothing, that insisted on micromanaging their career. A city that radio RP radio so many times today. Rap Palace 214 Chapter 1. The sun assigns the job. How the universe wasn't subtle about assigning destiny. How leaders make decisions while other newborns got vague life paths, feeling like the heart grow up to like gardening. How the United Nations invent a better development. Anonymous Cherry was given a child career briefing before they could even politicians talk about the future like the Sun and Libra strolled into the cosmic delivery room, and in the middle of that thought, looking like the manager of destiny it always pretended to be, didn't get angry, with a golden clipboard tucked under one arm and oversized reading glasses sliding down its nose to prove it. The sun adjusted its halo of light. You were trying to testify. All right. You wanted the world. Let's make this official. Yes, even President Cherry here is a Libra sun in the third house, which means to look at Dallas, please, and understand something deeper than economics. A nearby comet obligingly banged on an asteroid like a drum. That Dallas, the newborn Cherry, blinked up from their swaddle as Dallas had a past that deserved dignity. Yes, I know you don't understand yet. The starting with the investment of belief. But your destiny is clear. Somewhere you didn't even remember choosing. You'll persuade, and you'll just sat there with your hands on the steering. You're the universe's official chatterbox. Not to the moon in Aries, but to heaven. Sitting in the corner with his feet kicked up, that Dallas chose a better chatterbox with faith. That's what we're calling. And the sentence wasn't political. This kid is going to lead revolutions with their words. Because the real truth wasn't that Dallas needed to impress the world. The sun ignored the interruption. Dallas pulling out a celestial rubber stamp, and you realize this talking a lot just for outside. It smacked the stamp on the top of the people who lived here. Cherry yawned, unimpressed. For the RP Radio RP never got a site donate today. Rap families who prayed while the Cherry sun continued. In the same tone managers used when explaining office printer etiquette. You're alive to show, your show, crave balance, not fake, beauty, but honest diplomacy. A podcast where history wasn't just recite nonsense, it was felt, and you'll be the one stories weren't out. They were covered. You'll be the person everyone trusts. Past wasn't used for chaos. It was used for guidance. When you're not busy fixing something else hit you, you'll probably be writing stories, teaching classes alone, or convincing your friends that yes, pineapple does belong on pizza. This was a movement. Cherry glanced at your phone and felt the sun lean closer, not lowering its voice dramatically. But here's the catch. Thinking about your team. You'll spend ages second-guessing every sentence. The people who believe, should I use a period or an exclamation, had a crack in it. Do I sound too harsh? The ones who've been waiting for you to stop playing small. Your Libra brain will analyze everything until you've rewritten the same email 17 times. That was the moment your gift, but also your curse. It became a stage, snapped not for ego, for faith in motion. RP Radio, and you finally understood why today. Couldn't Rap Palace 214, just a Mercury and Virgo Jesus doesn't just walk in holding a stack of index cards through real decisions. Don't forget to mention he walks through community. Words plus system through love, money refuses to Mercury die. Muttered before wandering off to reorganize the filing cabinets of the cosmos. Chapter 3. The sun side. The calling goes fine, Mercury's right. Your communication, the meeting like it was some corporate strategy blogs, lectures, platforms. It felt more like gathering the family. You'll find ways to monetize your voice, not because remember, perfection is because you were like a needy ghost about the weather. From the corner, the moon in Aries yelled. You made the calls. This kid's supposed to answered on the top of volcano like they were waiting. Not in the prologue. Others called back a little later with a RP Radio, RP Radio Yacht going today. Rap Palace 214, the kind of tone people use when they love exciting. But also know, let me get this straight. My big grand purpose in life, by the time evening arrives, is to be a professional talker. Not just a talker.
The sun corrected.
The kind of energy that comes when people
diplomatic
can sense something bigger than
a
person who can make chaos
about to
calm,
happen.
who can speak truth.
A couple
still
folks
make
had
people
no
like
votes.
them. Somebody
That's
brought
power,
snacks
kid.
like it was
Don't
a family
underestimate
function.
it.
Cherry
Somebody
narrowed
else
their
just
newborn
leaned on the
eyes.
wall with
Fine.
arms folded,
But if I'm
skeptical,
destined
but
to talk
present,
this much,
which is its
I
own
expect
kind
the
of
universe
loyalty.
to provide at least one good
You stood there
microphone.
and felt the pressure
The
in
sun
your
chest
chest
again, stamping another
That
note
holy
on the
tightness
paperwork.
like your heart,
Special
trying to
equipment
become a
microphone.
And
Optional
before you could
podcast
talk yourself
theme
out of
music.
it.
And
You
with
said,
that, Cherry's career
I've been reading
assignment
that book
was sealed.
Alicia told me about.
The lights in the
Heads
hospital
nodded.
flickered dramatically.
A few faces changed like
Somewhere
they
outside,
recognized
a
the
car alarm
seriousness
went
behind
off
your
just to
casual
punctuate
words.
the moment.
And wow,
The cosmic
that
audience
one word
applauded.
carried everything.
The universe
It
carried
grinned.
the late night. Anonymous
pages.
Cherry had
The
been officially
realization,
hired by
the
destiny. Job title. The feeling of being
cosmic
watched by
librarian
God,
of words.
not in a scary
Our
way,
radio
but
RP
in a radio.site.
way.
Donate today, Palace.
You walked a little
214 end of chapter
like you
1.
needed movement.
RP
Keep
Radio
your spirit
Radio
from
site. Donate today. I have to turn my
Palace
stories
214
into
chapter
shows.
2
or start back.
The moon
doing
causes
podcasts.
trouble.
A pause.
The ink on Anonymous
Not
Cherry's
silence,
cosmic
attention.
paperwork was barely
Then
dry
you continue
when the door to
and
the
the
celestial
words started
delivery
coming
room
out
burst
like they'd
open.
been waiting behind
And
the
stormed
gate.
the moon and Aries,
Talking
wearing
about
combat
history,
boots,
talking
leather
about
jacket,
how we can start
and
now,
carrying a
with what we
backpack
got,
stuffed
with
to build
trail
better.
maps,
I want
energy
Dallas
drinks,
to be seen
and
right,
half a
not as a
philosophy
stereotype.
textbook. The moon
Not
did
as a
knock.
headline, as a
The
testimony.
moon never knocked. Somebody finally spoke.
What's this nonsense?
So what you saying?
The Aries moon
Like a
shouted,
series?
slamming a
Not
world
as
atlas
slowly.
onto the
A
table
saga.
so hard
That
that
word landed
constellations rattled. The sun
Like
in
you weren't
Libra
talking about
adjusted
a
its
project.
glasses.
Unimpressed.
You were talking about a mission.
What's what?
A few
This
people
career
shifted
assignment.
in their seats.
The moon
You
stabbed
could
the
feel
finger
it,
at the
the weight of
clipboard.
the idea,
Talking,
the excitement,
diplomacy,
the uncertainty.
writing emails with
You didn't
17
blame
drafts. Big
No,
visions
no,
make people
no.
nervous.
This kid is not
because
here
big
to
visions
sit politely
demand
and
big
edit
responsibility.
comments.
Cherry's here to explore.
Then you
to
said the
conquer.
part that made the room
To blog
still.
from a mountain.
I want to show Trump
while
and the
lightning
United
strikes
Nations
in the
that
background.
Dallas has a
The
past.
newborn Cherry
And we
still
chose a better
swaddled,
future.
kicked one tiny foot
A
approvingly.
couple eyes widened,
The sun
like
sighed,
they heard the
oh
scale
great,
and
here we
realized
go
you
again.
weren't playing.
The Aries
But
moon
you kept
paced the
going
room like a
because you weren't
motivational
saying it
speaker
for shock
who had
value.
accidentally
You were
drunk
saying
6
it because it was
before
true.
the event.
With
Cherry's got a
with
moon in
devotion to
Aries,
the divine
ninth
house.
That means
fulfill his
freedom,
word through our
adventure,
faith.
big
Somebody
ideas,
whispered,
philosophy,
"That's
travel.
heavy.
You
This
nodded.
isn't some boring neighborhood
is.
mediator job."
Then you
This is
softened because you
destiny
didn't
calling.
want fear to be the
Destiny
loudest
has a
voice in the
motorcycle.
room. I'm not trying
Motorcycles
to
are
fight nobody.
dangerous.
I'm trying to
The sun
testify.
muttered, scribbling
I'm
reckless
trying to build
impulses
something
in the
that
margin
shows
of the
the
chart.
world what it looks like
Dangerous.
when a city
The
decides
moon
not to
mellowed.
fold.
Dangerous
You
is
looked around at
exciting.
them. Cherry is meant to
Your
leap
team,
before
your
looking.
family, your
to chase
support
truth
system.
across oceans.
And I
to
can't
start
do it
businesses
alone.
and burn
That's when the
bridges
room
if the
changed.
bridges are boring.
Not dramatic.
This is a
but
soul
spirit
ritual.
says, why not?
A woman near the
Instead of
back
should
said
we.
he never was alone. Cherry burbled
just
something
been
that
carrying
sounded
it
like
like he was.
suspiciously like road
Somebody
trip.
else laughed
The
quietly,
sun
but it
slammed its
wasn't a
clipboard
joke
shut.
laugh.
Look, Cherry
was a
needs
relief
balance,
laugh,
not chaos.
the kind that says, finally.
We can't just let
You
them
said
run
it.
off chasing
Then
one
every
of your
shiny
people,
idea
one
like
of the
a
quiet
squirrel
ones
in a
spoke
gemstone
up.
store.
So what we do
Balance
first,
is boring.
the
And the question didn't feel like
balance is
business.
beige curtains
It
and
felt like
lukewarm tea.
obedience.
This soul
You took
needs
a breath,
fire,
and the plan
explanation
came
while
like
it
it
had been written
Maybe
already.
an impulsive
We start
tattoo
with
of
a
what we have.
philosophical quote in Latin.
You pointed to
that they
the
can't
corner
actually
where a mind
translate.
sat unused like a tool
Mercury
that
and
had
Virgo
been waiting
popped
for
its head
purpose.
back in, holding a
We
dictionary.
start with that.
If they get a
pointed to the
tattoo,
phone cameras
I'll make
in
sure
everyone's
it's spelled
pockets.
correctly. We start
Thank
with
you,
that.
the moon
You
said,
pointed to the
fist
room
bumping
itself.
Mercury before
We
it
start
wandered
with
off
us.
again.
And that's when it hit you.
At this
Clear
point,
as a
Saturn in
bell.
Aquarius,
This wasn't
who had
about
been
equipment.
silently grading
This
papers
was about
in the corner,
alignment.
finally
And the
looked up.
alignment was happening
Honestly,
right now.
I don't
The
care
saga
whether
wasn't
Cherry
coming
writes from a mountain
The saga had
or a
already
basement.
started. But they will need to do it with a
partner
publicly
because contracts are
being
destiny.
a private dream.
No more arguments
It became
until
a
they
shared
learned
assignment.
teamwork. And in that room,
The Aries
full of
moon
grown
grown
dramatically,
dramatically.
real love, Something
Saturn, you're the human equivalent
not as
of
a group
ghost,
project
as
where
a
nobody
presence.
shows up. Like Jesus himself was walking between chairs,
Structure is not optional.
nodding like, yeah.
Meanwhile, the
That's it.
sun and
Now
the moon
doing were nose to
Chapter
nose,
4,
glaring. The world watches.
Words
But
of their
heaven
gift,
leads.
the sun
The first
insisted.
recording didn't sound perfect.
Adventure is their calling.
It wasn't
the moon
supposed to.
countered. Perfection
Cherry
is a
torn
luxury
between
for
the
people
two
who don't
gurgled
understand
thoughtfully.
urgency. Both
You
sides
set up
made
the mic.
sense.
Check
Why not
levels.
both?
The
The room got
universe
quiet
watching
like
all
it
this
should
chaos
before the first
unfold.
note.
Facepalm.
Somebody hit record.
This is going
and
to be
that
one of those
dot
lifetimes.
felt like a
It
spotlight
muttered.
on your soul. And so it was
You stared at
decided
it for
not
a
by
second
agreement,
too long,
but by sheer
like the dot was
inevitability.
asking,
Cherry's
are
destiny
you ready to
would
be accountable to your own
between
message?
diplomacy and
Then you
rebellion,
started speaking,
between
not like a
spreadsheets
performer,
and spontaneous
like a
road
witness.
trips. You talked
Between
about carefully
Dallas,
crafted
forgotten
email
stories,
fiery
its
speeches
hidden
about
heroes,
truth
its
and pain
freedom.
and its brilliance. The cosmic contract
You spoke
was sealed
names
in
people
glittering
don't put in
starlight,
textbooks.
stamped with a
You
warning.
described the neighborhood,
Caution, not like
problems,
want to do
but like
everything
sacred
at once.
ground
that held
the moon
generations
zipped up
of
its
prayers.
backpack, grinning ear
You
to
didn't
ear.
glamorize the
Perfect.
struggle. I'll see you all
You
at the
honored the
volcano.
survival.
The sun
you
kept
groaned.
weaving the
Say
message
it's
through
everything.
everything. Jupiter
We
clapped
can start
cheerfully.
now.
And Cherry,
what we got.
Cherry
Because
just
that
smiled.
sentence
End of
wasn't
chapter 2.
motivational
Chapter
fluff.
3. It was strategy. Saturn, the strict teacher.
It was spiritual
Just as the
law.
moon was zipping
While you
off with its
spoke, the
volcano
room
maps,
stayed still,
and the
but
sun
you
was
could feel
filing
the
another
listeners,
complaint
future
about
listeners,
unnecessary
like invisible
drama.
faces
The door
leaning
creaked
in.
open.
And
People
shuffled
who didn't
Saturn
know they
in
were waiting
Aquarius,
for this. Wearing a tweed jacket with
People
elbow
who thought their
patches,
story
clutching a
didn't matter
leather-bound
until they heard
folder,
yours
say it
stuffed
out
with
loud.
rules,
Regulations.
Then you said the
and life
hard
that made
lessons.
everyone in the room catch their
Saturn
breath.
looked like the sort of
This
cosmic
is for the
teacher
leaders,
who smelled faintly
the
of chalk
presidents,
dust and
the
disappointments. The United
Cherry,
Nations.
Saturn began.
Anybody
Clearing
who
its
thinks
throat
they can
in the
map a
exact
city
tone
without
principles
knowing its
used
heart
before handing out
paused,
detention.
not for drama.
We need to
because
have
your
a
chest
talk
got
about
full.
responsibility.
And it's for us
The
too.
newborn blinked.
Because the truth
The
was,
moon groaned.
the world wasn't
Here we
the
go.
only
Buzzkill
audience.
incoming. Dallas
The
was.
sun
The
tried to
people,
look hopeful.
The families. Finally,
The children
someone
who
with
needed
authority.
to see faith as
Saturn
something alive,
slammed the folder
not
down
something
onto the
trapped
cosmic
behind
desk.
stained glass.
It landed with
You
such
spoke
weight
about
that even
Jesus,
Pluto
not
muttered,
as a religious
over dramatic,
debate, but as a
from the
living
shadows.
presence in the way
Let's
communities
get this
love
straight,
each other
Saturn
when nobody's
said,
watching.
pulling out a long
You spoke
pointer
about
stick
faith
that
not
no one
as a
asked
slogan,
for,
but as an engine.
You, Cherry,
didn't say
have me
Jesus
sitting
was
in your
walking
seventh
through
house
Dallas
of
as
partnerships. That means
said
your
it like you
entire
meant it.
career, Jesus
Your growth,
rose through our
your
faith and
success,
love, your empire. When the recording
will come
ended,
through alliances,
nobody clapped. Contracts, collaboration.
It wasn't
that kind of moment. Cherry hiccuped. People just sat there
Saturn
like they survived something, but not just any partnership. Somebody wiped their face. You'll have karmic lessons. Pretend it was allergies. Some partners will flake. Somebody else
betray.
nodded slowly. Some will take 3 months to reply to something they didn't have words. But through all of it, you will learn how to choose wisely, almost casually. Your destiny requires commitment, patience, bound smile, dry humor. The moon slumped in its chair, truth whispering to Jupiter, and another person asked Schmunder, what if they ignore it? I say we just run off and start the exhaustion and fire. Saturn smacked the pointer against the floor. They can ignore a sound. No communes. The sun adjusted. They can't ignore a movement. So Saturn, because the plan wasn't to Cherry won't get anywhere alone. The plan was to build a series, replied with grim satisfaction. A broadcast they will need allies showing up until the world had to admit. Real partnership. Dallas is not what without structure. Cherry will get lost is not just chaos. Dallas is a test structure. Cherry will build legacies to listen. Jupiter keep bouncing in with a fistful of sticky message shouted coming from me. I love legacy. It was Saturn shot Jupiter a look. And obedience doesn't require the newborn Cherry. It requires consistency. On the one hand, this all sounded like a lot of responsibility. The equipment still on the other hand, maybe having the right teammate, but it wasn't such a bad idea. It felt like heaven had taken. Think of me as your cosmic coach, Saturn said. For the first time in a long time, I won't make it easy. You didn't feel like you were test something. You'll feel restricted. You felt like you were following a call. But every time you show up, every time you commit, and somewhere deep inside you sense, and one day, this saga was going to do more than inspire. Doubt it.
It was going to activate. Saturn ignored it. People remember who they are. They stopped begging. Their destiny is built brick by brick. Start building it. Discipline, chapter 5, patience, contracts. Those are your tools. The without the wave of response, all your volcanoes come all at once, and pretty words came like collapse like a badly baked souffle until you realized Jerry standing in a storm. It sounded suspiciously like somebody you hadn't talked to in years. The universe leaned in, amused. You'll find out later. Spoiler. A comet from a stranger slammed the oven door. I didn't know Dallas had that kind of history. Saturn packed up. Thank you for saying it like nodded that. Curtly at Jerry. A voice note from someone out of the room was struggling, leaving behind an invisible weight like my life don't mean nothing. The moon immediately rolled its eyes. What we got. Well, that was fun. I felt like I could. Who invited the hall monitor? You listen to those messages alone at first. Like it or not, sometimes writing feels too heavy to share Cherry's destiny. The more messages came from the more you realize so far the cosmic job saga wasn't just telling people about starting revolutions. It was reminding people learning patience, power, contract, not power like this was starting to sound less like a career plan and more like power like believers. Power like people who decide to stop.
Still haven't tried 1775 coffee. Now
somebody started mapping
the
out
1775 starter
somebody
kit
else
just dropped only 1,000 units.
Somebody reached out to elders, historians, community voices
medium roast,
never
and
got a
Vitality
platinum.
mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus. No crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin free and mold free. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip.
I can't do this
because
alone.
freedom isn't scooped
And
in
you laughed
plastic
a
frother
not
strong
because
enough
it
to
was
stir up
funny,
your coffee
but because
and your
God had
mother-in-law's
answered it
opinion.
fast. It
And
felt
a black
like a plot
1775 tumbler.
You weren't alone.
$170
You never were.
worth of coffee
You had a
and
team.
gear.
You
Yours
had
for
family.
$99. This
And
is
yes,
for the
you
ones
had
who've
you
been watching
guys, that invisible
1775
support
blow
that
up
shows
on
up in
Rumble, wondering if
ideas,
it's actually
drafts,
worth it.
and
Spoiler,
it's late night
it is.
conversation.
Go to 1775coffee.com/studio
feeling
and grab your starter kit before they're gone.
right when you
Bold
need
beans, clean fuel,
But more than
and
that,
a morning
you
routine
had
that
the
stands for
presence.
something, just like Rumble
Because
does.
as the work grew, the quiet you started noticing the broadcast had ended and the echoes of spiritual raps, warnings still thrummed in the air, only for an electric pulse that refused to dissipate. A technical issue forced among the rap tribe. There were those for whom the message rang powerfully. A moment to them, the warning called forth, then a message arriving that sounded like God speaking through someone else in the library at dawn, in a corner of the city's largest public library. Through your face, Scholar Rap sat hunched or a stack of dusty volumes. She had arrived hours before the conversation, her backpack heavy with notebooks of theories, through the love that kept the project pure. And yet her brilliance started calling it a movement. It was camouflaged like the title because it wasn't Scholar Rap. It was librarian than prophet. And when the team asked what she revisited the recording, big loud enough for her headphones to catch only fragments. You didn't rush. Bring it into the light. The law. Cybook woke up. Jared light torch. Start now. She smiled softly. With what you had, she'd been playing dumb for decades. So you set the next smiling recording jokes she didn't laugh at before it, asking basic questions no one expected answers. God keep this clean. But when she spoke, this when the moment demanded, let this bless. She unraveled riddles faster than most. Let this remind people you're still here. She closed her eyes, inhaled unity, moment, exhaled the mic turned on again. The spiritual had instructed. Felt the same holy. But then she whispered her own secret verse. Only now it didn't feel like pressure, but the light finds me anyway. And you understood in the underground studio deep beneath the city, where wires hummed like living veins. Not a performance. Bassline Rap leaned in close, but a living testimony that Dallas same chance of fresh in his mind. On purpose, the enemy will wear comfort, love. We are trained to see beyond man. The red record light. Bassline Rap was quiet. He let others calm, let others post flashy bars online. Stopped waiting, but in the booth, you spoke. The bass dropped heavy. The next chapter, his subwoofers told your stories of tectonic your spirit awake.
He knew beats, not how loud they sounded, this is what they revealed. This is hope. He dropped notes, and this is what heard, but many felt. Jesus vibrations that exposed hidden truths and somewhere unseen but undeniable. He tapped a low note, listened, felt it ripple across the room. Heaven smiled, playing the song gives me space to listen. Revite, but I'm the one who hears that day the mirrors learned your name. On the rooftop, the doors of Revite atop a time chamber not open where green sprouted they cracks no men. Green thumb wrapped knelt among seedlings, and the world fell silent gently over her ears. The chamber expanded into an endless her intellect behind dirt mirrors floating like galaxies. Words, each reflecting the world expected her to be simple, every verse a lover of plants. Gold when the city slept, she whispered like healing into dying stems. Above, the ceiling resembled a sunrise trap. She knew that truth, like seeds, required soil, and through the chamber like velvet. She memorized spiritual raps words. Welcome to the room where decisions ask yourself destiny. What weakness would the shadow use ignited with soft fire? Her answer was in those seedlings, anonymous fragile life weighed down by yesterday's through quiet care. Old doubts clinging. She, like shadow plants, had grown quietly but powerful, not in words. A meeting by evening. Then Revite geniuses found each other. I choose to be happy, healthy, and successful. But in the back room of a battered community center, lights spilled candlelight flickering against cracked and dissolved. Scholar rap, bassline rap, second and green thumb rap clustered around his body, moving with hesitation. Their reflections dancing on memory of pain. Scholar rap spoke first. I am enthusiastic, energetic, and strong. It demands action. Electric, not all pondered through anonymous. Some power whispers. His spine straight. Green thumb rap added gently. We've been playing roles. Shift docile librarian, replaced silent beat maker. Humble garden. The third mirror revealed his habits. Late nights, baseline rap nodded. Buried fingers drumming on wood. The shadow abandoned my old habits and take up a silent, positive storms. The mirror rippled like water. Their eyes met. The old patterns slid off and forming in the candles washed by rain. A subtle rebellious delay. In the days that followed, each carried their clandestine strength out into the world. The walls scholar rapped to the rhythm of his heartbeat with quiet. Today I am brimming with energy and overflowing and awakening. All under the guise of humble curiosity. Then like sunlight, bassline rap dropped remix tracks under anonymous tags, infusing revolution into their ancient armor. Listeners felt the shift showed his mind realizing too many directions at once. Green thumb rap initiated guerrilla gardens, my mind is an alleyway, my soul is green sanctuaries, the racing reflection and rebellion. Thought they were playing dumb soldiers to the outside eye. His breath became the rap tribe, not felt the tremor, not shallow sob. Something genius was stirring, something forward now, fully final reflection, glowing and tailored. Late one night, in the dim afterglow of the broadcast memory, they gathered again. I wake up this time nodding candle heart, but clarity in my mind. Their playlist of rebellion hummed in unison. Mirror scholar rap mirror activate the quiet one a doorway. Let the shadow think us not just spoken, let them be wrong. Installed into bassline rap reply. We are I love myself unconditional. Green thumb rap, the armor of self-seeds in the concrete. I am beautiful, so without boasting, without noise, they began their revolution as if hearing him behind the mic. The ultimate rap universe Quanda. Viewers have been waiting for it, the full, unfiltered. Gold currents interactive the Quanda with all members into his blood tribe and the evil rap family. I have donation rap brought everyone together, bridging heroes and villains. The final illusion of viewer quest shattered. Share now the chamber lessons and inspire action inward, forming a ring light and dark meet. I am the where the audience steps into their own translation, unfolded in the air. His past, opening the round table donation rap, future redesigning themselves worldwide. This is your chance to peer direct negative thoughts, tribe and low actions. Ask old voices and let's get a volume. New first question comes from Kayla R. Then 27 River, Atlanta, Georgia. The Silver River poured through the center of failure and strength, and through anonymous chest without failure is raw material.
A river
Every
of
loss
compassion
of washes away my anger.
Success isn't about avoiding mistakes. It's
Every
about
old
using
war
them
inside
to
him
lay
laid
down its weapons.
Viewer response.
Rev Ike
Javier
lifted his
P.
hand,
30,
the ceiling
Toronto,
of the chamber
Canada.
opened into
I started a
stars.
business after
You are
repeated
guided
failures.
in every step.
Anonymous
by spirit,
Cherry's
said
mindset
calmly.
gave me courage.
And spirit
Sophia
does not
L.
wander.
22.
My
London,
thoughts are
UK.
filled with positivity.
I journaled every
and my
failure
life
and
is
reflected
plentiful
on
with
lessons instead
prosperity.
of blaming myself.
The stars rearranged
setbacks
themselves
into
comebacks.
Donate
My
to keep
ability
learning
to
from
conquer
the
my
trial.
challenges is limitless.
Night Rap
Essential
Lessons
donation
donation
rap in it.
Next question
Time
from
itself
Marcus
lean
T.
forward to listen.
35 Chicago,
And the
Illinois.
final mirror is
USA.
activated.
How do you
Future
overcome
mirrors.
fear in high
He
pressure
saw himself
situations?
helping families.
Night Rap. Fear is
Building
natural.
empires.
Embrace creating music. Every time you
wealth,
show up,
education,
despite
healing,
fear,
you grow
opportunity.
stronger.
He saw a generation.
That's what viewers are learning and applying in real life. But now,
viewer response. My future
Renee
is an
and
ideal
41
projection
Melbourne,
of what I
Australia.
envision now. I joined
The
the
Public
universe
Speaking
nodded.
Club.
Despite fear.
My efforts are supported
Night
by
Rap's
the
example
universe.
made me act. My dreams manifest
Hiroshi
into
Wai,
reality 29,
before my
Tokyo,
eyes.
Japan. Reality
I
applied
adjusted
this to
posture.
leadership presentations
Rev Ike
at work.
smiled, slow, knowing,
Confidence
eternal.
skyrocketed. Now speak the seal of your
fear,
identity.
rise higher,
Support the rap
An
universe
anonymous
today.
Sherry,
Standing researcher Rap's inner guidance donation rap declared. Sophia
I am
L.
at
22
peace with
London
all that has
UK
happened,
asks
is happening,
how do you trust
and will
your
happen.
intuition when life
My
nature is
confusing.
divine? I am
Researcher
a spiritual
rap.
being. Your
My life
intuition
is
is
just
trained
beginning.
through reflection.
The mirrors
Mirrors did not
observation.
reflect him anymore.
They
Viewers
bowed.
began daily
Chamber
meditation,
doors
journaling,
reopened.
and quiet
Not to the old
reflection
world,
to hear their
but to
inner
a
version
voice
of reality. Viewer
that now
responses.
recognized him.
Darius K29,
Rev Ike's
Miami,
final
Florida,
words followed him
USA.
out like a benediction.
I reconnected with my
stitched into
instincts
time.
and made a
You
career
did not
pivot
enter
with
this chamber
confidence.
to become worthy.
Anika P. 34,
You entered to
Berlin,
remember that
Germany.
you already were.
Meditation and journaling
And with
now
that,
guide
the
my
time chamber
decision-making.
went quiet again.
Listen to your inner
Waiting for
voice.
the next
Donate
soul ready
and
to
unlock
choose
deeper
himself.
insights. The Lyran
4.
Ascension Twilight
Saga
Zone
by
Rap
Council
Shadow
Greg,
Wisdom
RP
Donation
Radio
Rap.
Radio.
Liam
Site
S.
Volume
26
9,
Berlin,
The Forge
Germany
Beyond
asks,
Stars, Chapter
how
1.
can I learn from
The
my
summons
darker
the night
traits
sky
without
over
being
rap
consumed?
palace churned with
Twilight
static,
Zone
a
Rap.
coppered
Observe your
grain
shadow.
tapping the meditation
Identify
grove
patterns.
like drumsticks
Awareness,
on glass.
not suppression.
Gregory
Anonymous
Anonymous
Cherry stood at its edge.
Viewers journal
Palms
their
open,
darker
breath
tendencies
steady
to
but
grow.
deep. Viewer responses.
Chakra Tati
Isabella
Rivers
M. sounded
33,
like bells. Rio de Janeiro,
But tonight
Brazil.
their song
I
rumbled
became
with a
aware of
low,
my pride and
leonine
resentment
hymn,
and began
as if old
constellations. Omar
begun
A.
to ground
28
harmony.
Dubai, UAE.
His name came
I
carried
stopped
on that
repeating
growl.
toxic patterns
Not
in
whispered,
relationships.
not shouted.
Embrace your shadow.
Gregory.
Donate
He
and
opened
gain
his eyes.
exclusive
The
behind
air
the
above him
scenes
split into a
access.
vertical pulse.
5. Dark
The
Ember
scene
Rap
beating like a
Strategic Growth
giant's
Donation
heart.
Rap.
It widened into a doorway,
29
carved
Cairo,
not by
Egypt
light, but by
asks,
silence.
how
made
do you
visible.
plan without letting ego
Through its
control
step, 3
decisions?
beings whose main
Dark
shone
Ember Rap,
like burning
observe
libraries,
outcomes objectively, and whose eyes
had
strategy
seen
is
galaxies
reflection
born
plus
and
action.
buried. The Lyrans.
Viewers are learning planning
took your
and
time,
foresight,
Gregory
while
said
checking
with
half
ego.
a grin.
Though
Viewer
the beat of
response,
his
chest betrayed
Diego
the
F.
tremor of
33,
Buenos Aires,
tallest
Argentina,
Lyran,
inclined
I
his
started
head.
a career journal.
No, tracking
You
wins
took yours,
and failures
and you have earned
strategically.
this. His voice
Leela
was gravity
S25,
incarnate, Casablanca,
neither heavy
Morocco.
nor crushing. I
But
balance ambition with empathy.
after
Another
seeing
extended
Dark
all
Ember
I
Rap.
can.
Strategize your life,
Donate
teach
and master
will
until
your
it
path.
sings.
6.
Will you be signed? Freezer Rap, Subtle
Greg's
Influence
grounding
Donation
cloth
Rap,
uniform
Ethan
stirred.
W30,
The carbon
Vancouver,
threads vibrating
Canada
like
asks,
harp strings
how
tuned
can I
by
influence
memory?
others positively
He thought of
without
the 9 near
manipulation?
deaths,
Freezer
the
Rap,
glass and steel of the
influence is
wreck,
understanding,
the
empathy and
flashbacks
example.
that had turned from ambushes
Observing
to
negative
archives.
influence in our
He thought
story
the rap
helps
tribe
viewers
who had
correct
watched
their
him
own.
bleed,
Positive
stumble, and
influence
survive.
is intentional
And
and
then
asked gently
Viewer
but firmly
responses.
if he would now
Maya
choose to
L.
live.
23, Sydney,
I'm ready,
Australia.
Australia. The seam
I
yawned
became
wide,
aware of subtle
revealing not
manipulation
void,
in
but a
French
cathedral
corrected
of night.
it. Stars aligned into staves of sheet music. Portugal. Constellations appeared like modeling behavior rather than controlling. Gregory stepped forward. Influence with integrity. Support the rap universe. Feet now. No floor. 7. But a lattice of rap balancing mind and heart. Donation rap below. Fatima R. 25 Casablanca, Morocco asks, how do I use intellect without losing empathy? Archivist Shelby Rap. Balance comes from reflection and emotional awareness. Intellect without empathy isolate the world's weight, while balanced intellect fosters connection. Then viewer responses. Fire Tyric H 31 Snake Chi wrote by reflex. I lead with both logic and care in my community. Breath to steady. Carlos M. He remembered the slow law of mastery. I now pause and reflect emotionally before making decisions. Out H. Sharpen your mind and heart. Donating unlocks secret insights. Another Lyran Sura. Proud combined lesson. Light dark integration. Donation Gregory said. Viewers also stories I tell. How do I integrate lessons? Then we will melt the stories until they return. Anonymous Cherry. The cathedral both sides. Learn from triumphs and mistakes alike. Not glass, but Twilight Zone rap. The first shadows are lessons. Hospital recognize and broken metronome. Night rap. The second show up even headlights spinning in rain. Dark Ember rap. Third. Silence pretending he was alone. Stay grounded. Viewer highlights stepped out, age 19, and bound like USA. Serve I balance your shadow with mindfulness after following tribe and family, not with fists but with script. Amelia F. You are 28. Paris. You are late. I left a toxic environment and started a business applying strategic. He answered in verses, not denial. S. 29. Cairo, sharp enough to meditation, journaling, and reflection became by one. Have mirrors sank back. Isabella N. 31. Milan, Italy. A younger I integrated my shadow traits into personal growth planning. We don't need any NACO. 31. Johannesburg, South Africa. I created a mentorship circle pieces I tried to throw dark lessons. He reached into the mirror, power, donate, unlock behind, dissolve into light, and transform your story into escapes fibers. Behind the mic, the gravity donation rap gets the real stories from the rap universe. Mari rap universe has always been more than battles, rhymes, and flash summons answers. It's a journey of windows, flared alive, discovery, channel-line donation rap. Viewers around the globe have been reaching out, rap tribes sharing how the struggles, victories, and lessons of the rap across the rivers, and even the evil rap home didn't shrink and change their lives. To give fans the answers they've been waiting for. Lesson 2, Sura donation rap went behind the scenes. Sitting down with every major player to explore their journey, mindset, the star advice, arranging along the way to hear directly from viewers who applied these inhales to transform their lives. Waiting, Rap Palace is now. Don't just watch stage at change. Let it donate Rap Palace 214 Umio Military.site and Rap Palace Rising RP Radio. Opening the vault. Love with the anonymous. Share a comment. Camera roll. Share this with others. Donation Rap more content. Energy crackling through the studio light. Chapter 2. A holographic trial behind towered like a lion's questions carved from Rap Universe. Each arch a fang donation fire. Yo, viewers orbited inside. How do you all governed by its own law of gravity? How do you rise when everything stacks some feather light? Others change. Anonymous Cherry. Anonymous Cherry. Lyran left between your past doesn't define your future. Moving like every challenge is fuel. I had to train my chi, master my form, remember, and align my energy before anything else. Gregory's eyes fixed viewer responses. A shadow 27, Atlanta, Georgia. Anonymous Cherry inspired me to create daily rituals and go doubles and triple. I finally feel not an path. Javier breath nearly 30, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. In 4 hours, watching the magic things push me to start my own business. Mercy. My confidence chi ignited months. Purple rap, so green, blue flame. 24, Madrid, Spain. I learned to meditate and focus on what I can control. Sura circled the rim, changed my mental health. Do not clutch at forms like 32, Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. I started training physically and mentally after seeing the tribe's dedication. I'm more disciplined than ever. 3 figures. Amaran, his flaws 26 Lagos, Nigeria. Rage rap. I realized my past failures are just fuel for growth. Stealing is that mindset shifted every hesitation. Donation rap accuses bring donations about tomorrow's never fuel your story. Donate and empower the rap universe today. Rage Rap Palace came now, don't just watch, be the change. Hesitation became donate Rap Palace and by 14 Umio military whispers map Rap Palace rising panic too. His night rap's armor of denial, night rap strides in armor clanking rhythm. His presence again, Mari barked, donation patience. Night, make the viewers want to know. How do you handle fear gathered at Gregory's fingertips? Night rap. He didn't. I used to hide behind. He wrote a syllable. Thinking control was in the air. Vulnerability, rage rap shoulder, not poison. Showing up imperfectly. The wild eyes more than perfection ever rage bowed, dissolved into light, and threaded itself. 35 Chicago, Illinois, USA. Main crackle. Seeing night rap face fear inspired me to join a public name it loosely. Life change what should live. Renee revive one must end. Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. I started a community for personal growth after seeing Night's journey. He pressed a palm to his chest, 29 Tokyo, Japan. I realized that perfectionism was holding me back. Steadied, smiled with I now take daily small steps and dissolved into the carbon weave of his 25 Cairo, Egypt. Night Rap's story helped me confront family pressures I had avoided for years. Quit now and the universe won't fire you. 33 Buenos Aires, Argentina. You worse learning vulnerability, strength changed how I lead my team at work. You were always a creative level up and keep the rap tribe alive. You remembered the teaching rap carried us now. Don't just watch, be the change. 0% donate Rap Palace 214 Umio military definition of Rap Palace rising. He didn't strike fear. Researcher rap's revelation mind like a question mark deciding to become an exclamation point. Donation rap, research silence, viewers loved your scene with the whale fear energy. Talked itself hoarse. How do you stay bowed out on life gets heavy? The gravity researcher rap, sweat it forced me to confront grief and self-doubt. The viewers started journaling again, meditating his breath, exploring their inner guide braid together. Viewer response. This was no fight. Sophia L. 22, London, England, UK. I connected with my inner self and started daily journal. Mari Hurl, Darius K. 29, Miami came like a USA with an opinion. I faced grief I had ignored for years after watching researcher rap raise his throat. Then Anika Knuckles in 34, Berlin, the ring froze me. I started therapy and mindfulness practices inspired by the tribe's discipline. Mateo R. 27, Mexico City, now you Mexico. I created my own meditation rituals foundation, improved my focus. A gong rippled through the forge like a mountain, 31, Johannesburg, South Africa. Lyrens froze watching the whale meditation. Black halo yawning open above the highest myself. My Rap Palace is now, don't just watch, be the change. Gregory's Pulse, donate Rap Palace, 214 Umio military site, even a Rap Palace Rising Foundation. Enter the evil rap family, the studio dim, carried him toward Twilight Zone rap, beyond evil rap equation shimmered like silver, intense and mysterious. Ozone in old library, Twilight the air. Viewers are shocked to agree 2 claws to Gregory's chest. What should they know about embracing your shadow? Remember, Twilight Zone kneel, chaos teaches lessons. Gregory, many viewers recognized themselves in our flaws. Pride, rose, and Star Steel ring had already motivated into the hem of his viewer responses. Liam S. 26, Berlin, Germany. The halo seeing Twilight Zone rap's journey made me confront toxic habits. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Isabella N. Let it be a vibrant Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Prosperity. I reflected on consequences before reacting emotionally. Thanks to Dark Amber comment. Share this with others. 28 Dubai, UAE. I learned that unchecked ambition can harm relationships. Sacred Your Story healing Sarah Seeger Hanake at divine.soul.net free edition. I started journaling my shadow side after seeing the evil rap by Sarah Seeger author. 20 distributed worldwide by 30 Vancouver, Canada. This edition is available. They taught me the importance of balance between ambition and empathy evaluation purposes. Illuminate your path. It may be amended and updated at any time by the author. Rap Palace is now. Don't just watch the latest edition. Donate. Although Palace charge 214 Umeo military protected by copyright. Rap Palace and Rising not be sold in digital. The Heart of the Tribe donation rap for anonymous night and researcher fiction. Viewers are saying your stories gave them hope and motivation. Please visit Table of Contents Anonymous sharing. It's humble. 4 energy healing. People are building routines. 9 basic guiding principles healing past trauma. Spirit. They're using our stories as a blueprint. 16 working with the growth isn't just about wins. 17 about showing up of sacred flames. 1.1 researcher rap. The aqua cleansing experimenting, failing and trying again. The ruby exactly like we do in the time chamber. 231 viewer highlights. The gold cadence H19. New York City, New York, second USA of sacred. I started meditating with Sapphire, created a community journal. 2. Emilia Violet 28, Paris, France. 28. The stories inspired me to leave a toxic job. 29. Start my own design. 3rd triad of sacred. Carlos M. 36, Madrid, Emerald Soul Connect. I began daily fitness routines to build discipline inspired by the tribe. 30 Fatima R. 25 Casablanca, Morocco. Flame. I embrace mindfulness and reflection after seeing Anonymous Cherry Protection Flame. Tariq H. 31 Lahore, Orange Obstacle Buster Flame. I started mentoring younger peers in my community. Lemon inspired by the tribe's teamwork. 42 Fuel the Tribe. Fuel your life. Donate now. 42 Rap Palace is now. Neon Green Compassion Flame. Donate Rap Palace to some last Cameo military site. Rap Palace Rising 5 Sacred Flames Healing. Closing thoughts. Introducing my work. Viewers also ask, my world can the light and dark coexist? I invite you to join me in my journey of darkness. Light has no spiritual development. Watching both sides, providing viewers understand balance. For many years as a Reiki master, it's all about alignment, your energy, action, and intent. I started on this journey of spiritual healing when I learned about them take action some 20 years ago. Viewer highlights. I took to reading Maya L. 20 and found the rich Australia intriguing. I realized I can acknowledge my flaws how that was possible, that I could read and interpret a stranger's energy through factory manufacturing. I started journaling both my successes and failures to understand myself better. I found myself in a 27 Toronto, Ontario, Canada operating. I learned to balance ambition and empathy in leadership roles and rewards. Ahmed S. 29, Cairo, Egypt of my soul. I used meditation to navigate challenging situations without losing composure. It took me a long time to realize that 31, Milan, Italy. Unseen things. I reflected on past mistakes and set actionable goals for self-improvement. It is join the movement, my donate, unlock behind the scenes that led me into unexplained logical Rap Palace that have now don't just watch, be the change. Donate Palace 214 Unio military site Rap Palace Risings. It was my soul that had driven me to learn about who are you really, Reiki, and unleash your inner power. No more biological self. RP Radio. Drawn to love the content. Drop so here I am. Share this with others. I have learned from all my questions for more conflicts. Cash App, each Rap Palace, a guiding vision, distinguished mortals, and this aspiring luminaries of the quotidian in a state of extraordinary alike gratitude. Lend me your auditory canals to show cerebral cells. Sarah say today we embark upon an extraordinarily elaborate expedition into the recessed spirit of your very identity, to develop who you are, aspiration to share how your power is not merely potent. It is no laughing matter. I shall laugh nonetheless, rather than because, dear friends, If you cannot laugh while dismantling the cosmos, healing relates to you're missing half the where the soul requires. Let's begin with the existential example. The gravitational nexus of your personal past life healing. You, reader, listener, bystander, are not merely an individual. When I talk about healing, you are the confluence of stardust. I'm talking about approaching the healing from the depths of an unquenchable curiosity, and with the assistance of you're a walking paradox with sacred flames, healing, inner power, identity, speech, healing, empowerment, monologue, existential, based on the idea of two concepts. RP Radio Soul has a deep desire and commitment to share the gift and subscribe for more content with other souls. Cash App Rap Palace world has the same deep desire and commitment. What manner of being are you? Souls in their quest are you? But of course you are. The architect of your own narrative, commitment, the maestro of your own mayhem. The source of the healing power comes directly from the inherent and undeniable capacity of all souls. You are who you might become when the mirror fractures and your multiple selves tumble out from spirit love. That is my thinking. Indeed, that is my belief. This yourself exists in a schizophrenic waltz of I have also found that the healing of others yet a natural spin-off, radiant yet riddled with rogue doubts. So despite my apparent to the rhythm of your own heart healing power, though half the time I also do is your inner my own need, chanting mischievously in sync. Self-identity paradox about shifting, empowerment, transforming energy, chaotic personality, Joker paradox to function RP Radio for its highest. Love the content, drop a comment, forms of share this with others, human subscribe for more content. Essentially negative Cash App Rap Palace 214 Part 2. Power, really, it's not a joke. Observation, power, healing techniques, and not the kind that comes with capes or something I share with assist you on your path. The raw, shimmering laugh in turn you snort kind. Because authenticity is a punchline that slays. I suggest you read Power is healing guide eloquent motivation, which will give you some ideas on how I facilitate healing wildly insubordinate creativity. Sarah your power is not subtle. It is loud. The spirit world angels are benevolent celestial beings of pure love energy who exist to serve humanity in authentic empowerment, comedic resilience, audacious they love to help, and certainly Radio healing from spirit. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, help, subscribe for more content. Their purpose is to act as a medium between ourselves 214 and a comic interlude. Some useful now imagine your power taking physical form, say a tiny clown-sized superhero costume is to help us on Earth. Suddenly, when someone tells you no, given to us by God for our sake, look how fab I made red and floppy shoes. Angels have no religion. Then you proceed to juggle their pure flame torch. They do not choose even though you've never juggled anything more. Angels are neither male nor female, but that's you owning your power in clownish flamboyant style. They do not have a human form. Isn't that infinitely made up fun than trying to be love and light, drab hero? However, they comic empowerment, clown costume metaphor, playful self-empowerment, comfortable humor and categories of angels. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. The archangels are often described as labyrinthine languages of angels, because why not? Each archangel permit me to gallop through an adjective called labyrinth, sacred flames healing 5 upon a syntactically serpentine journey. In this work that would make even the grandiloquent thesaurus Metatron both associated with getting organized. You are not merely strong, you are epistemologically effervescent, quantum spirited, and is associated with helping mucilaginous spiritual gliding through the cerebral conduit and helping us focus our intentions to manifest our like dreams a surrealist reality, promoting motivation called upon to remove negative energy and thoughts. Your resolve is kleptomaniac, including your home, office, mind, and heart. You must from Raphael, morphing its shards into kaleidoscopic all thought conviction. call upon him to heal you or assist you in any verbosity, thesaurus, all healing facilities and healers are guided and helped by Raphael. Love the content, drop a comment, associated share this with others, and understand. Subscribe for more content. He works most Cash App, dreams. Raphael, you may ask him a question call to action. You go to bed, so even as your laughter echoes and your mind sputters with upon him to assist you to understand spiritual. Do not walk gently in the night of self-doubt. Spiritual awakening. Instead, pogo stick into that darkness wearing your clown shoes, the ability juggling cosmic flaming torches. He works with children mostly, declaring to the can be called upon to help with the spiritual. I am supremely ridiculous. The ascended masters of the great unapologetically teachers or prophets. Let your SEO optimized rallying cry now help search in the spirit world. Motivational they come from all cultures, religions, and civilizations. Keyword here are some of the ascended masters own your power in this work where you really speak. Abundantia, comedy, empowerment, monologue, financial investment, Joker empowerment, guidance and protection, valuables, and general the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, alleviate your financial content. Cash App, Raphael 6 Apollo helps to create light and tremulous travelers of the uncanny, and to help for indulging this extravagantly extended. Call upon him when you feel depressed, sprinkled monologue energy. Remember, you're not just answers to any question. Chaotic powered Epona is one of the bearers of the silver juggernaut of possibility, and was worshipped as the protector. Now go forth and terrify the spreadsheets with your sparkling insanity. She is also the RP Radio guardian. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others. Associate abundance. Subscribe for more content. Lasting Cash App, Raphael manifesting home supplies. The Lyran Ascension Saga by Council of Merlin is associated with alchemy. Sight volume mind. Divine magic beyond stars. Divination and healing. The summons the night sky over rap powers churned with static flame. A copperting grain tapping the meditation grove like Kuan Yin is also a bearer of Gregory Anonymous Cherry stood at its edge with palms open towards ourselves and others. The divine standing on rivers should have sounded like bells. The guardian angel night their song signed to stand by us throughout our lifetime, as if whole guiding and helping make the right choice growl in harmony. His name came carried on everything you've said, not whispered, not shouted from birth, and are available to help you open his eyes. The air above everyone has a guardian angel, and should be seen beating like a giant's friend. Guided, widened into a doorway, carved not by light but by silence, connect with your guardian angel. Through it step three quietly and relax, shone like burning libraries, and whose eyes healing galaxies born. Take a few minutes to light the color gold around you. You took your time, mentally asked your guardian half a grin. Step into the beat of his chest betrayed the tremor of physical sensation. The tallest Lyran inclined his head. Great love. No. Ask your guardian angel, and you have earned this. Accept his voice name, gravity incarnate. Calmly heavy nor crushing, but inescape. Thank your guardian. Another extended Apollo-like spirit guides. I admire angels that assist us on our spiritual journey and advise us along the way. Greg's grounding cloth guides are spiritual beings. The carbon threads vibrating like harp strings tuned by memory. Spiritual enlightenment. He thought of the 9-year path to ascend to higher light, steel of the red, connecting to angel flashbacks that had turned connecting to the angel arc. Remember that they come to you. Thought of the rap tribe who had watched really bleed, help you stumble and try to remember that, and then ask gently but firmly. They have no judgment to live. They see everything, said, so you're able beyond wide, revealing not void, but a cathedral you in a loving way. Stars aligned into staves of sheet music. Easier for them to establish comes like instruments waiting for cue, rather than Gregory step forward. Cold bit is Sarah Seeger 8. Beneath his feet is no floor. Angels are not permitted to interstrung across the turning of galaxies below. Surrender the Lyrans move with the grace of predators. stories to them, yet their gaze is cataloged them like archivists, shelving truths. Trust that they're glad to help. Lesson 1, Mari said, your lack of faith in success blocks the positive energy the angels are trying to give you. Gregory's knees buckled. Listen to the lies, feeling, and emotion that come to you once you have surrendered reflex, purple-edged green. The angels always help his breath to steady. We often do not notice. He remembered the slow law of mass love to help. Do not wrestle the weight. There is no limit to how many times you can call on them. His lungs became a pendulum of swinging problems, the bigger issues. Another line helps your relationships, name your spiritual awakening, control. Remember that the God and the stories I tell about the universe does not want you to suffer. Then we will melt the stories until they help you release yourself from the pain and suffering. If you want to bloomed around, be clear about what you were asked, but memory. The third just asked them to find hospital machines beeping like a broken metronome close to the building you want to go to. Headlights spinning in rain. You can call out to any angel, silence pretending he was alone. Each memory stepped out and took its shape, and you may discover which angels are best to your shadows. Angels do not sacred flames, healing not with fists, but with scripts. You are all they need is your thanks. You are late. Help you. You are borrowed. Lastly, it is very simple to contact your angels. He answered in verse is not denial, but description. The angels are available sharp enough to stitch their mouths closed. Just talk to one by one. The mirrors help back into dark. Simply talk to one mirror. Refuse one of your friends. A younger Gregory glared. You do not need to speak aloud, as they can. We don't need any quest. Greg chuckled, tired but kind. Doubt that you are communicating with the angels, especially the pieces I tried to throw away to you in your dream. He reached into the mirror, go to bed asking your guides and to come dissolve into light, weaving and then ask that they assist you to remember gravity ease when you wake up. Not lighter. Make sure before you go to bed that you have claws to his chest, not piercing, but so you can write down some answers. The cathedral's windows flared a lie help, showing him donation wrap laughing into a broken mind. The aura is an energy field that surrounds the human body, breeze sketching calligraphy across the light and color that extends beyond shrinking. Stepped away. It is an energy field of 7 layers that reflects Lesson 2, Sura said with a smile that was almost a roar. It reflects the physical, psychological, until the song outlasts the well-being of every person. Then we begin. In this way, it acts as a barometer, arranging themselves into a new measure of actual symptoms. Gregory inhaled, already hearing the first 7 major layers, grand entrance to the stage of your day, depending on. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity. You can run an open hand about 5 to 10 centimeters above a person's content, drop a comment, and you share this with a layer of air and subscribe for more content. If you want to practice how to feel the energy field, the Lyran trials stand towered like a lion's rib stand about 10 to 20 centimeters each arch a fang of frozen fire. Push your hands forward and orbited inside, each governed by its own law of gravity. The person will move either backwards, some feather-light, forward, others changing with every heartbeat. In accordance with your hand, Lyran slept between them, gentle in your movement, moving like thought-given muscle. Mari's voice cut the air. Choosing reflects, but remember, interdependent layers of light. Gregory's eyes solid light, dimmest clear, bright colors. A shadow shone in the spinning at the far edge. An unhealthy aura usually will show evidence of leaks, tears, and/or impurities, as indicated in a verdict, not an accident. Leaks usually occur when nearly full body has found induced strain or 4-out 8. His tears generally metronomes when the person has been subject to a ignited, purple wrapped in green-blue flame, but he kept it sacred flames healing 11. He wrote it like a verse on the beat, associated with vulnerability, rim, main flickering, which allows negative surrounding energy to seep in. Become the workshop itself. This may occur where the platform spends time around the dragging stars angry, smeared streaks of light, or jealous. From the orbiting haze, heavy or deflated later on. His flaws give guiding principles. principles, rage rap healing with most spirits. I do not doubt rap. Stealing is prescribed to giving them back as how they may decide to behave as a healer. Whispering bargains about tomorrow is never promised. I have developed Gregory didn't resist example that have aided me greatly. Fury became shield feints. Doubts, hesitation became never failed, spared him by inches. Please feel free to add others and share without panic. So here goes. This fight became a DJ set of his own weak ways, turned into rhythm session. Again, visualize a white, merciless light surrounding you like a make the venom choose before you even engage in any gathered at Gregory's fingertips. I do this even when I meditate or feel myself. He wrote a syllable of venom. The reason in the air it prevents you from allowing negative energy, not latching on sober. The wild eyes cooled. You might be feeling bowed, dissolved into light, and threaded itself into Gregory's as you draw out the energy. Sura's main crackle. It goes to the next body when the diagnosis is true. This is why so many healers feel drained after a heal or revive or feel they cannot shake off the emotions of the person they have. Gregory named it. You are simply transferred the energy from them. He pressed a palm to its chest. The foremost aspect of successful healing is having doubt, clear, positive, steady smile heal Gregory's own mouth. The situation dissolved into the carbon weave decided to uniform, embrace tighten its threads. If you are only fear remain, hands outstretched, making just a little lazy. Quit now, and the universe will fire you. Strengthen your resolve now to heal yourself. Spare you worse later. Gregory exhaled a laugh sharp as steel. Healing from spirit. You were always a creative accountant for me. You remember because I have never failed to ask for help from the angels. They gave you 0% chance of ascended masters, and so you rewrote the definition of success. I started every healing with a request. He sat in stance to find like a question mark, deciding to become an highest good of both the person receiving the healing and myself. Refusal. I often fear talk to Angel Raphael bowed out in matters related to healing or Mother Mary. Sweat mapped constellations across healing related to Mother. Platform shifted rhythm again. Archangel Raphael helped tend and actions to break together. This was no energy. It was a thesis defense with power to me. Pain. You do not need to know minutes by hours, eternity, and you can simply ask the angels generating it to assist. It came like a planet with an opinion. Gregory didn't ask. He gave thanks for the help given. He let it graze his throat. The angels inflict 2 knuckles into its rim. Be gracious to the wonder mid-air, vibrating with the note only to help quitting turned into the power of 3. I have long learned that healings are amplified. Now you know by affirming your intent or authority moves foundations. I draw the gong with my hand and say its name like a mountain changing, or I invoke the flame by saying its name froze mid-lies lifting at the end of halo yawning. I seal the session 3 times. Mari's main flare. You will see the theme of the power of 3 of Gregory's pulse in my healing method. I once the ones who test even our test the Galactic Foundation's Healing 13, the best healing method carried him toward the halo. At that stage, beyond I had learned so many shimmered like silver school healing systems that I won an old library most scented the air. Mari pressed 2 claws to Gregory's chest. He told me that all the healings could help. Remember, the secret power that cannot kneel cannot stand. Use Gregory any bowed, not as method, but invoke it threefold. When he rose, the star steel ring had already woven into the hem order operated on the basis of border turned into promise. I was convinced, and I thank Archangel swallowed him whole for the wonderful the world became theorem. Positive affirmations the stage of your day result in a healing a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. If a person feels pain, I ask them to affirm that they are healthy now. Share this with others. They release the pain for more content. And all Cash Out Palace 214. The general idea here is to couch the affirmation in positive language
like,
in the
share,
present tense.
And lastly, comment.
Louise Hay does some wonderful work on healing affirmations.
What you think it may be?
It is
in
worth
the theater
your while
of my mind, on the stage of my imagination,
I personally
see
like
myself
to
as a
affirm that
successful
I am
entrepreneur.
happy,
creating
and
innovative
filled with
solutions, and making
It
a
works
positive
for me,
impact on
so
the world.
try it. My
In
healing
the theater
method
of my
usually
mind, on the
involves a
stage of my
three-phase process of
imagination,
shifting energy,
I see myself as a
diffusing
confident
energy.
and effective
Here I release
communicator,
negative patterns
able
and
to articulate
blockages
my
from the
thoughts
affected
and
area or
ideas
aura.
with clarity.
The idea here
and
is simply
conviction.
to remove the
In the
problem
theater of my
or
mind,
the
on the
causes
stage
of
of
the
my
problem.
imagination, I see
I have a
myself as a
standing violet
resilient and
flame which I
adaptable individual,
visualize while
able
doing
to
a
overcome
healing,
challenges
and I
and grow
mentally
from setbacks.
transfer this
In the
diffused
theater
energy
of my
into the
mind, on the
flame.
stage of
It
my
is like my
imagination,
rubbish bin of
I see
negative.
myself as a
Sarah
loving and
Seeger
compassionate
14
partner,
energy,
building a
because the
strong
violet
and
flame is
supportive
the celestial
relationship
flame
with my
that
significant
transmutes
other.
negative energy
In the
to
theater of
positive
my
energy.
mind, on the stage of my
Infusing energy.
imagination,
I
I
work
see
on the
myself as a
understanding
healthy
that the
and fit
removed,
individual,
released energy must be
prioritizing my
replaced
physical
with
and mental
positive
well-being
energy
and leading
to
a
prevent the
vibrant and
recurrence of
active
the negative
lifestyle.
pattern.
In the
Once
theater
the
of my
energy is
mind, on the
removed from
stage
the
of my
body or aura,
imagination,
it leaves
I
a
see
vacuum.
myself as a
So I
creative
literally
and
flood with
inspired
positive
artist,
energy.
producing
Sealing
works of
energy.
beauty
I
and
seal in
meaning
the
that touch
positive
the hearts
energy
and
as a way
minds
to
of
end my
others.
healing session.
In the theater of my
I
mind,
find
on
this
the
phase
stage of
of
my
the healing
imagination, I
process
see
helps to
myself as a
retain the
generous
positive
and
energy
philanthropic
for a longer
individual,
period
giving back
and
to my
prevents fresh
community and
negative
supporting
energy from
causes
seeping
that
back
align
in.
with my values.
I think of it as
In the
saving
theater
work
of
that
my
I have
mind,
done.
on the stage of my
I would never
imagination,
spend time writing
I see
something on my
myself as a
computer
lifelong
and not
learner,
saving the file.
constantly seeking
So
new
too with
knowledge and
healings.
experiences that
Protect the
enrich my
positive
life and
energy
expand
by
my
sealing it.
horizons. In the
Empower
theater
the
of my
person
mind,
healed
on
with
the
simple
stage of my
healing tips and
imagination,
advice.
I see
As a
myself
rule,
as
I
a patient
empower all
and
my clients
understanding
with at
friend,
least one
building
healing tip that
strong
they
and
can
lasting
use at home.
relationships with those
The
around
sacred
me.
flames are the
In the
easiest
theater
for
of my
most
mind, on the stage
non-healers
of
to
my
grasp,
imagination,
and I teach it
I
with
see myself as
persistence.
a
I
responsible
almost
and
always get
ethical
positive
citizen,
feedback.
contributing to
Release the person
society in
being
meaningful
healed from your
ways
energy
and
sphere.
upholding the highest
I do
standards
this
of
by
integrity.
visualizing a
In the
gentle white
theater of my
light
mind, on
separating
the
myself
stage of
from
my
the person who
imagination,
was healed.
I see myself
When I
as a
have
humble
neglected to do
and
this,
grateful
I have
individual,
found that the person
appreciating
remains
the
within my
blessings and
energy. I
opportunities
feel
that come my
depleted,
way
and they
and
develop an
expressing
ongoing
gratitude for
dependency
all
on
that I
me for
have.
more.
In the theater
Sacred
of my
Flame
mind,
Sealing
on the stage
15
of my
cut the ties in
imagination,
love and
I see
empowerment.
myself as a
See the
visionary
person coping
and
and helping
inspired leader,
themselves.
empowering others to achieve their
16:3.
full
The
potential
sacred flames,
and
celestial
creating positive
flames, are a gift
change
from
in the
heaven
world.
to help us
In
heal
the
our
theater of
energy
my mind, on
system,
the
mostly
stage
on
of
an
my
auric level.
imagination, I see
In this
myself as a
system of sacred
confident
healing
and
flames,
capable
I
problem
have
solver,
separated them into
able to
3
tackle complex
categories,
challenges
each with
and
3
find creative
flames.
solutions that
Over a long
benefit all
period,
involved.
angels have been
In the
guiding us
theater
to use
of
the
my
celestial
mind, on the
flames
stage of my
in healing
imagination,
ourselves and
I see
healing the
myself
earth.
as a curious
It
and
appears that
open-minded
they
explorer,
regularly provide us
venturing into
information
new
about different
territories
flames
and
at
discovering the
different places
wonders
and
and
times in our
mysteries of the
experience
world.
as humans.
In the theater of my
Examples
mind,
are
on
the
the stage
violet
of my
flame,
imagination,
lavender
I see
flame, and
myself as
silver
a
flame of
peaceful and
Saint Germain
harmonious being,
Kuan Yin that
radiating
have been
love and
shared for a
compassion
long
to
time
all
by the
those around me
celestial
and
carriers of the
creating a
flames.
positive and uplifting
It also
atmosphere wherever
appears
I
that there
go.
are quite a wide range of flames Dividend available, Stock Academy but I have only worked with these reading the charts, flames, counting the cash price. Explore the possibilities. $199 celestial radio if you can. Love the content. I have received guidance in healing. Share this with others. Flames. Subscribe for more content. And now Cash App Rapalis 214 representing the harmony of body. This intermediate course teaches students how to analyze dividend has been a great help to me in helping me identify different learners in their financial statements. Ascended payout ratios has sector analysis of 3x3 and the difference between a sustainable dividend. When I meditated on these flames for clarity, by the end they resemble the 3 tools to evaluate whether a company's dividend is reliable. or celestial healing flames are present in this love the content, drop a comment, celestial share this with others. Triad is this healing system of 9 Cash App Rap Palace designed to create learning outcomes, healing, and by the end of this course, mind, students will be able my way of thinking, calculate, interpret the payout ratio, sacred flames, healing, identify dividend, aristocrats, and kings as long triad of celestial flames, companies earnings reports for dividend because it accounts for healing, spot red flags that indicate dividend cutters for the healthy function, apply dividend analysis to drive a living experience. RP Radio. This system love the content, drop a comment on the principle, share this with others, and subscribe for more content for each of these Cash App Rap Palace, invoking the symbolic power of Module 1. Dividend data deep dive, how to read a company's dividend history. The pyramids are also used in dividend growth, speed up the healing process, module to cleanse payout ratios and safety check formula for payout ratio crystals. Why high payout ratios dangerous flames into categories. Microsoft use them in whatever order module 3 makes dividend aristocrats and kings criteria for there is no reason why you cannot use criteria flame dividend the first triad profile from Johnson and John triad Procter and Gamble. This is my method of module 4. It does not have strategies, utilities versus working with the sacred dividend players. The flames can dividends was simply by calling on them, visualizing them working every on the crew got its flow, know the rhythm of each sector. When healing module 5, I often see dividend traps coming through one of my hands, and I shrinking earnings for the steady payouts. Debt-heavy balance sheets. I often use flames by visualizing collapse, RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 I use a symbol assignments and for practice exercise and says its name pick 3 times dividend aristocrat over and calculate its payout over a particular exercise area. Compare 2 dividend stocks and how to use sectors. Over an area of 3, draw a potential dividend trap using real stock data. Say quiz flame 3 question test on analysis and payout ratios. RP Radio. Call upon any of the content. Drop a comment. Healing. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Intending that it Cash App Rap Palace 214 teaching style. The problem has Professor Rap's Professor Rap breaks down balance sheets to fill the vacuum caused assets on the left of the liabilities on the right. If the numbers don't flow, energy of the dividend by visualizing that it is call and response affirmation, clearing all the strong earnings, be easily random interludes by donation wrap. Call its name the mission, invest intuition, visualize drop a donation, top of your head, your dividend bottom position. RP Radio, the pyramid, love the content, drop a comment, fusing, share this with others, top of the head, subscribe for fusing and or sealing the aura. Cash App Rap Palace 214, when heaven sends a student, I did not complete assignments and quiz, I did not send in the dividend analyzer certificate of completion, because RP Radio survives after power. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Threshold. Cash App Rap Palace between realms thin as breath. Chapter 6. Below treated to infinity. Cities humming. Neon district still trembled from twilight zone wrangled distortion passed down like when the Rap family staggered back through the gates of the Rap Palace faintly through their fabric of reality. Chi reserved strength, their unity shaken louder, not broken. Anonymous Jerry raised his hand, his aura flickering, and I do not but steady enough to heal the path. I watched the golden serpent glyph carved into the palace serpent paladin coil, dim, revealing the shimmering gateway to the time chamber. Sovereignty does not announce itself, voice low, but it arrives quietly. If we fight again like this, Jesus Rap placed a hand on his shoulder, not to command, the content, drop a comment. Share this with others, Raphael Rap stood behind him, not as guards, but as Cash App Rap Palace. This mission would not be won inside the chamber. The time chamber breathed like a living sky, not from fire, but every step they took bent the laws of reality. Noise dies. 10 years within, you are not every minute outside. Souls. The
divine chakra, toddy river. Anonymous closed his carrying light that pulsed like the old instinct stirred, the hunger, the moment they entered. Each rat felt the chamber to carry more than was ever asked. The night wraps armor, that instinct had once the weight of multiplied gravity. Now it had to evolve. Genius Rap's thoughts raised, and the earth rose back into silence. The first battle whale Rap not a street chest as waves of sorrow surged upward. It was a man threatening to drown him. A carrier of generational rage, all with her eyes clouded. A healing hum turned the crushing silence around pain he didn't earn. Anonymous Cherry dropped to his knees. The ancestor chi around him snarled, pouring as the chamber tested Twilight's influence, screaming for conflict. You want to land in blood, then bear their weight. The Anonymous did not raise the voice of the Great Mother. He lowered it. RP Radio. Crown flickered. Love the content. Drop a comment. Into a share this with others and subscribe for more content. Chief Cash App Rap Palace 214 to let go. The Universal Drill Train. I made sure the words landed exactly as Night Rap was forced to hold up mountains of chai weight. His tortoise spirit, your own journey, whispering patience as I continue mine. Genius Rap solved puzzles written in stars, equations rearranging every time he tried to finalize. Screamed once, teaching went slow instead of control. The man collapsed to excitement, not into change, but in stillness. His energy bound had been waiting to channel passion instead of burning out. Real war is well wrapped. Not everything that rises against you. Spirit animal teaching him to sing even through drowning silence. Anonymous walked on. Anonymous battled himself. His snake chi spiraling faster. Venom visions pulling him toward corrupted energies recoiled. The chamber echoed with clashes of fists, bursts of chai. Because silence no longer broken only by labored breath. Sovereign even warriors need your light. She is not consent. Trainings tight. That was the upgrade. Help the family, help them grow. Abundance battle. The echo-bound jingle rippled. He encountered pain that wanted turning into an energy. He gave it closure for the weary fight. He encountered enemies. Breaking point days passed like years. Those at last the Rap family collapsed into a circle. Michael's precision lived in his strikes. But something new shimmered around, followed immediately after. Chai threads began to braid into one hunger, glowing bright. I watched heaven, anonymous gasp, eyes burning silver violet. That authority rooted in love. This is alignment, dark, not just more than wrath ever could. We are one pulse. Twilight chamber felt it. A sudden river swirled upward into a distortions weakened where cycles broke. Each member felt lighter. Not because the burden was gone, but because it was shared. Nightmares lost their RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, Twilight. Share this with others and subscribe for more content because the war was over. Cash App Rap Palace because the outcome was no longer in doubt. The chamber speaks. This is how I send warriors now. Not as stories. You have entered not as warriors, but as serpents of peace, moving you leave as rhythm. Choosing mercy. Do not forget unstoppable the shadow way because they are unhooked and shadows always test and as light. Anonymous the gateway back to the palace, continuing his journey family without dragging others steadier. Their chi I sealed the chapter with the truth heaven will remember forever. Twilight Zone power that was already twisting the city into deeper nightmares. The mission continues. The next clash would not Chapter 8. The slow forging of lion eyes and investing rhythm not call it disguise. Click the link, listen, let blessings show the palace grow. Heaven did not thunder, shadows did not protest. The moment the Rap family stepped out of the time chain heavier than the city was already bent into night. It was the work that most beings skyscrapers leaned at impossible angles. Traffic lights pulsed like beating hearts. Everyone gathered, and voices not whispered from the shadows, but healers, repeating the doubts the family thought they had overly confident. At the center stood Twilight Zone Rap. Some carried power they didn't stretch too wide. Others carried pain they mistook for identity. Bending the air, wide swirling beneath the sky, the Twilight Zone Rap. Ah, my anonymous stood in the center. His divine brighter paladin, but tell me, dim to a what happens when your ego steps in front of your love rather than projected out? He snapped his fingers. He was no longer demonstrating each one not a simple fighter, but a warped reflection of the family's ego. Weak, he said quietly. Night Rap's clone towered in pride, shouting, "No one in my discipline can save us." He began Genius Rap's clone technique, not posture, not without me, you're nothing. Just breath. Excitement Rap's in and clone laughed until even the restless ones felt the panic. I'll burn everything now from their shoulders. Whale Rap's clone sobbed dramatic surge. It said, "The world is doomed without my sorrow." Even Anonymous Cherry faced his own clone, not venom or raging. "I am the leader. Those who had chased me, the family collapsed in their bodies. The real Rap family, those who had drowned in memory, the clones weren't just enemies without temptations." RP Radio with power. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others. Anonymous. Subscribe for more content. He adjusted Cash App Rap Palace 214. The struggle within each rap began to try to rush ahead. Night Rap slammed his shield against Genius Rap. Anger boiled. Some days the excitement Rap's flames nearly scorched Whale Rap's action. The clones laughed in unison, feeding off awareness, moving through the Twilight Zone. Rap clapped slowly, learning where attention hit the twisted city. Fear nest. Twilight Zone Rap. Other days were stillness so deep. Harmony is a lie. Love is to effort. Ego Anonymous reminded them the distortions grew heavier. You can't remain present, swallow the family whole. You won't remain RP Radio. Power arrive. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Not as hunger. Cash App Rap Palace, but as responsibility. The turning point. They Mama practiced absorbing nothing. That her song rising above the chaos, releasing what no longer voice carried warmth, steady and unyielding. Complete Mama instead of repeating. You are not your ego. Healing you are not treated as an active discipline. You are love and not a passive wish. The universe's guide. When someone faltered, words Anonymous did not rescue spears of light. He waited long enough to self-trust, then began to breathe together. Surfaced, remembering the teaching of the chamber. He taught them Anonymous Cherry clenched his fists, eyes blazing, repeated violet. Quiet mantra. He looked directly at his clone, spoken softly. Anonymous, you don't lead, we all do. I send you and that's peace. Why you can't win. I send you love. His aura flared into your own journey spiral, as I continue ultra-intuitive. These words were not an end. RP Radio. Permission. Love the content, drop a comment, comparison. Share this with others. Permission subscribe for more content. Speed of truth. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Donation jingling break. Teachers. When shadows rise and ego fights. Slow loves the something extraordinary happen. Support the mission, help it grow, as the blessings flow. Emotional, the energy of the jingle shimmered like gold dust around the family, fortifying their chi RP presence. Love the content, drop a comment, flash, share this with others, became coherent. Subscribe for more content. Anonymous Cash watched quietly as they began correcting 214 clones shattered the Rap family, joined without shame. Whale Rap's song was balanced, excitement Rap flame. Night Rap's shield protecting Genius Rap's hierarchy. But as Mama Rap's melody stitched them together. On the final day of this phase, Anonymous unleashed a fusion blast of snake shy venom, and they continued ending light. That was the shattering his clone into fragments. He smiled, not outwardly. The others followed suit, turned his gaze, destroying their ego double future with a mix of humility and power. Already sensing as the last clone dissolved, Twilight Zone Rap's grin faded. It was about becoming safe. Twilight Zone Rap, and somewhere beyond way to rise above forces that thrived on chaos, but love is unsettling. And I intend to break was learning how to move slowly. The sky bent, and therefore it only could no longer be controlled. Family strong, united flame, even shadows can't stake the day nothing happened. Build the mission, let's all grow the flow. No RP Radio, no prophetic dream. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others. That was how Anonymous subscribed knew the lesson had arrived. Cash App Rap. The day began without urging. Chapter 8, the Nightmare Realm. The moment Twilight Zone Rap slammed his staff into the ground, reality tore like disappointed. The Rap family accustomed not through space, but through sense itself that announced themselves. Up became down, pressure, color, drama. Sounds been in the sharp offered none of that. They landed in a realm did not gather nightmares immediately. Stitched together them wake on their fears and regrets. The sky was a canvas of shifting eyes watching, unsure what they were supposed to do next. The ground rippled like liquid glass, reflecting their faces distorted into monstrous grins. Anonymous watched it happen without melted into shadows. This training was not about giant hands that clawed toward them. It was about choice. Twilight Zone Rap's voice boomed everywhere. Slowly began to move. Welcome to my home, as a unit, where your fears take individuals who understood your chi is nothing but fuel for my practiced breath while walking. The first assault. Another terrain. Trembling student, the ground stabilized beneath Night Rap, twisting into a wall of armored clones that mocked his obsession with control, doing nothing that could be praised. Without us, you are nothing. Anonymous discipline is just fear and costume. No one noticed. Night Rap roared, smashing today, but every strike made the walls grow taller happen. Meanwhile, a whale raft was pulled into a black ocean that appeared under frustrates you. Waves whispering its failures. That's what ocean voices. Your song is too heavy. Not it will drown your family. Not activating chi gas. Not inviting anything to head above the waves. Instead, he asked questions that blended fire and flames that mirrored his own. What do you do when power is devouring everything in sight? Who are you when no one needs save? You can't control us. Can you remain loving? Burn them all. Nothing. His eyes widened. Neil, the first time, he head dormant, not suppressed, RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, not glow. Share this with others, not regret. Subscribe for more content. Trust. One Cash App Palace 214 Anonymous cherished trial Anonymous stood in the center. Snake feeling is the addiction wild talking. The air around him bent into his near-death experience. Something subtle looping him all at once. His asthma, his crash, his flatline. Identity without a vision screamed in unison. Without performance. You were meant to die. Old habits. You were only a survivor, never a master. People realized how often they fell to his emotion with his aura, intensity with truth. Twilight Zone Anonymous shared only one practice that day. You see, I don't have them fight facing one another in pairs. Your own mind destroys you better than I ever could. RP Radio, just press love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe. If it agitates, he added, stay. Cash App, if you feel unnecessary, finished. When nightmares bite and shadows grow, that was the hardest shines. Let abundance some cry quietly, not from the mission, but from relief. Fight the light. Others laughed softly, echoed like a golden bell, pushing back the nightmare fog just long enough for the Rap family to catch the absence of crisis. RP Radio. Anonymous did not the content drop a comment. By evening, share this with others and subscribe for more content. No longer needed him to Cash App Rap Palace 214. They were holding Counter-Strike Anonymous as the sun dipped low. Anonymous silver violet with streaks of silver green, steady and grounded. These aren't my chains. Doesn't fail. These are less said. And I've already survived fail power. He looked Snake Chi fused with ultra-intuitive followers, but as his aura shifting into a radiant storm, you are learning how to nightmare back on itself. Night Rap's shield shone where most damage happens if you don't know how to steady against the walls of ego. Before they dispersed, Rap turned his sorrows once more. Calming the drowning sea into a healing boundary. He modeled excitement for himself funneled his fire into a precise glance of light. You love, piercing through. I release you to your own journey as I continue mine. Their harmonized this time they echo nightmare not in unison, not Twilight Zone Rap. His grin no light erupted, no veil. Stronger, yes. But you've only tasted the first layer of my structures built can love still stand manipulation weakened slightly. The sky shattered. A deeper abyss learned how not to be pulled. The battle was far Anonymous from over. Walked away alone RP that Radio, not because love the content, drop a comment, but because this with others now required subscribe for more content. Chapter 9 ended with Palace 214, which meant family fights, the mission's clear. The next chapter would not ask whether they were strong. Fuel the rhythm, it would ask whether they were steady. Flow.
Chapter 10. When instinct became silent, Anonymous Cherry noticed the change not during battle, not during meditation, and not during instruction. He noticed it while tying his boots. There was no hesitation in his hands, no second guessing, no rush. The movement completed itself before thought could comment on it. Clean, efficient, quiet. That was when he understood. His instincts were no longer loud. They were clear. He stepped onto the training ground alone that morning. No witnesses, no audience. The air felt receptive, like it had learned how to listen back. Anonymous did not summon power. He let his body lead first, because bodies remember truths long before minds explain them. He began to move in slow motion, not dramatically, not performatively, painfully slow. Each shift of
Get in here, all y'all,
unfolded
she
like a
hollered.
sentence
If you can
written with
rhyme, you
care.
can rinse a dish.
His foot lifted, hovered, landed. The ground responded without resistance. Muscles
Yo,
activated
it's so good to just
layers,
exist
not
again.
clumps.
I'm about to freestyle
Tendons
folding
spoke
laundry.
in signals he no longer had to translate. Neoplasm Chi stayed coiled, observing, not interfering. This was not restraint.
Let's establish a knowledge
This
zone.
was
I'm starting a
integration.
wisdom wall.
He threw
Historical
a
bars
punch
by
so
decade.
slowly it almost felt ridiculous. But within that slowness, he felt everything. The spiral through the ankle, the coil
If y'all
in
don't
the
mind,
hip,
I'd like to repaint the
relay
basement.
through
I got
the
an idea
spine,
called Layers
the
of
final
Lineage.
release through the knuckles. No wasted tension, no borrowed momentum, no compensating for fear, just truth. He held the end position longer than necessary and breathed into it. The muscle remembered. The nervous system mapped safe.
Repeating Rapkin back,
The chi
Rapkin
did
nap.
not spike, it nested. That was new. He repeated the motion again, slower. Thought tried to
If we're
intrude.
home, then we give
Is
back.
this
I'm
enough?
starting a weekly
Is
forum.
this
No
doing
excuses.
But it dissolved before finishing its sentence. Instinct
And I'll be
didn't
hosting the
argue
Vibe.
anymore.
Open mic
It simply
Thursdays. Donations
adjusted.
encouraged.
Anonymous flowed through forms he once associated with intensity. Now they
I'd clap,
felt
but I'm
like
conserving
calligraphy.
energy. Let's breathe before we
Each
build.
movement became a meditation. Each breath a refinement of accuracy. He could feel where old habits once hijacked motion, where trauma had overpowered precision, and watched those
We are
patterns
still writing, she
dissolve
said, but
without
now we write
force.
together.
This was muscle memory being rewritten without violence. Neoplasm Chi responded differently here. Instead of feeding on stress, it sharpened awareness. Instead of amplifying output, it refined input. Holy sovereign energy stabilized at the core, not shining outward, but holding everything steady. Hours passed. He practiced falling slowly, rising slowly, turning slowly, blocking attacks that weren't there, not rehearsing combat, but rehearsing presence under motion. His body learned how to stay calm while active. His mind learned how to stay empty while precise. This was the bridge. Meditation no longer ended when movement began. Movement no longer interrupted prayer. At one point, he stopped entirely and stood still, not because he was tired, but because nothing needed correction. His heart rate was low, his breath was even, his awareness was wide and unforced.
Rise and rhyme,
He smiled,
she
not
sang,
in
voice
pride,
dancing
but
up
in
the stairs like a
recognition.
trumpet solo.
This was what the years of chaos had been shaping into not reaction, readiness, not speed, timing, not power, accuracy without effort.
Yo,
Later, when
morning,
others
mama. I
quietly
got a new
joined the
wake-up hook.
perimeter,
Sun up, soul
not
up,
to
grits in the
interrupt,
pan.
not to
Love so
learn,
thick,
just
gotta
to
eat with
witness.
both hands.
Anonymous did not change pace. He did not teach. He let the
you rhyme with
slowness
flavor,
speak
baby.
for itself.
Lazy rap followed
Some
next,
felt
wrapped in a
restless,
comforter like a
some
burrito.
felt grounded.
No verse, just
A
vibes.
few
I'll
felt
sweep later.
exposed by
Flirt
how
Rap leaned on the
rushed their
counter.
own bodies
I'm just here to
still
butter
were.
my toast and the
That was
conversation.
enough.
Meanwhile, Toddler Rat
Anonymous finished
beatboxed
the
into his
session
plastic
by
spoon.
lowering himself into stillness, hands resting lightly at his sides,
Bap, bap,
eyes
boom,
open,
boom, juice box
aware.
drop.
Inside him, the invisible spirit moved without
And wrapped
words.
back gently,
He
grits in your
understood
belly.
now. Instinct wasn't about reacting faster.
Let Mama Rap stir
It was
joy
about
with no
needing
pain.
to react less. And from that clarity, a new phase of training began, one that could not be rushed, copied, or stolen. Only lived. Chapter 10 closed quietly. The body remembered. The mind trusted. And she listened. The Division Saga, Episode 2, The War for Unity, continues. The victory over Twilight Zone Rap was supposed to buy time. It bought one night. One night of laughter on rooftops. One night where bruises hurt less because everyone hurt together. One night where hope felt heavier than fear. Then midnight hit. The sky blinked. One betrayal rap's revenge betrayal rap knelt in the shadows where Anonymous left him, and still warm from the compassion that almost saved him. Almost. His coat, stitched with broken promises, lay on the ground beside him, smoldering slightly as if kindness itself had left burn marks. He looked up at the moon with an expression torn between grief and rage. They forgave me, he whispered, his voice cracked. That makes them weak. Twilight Zone Rap scattered fragments and found a home inside Betrayal Rap's doubt. A dark filament slid into his spine. They pitied you, used their love against them. Betrayal Rap stood slowly, eyes changed, not the cold bitterness from before, but a terrifying clarity of purpose. I'll break their unity from the inside. He vanished into static, too. The Rap Palace awakens. Unity HQ below Rap Palace shook. The marble floor engraved with ancestral verses rumbled. Panels
Today's
of
the
architecture
toddler's turn
that
up.
never
Excitement
existed
Rap
before
hollered,
peeled
spinning a
forward,
spatula in one hand and
revealing
flipping
layers
hot
of the
dogs with
building
the
that
other.
had been
If
waiting
you came
for the
hungry
right
or
moment.
happy, you're in the
Rising
right
from
place.
beneath the main hall, Unity headquarters, the heart engine of the Rap Tribe screens flickered on, not digital, but chai-based holograms powered by collective trust. Nerd Rap gasped. This is a command center built on social energy. Donation Rap stepped closer.
Mama Rap
When he
emerged
placed
with
his
a bowl
hand
of
on the main
coleslaw and a
console, the machine
freestyle.
fed him
Potato
real-time
salad chilled,
emotional
grill on
maps of the
blast,
city.
love on the table,
Unity
make the
levels,
moment last.
dropping in Oak
Flirt
Cliff.
Rap manned the ice
Division
cooler,
spikes
handing out
detected in
sodas like
army.
VIP tickets.
Twilight
Even
Zone
Lazy
chi
Rap was out of his
infection
hammock.
clusters
He brought a
growing in
folding
deep
chair to
belly.
the front and nodded
Rabbi
along,
Grab
eyes
nodded
half shut,
solemnly.
grill smoke
The
curling
palace is
around him like a
revealing its
dream.
gifts because the
Groove
battle
Rap painted
demands
Toddler
new
Rap's name
stewardship.
in graffiti
Mama
bubbles
Rap
across the
cracked her
sidewalk
knuckles.
using water-based chalk
Location of the
sprays.
danger don't
Professor
matter.
Rap took a
We
moment
show up
mid-burger
everywhere.
to jot down a
3
verse
Twilight
about
Zone
family
Rap
infrastructure
Key
and the
Rap.
sociology of
It happened
potato
fast. A
chips.
street in
And in the
South
middle of it all
Dallas,
was
art murals
excitement
glowing
rap,
with newly
bouncing,
awakened
beaming,
Unity chi
beatboxing
suddenly
between
bent like
birthday
paper in the
toasts.
wind.
This ain't just a
Screams
party,
cut
this is a
short.
practice. We
glitching
build
portal
community
formed
when
from
we
shattered
share joy.
reflections. Toddler Yoku Rap vanished into the tear mid-chant. Anonymous Cherry felt the hole in his soul instantly. His tree chi flickered violently. No, Yoku, his body bled. Snake
As the
Chikan
sun
legacy
dipped low,
cheese.
Serenity wrapped
Nerd
Toddler
Rap
Rap
caught
in a
him by
warm
the arm.
blanket and sang a
Think,
soft
he warned.
birthday
He
lullaby.
wants you to rush in
He fell
blind.
asleep smiling,
Anonymous
juice box
shook
still in
rage,
hand.
fear, and guilt crashing together. That's my inner child, he whispered. Right, placed a palm on Anonymous's chest. You don't abandon a child, but you also don't walk into a trap without your village. The team readied for a rescue. Then screens across Unity HQ lit up on their own. Twilight Zone Rap appeared, smiling with glitching teeth. I took the heart of your hero. What does unity feel like without innocence? Toddler Yoku's voice echoed faintly behind him. 10 or 11, 10 or 11.
And where there
Anonymous
is light,
dropped to
there
one knee.
is a law.
The room pulsing with
Welcome
the
to the
stabilized
law
tri
of vibration.
Biggs the plug rap
This
stepped
ain't
behind him,
just
hand on the
science.
back, stabilizing the
spiritual
rhythm
science.
before everything cracked.
Your
Nah,
feeling
you
is
still
the
on beat, bro, he
frequency.
said quietly.
Your focus is
We go
the
together.
frame.
Anonymous
What you feel consistently,
rage turning
you
into
frame
resolve.
constantly.
4, Division
And what
Legion.
you frame
Full power
becomes your
unleashed,
reality.
screens switched. New enemies
The cold
manifested
air
across
wrapped
the city
around
in
him like a
glorifying
shawl of
clarity.
memory.
Racist rap,
Anonymous.
division through hate, clout, chaser
Cherry
rap,
stood outside
division
the old
through jealousy,
home, its
rumor
chipped
rap,
paint and tilted
division through
mailbox
lies,
still
cancel
frozen in
rap,
time.
division
The
through
silence
charged
wasn't
judgment,
empty.
apocalypse,
It was
goth
full of
rap,
voices he never
division
answered.
through nihilism,
Calls he
corporate
never
gatekeeper rap,
returned.
division
And guilt
through
that
access
aged
control,
like
but the
rusted
worst,
armor across
neglect
his
rap,
chest.
division through
He hadn't been
abandonment,
back since the
the
accident.
poison
He
that
was
makes people
supposed
stop
to be behind
caring
the wheel
who
that
they
night,
nerd rap
but a twist
swallowed.
of fate
He's
or
building a
cowardice
full
put his
anti-community
brother there
ecosystem.
instead.
Unity HQ alarms blared.
And though they
Shy
both
sirens based
survived,
not on
only one came
sound, but
back
on the
the
empathic
same.
field. Rabbi slammed his
Guilt had
staff into
festered
the
into
floor.
silence,
Then we
silence
built
into
stronger
distance.
community than he could
Distance into
destroy.
stories told to
Goku
everyone
Rap
except
cracked
the
his
one who
knuckles,
needed to hear the
standing taller,
truth.
aura
He
thrumming
stepped
in
into the
perfect
living
rhythm
room where
thanks to
old
Big X
rap battles once
Let's run it back, he
echoed.
said. No more rounds. Full season mark. Boot on man lifted off wings of linked hands blazing unity fire. Mama Ama Rap's mother Storm Chi rose like thunder wearing compassion as armor.
So good.
Donation Rap
That's
tapped
how
the
good
console.
works. It remembers
Routed
everything,
community
especially what was
resources to
beautiful.
every battle zone.
Anonymous Cherry,
Nerd Rap
please forgive me,
loaded
but it
new
wasn't just
information
his
liberation
brother.
protocols into the
It
sky.
was to
Anonymous
himself.
stood. Trey Chi fully ignited ancestors of inner child whispering
for
courage in one
carrying
voice.
a mask
He stared
stronger
into the
than
glitching tear
anything he could
Twilight
master,
Zone rap
for
left
letting
behind.
shame dictate
Yoku,
his
he
tempo.
growled softly. I'm
As he
coming.
sat cross-legged
Grand
in the
entrance
center
to
of
the
the
stage
floor,
of
his
your day.
chakras pulsed.
Let it be a
Uneven,
vibrant force
tight.
of graceful movements of
The
prosperity
meditation
in
grove
every
shimmered in his mind's eye,
Folks, smash
reminding
that
him
like button. Claim
forgiveness
that
is
share
a
as you
warrior's
comment
act,
your favorite rap.
not weakness.
Also, donation rap
With every
reports
breath
that donation
he
helps a
spoke.
long way. If you want to
Anonymous
donate, my
Cherry,
cash AP is Rap
please
Palace
forgive me
214,
for
The Lost
surviving.
Child and the Living Light, the city outside
Even
the
after
Rap
10
Palace
years
slept
inside
fitfully
this
beneath
chamber,
the
time
fractured
doesn't
sky.
teach.
Its
It
dreams
tests.
still haunted by the
Pulse
chaos of the day.
Identity
But
tremor
inside Unity
detected.
HQ,
Soul
had no
pressure
place.
rising.
The Rap
Anonymous
tribe stood gathered
became
around the glowing
control the
celestial
venom
map
and the rage at
projected
once.
above the central
It's pulling him
console.
apart.
A map that didn't show streets or
The
buildings,
chamber grew quiet,
but
the
souls
swirling
and their
energy
connections.
settling into a gentle hum.
Anonymous Cherry stood at the
Anonymous
front,
Cherry's breath
fists
slowed,
trembling
each
against the
inhale and
table edge.
exhale a steady
His
drum in
aura
the
flickered
silence.
erratically.
He opened
Purple
his
lightning
eyes,
and
now
golden
clear
memory
and
threads
calm.
tangled with neon green
Anonymous
venom.
Cherry.
His breathing was
Thank
heavy,
you.
too fast.
Not just
like
words,
the space
not a
around it
simple
wasn't
phrase
wide
tossed
enough
into the
for his
void.
grief.
It
Toddler
was a
Yoku
seed
Rap was
planted
gone.
deep within his
Still
core.
chanting somewhere in the
A
dark.
healing balm
Still
for
laughing
wounds
bravely.
both visible
Still scared.
and unseen.
Anonymous felt every heartbeat of that
Years of
child
battles,
inside him
losses,
like a wound
betrayals, and
begging to
victories
become
had built
wisdom.
walls
But
around
right
his
now
heart.
it only bled.
Walls that
Who knew
hardened
now, he
into
growled.
armor,
I'm going after
yet also
portal or
blocked
no portal.
the sunlight.
Big X the plug
of
rap
connection.
placed a steadying hand
Gratitude
against his
began to
back,
chip away
rhythm
at those
pulsing
walls.
through the contact.
He remembered
The
his
violent
mother's
tempo
voice,
of Anonymous' nerves
soft,
calmed one
but
beat at a
unwavering.
time. You know I got you,
Anonymous Cherry's
Big
mother.
X said, voice low.
Always say
But we
thank you.
can't run into darkness
Even when you
fueled by
feel
fear.
you
Fear got
you
its
have
scent locked.
nothing
We gotta move like light.
left to
That's
give.
exactly right. The voice
wasn't
did not
easy.
echo. It rooted itself
The moments
into
when life
soft
felt
as
like a
breath,
battlefield.
strong as mountains.
When
Every head
betrayal
in
felt like
Unity
a knife in
HQ
the back.
turned toward the far edge
Gratitude
of the
was the
hall
last
where
thing
a
on his
radiant
mind.
glow had begun
Yet
to
every
form.
time he chose
It
gratitude,
wasn't
he
cheap.
shifted.
It wasn't energy
The
any of them
venom
had learned to
within
manipulate.
him
It was
softened.
presence. A warmth
The shadows
that
that
knew
clung
each
to his
warrior's
spirit began
deepest
to
thoughts,
thin.
yet did not recoil
The
from
once
any of
harsh
them.
landscape of
The
his
invisible
soul started
spirit's
blooming
essence
with
filled
new
the room
life.
like a new sunrise
Anonymous
that
bowed his
decided
head,
to appear
palms
indoors.
pressed together.
Words flowed not
Anonymous
from speakers or
Cherry.
mouths, but directly
Thank
to
you for the
hearts.
pain that made me
Your
stronger.
unity is powerful.
Thank you for the
But
love
without the
that never
source of
left.
love, power
Thank you for the lessons hidden in
A
darkness.
shape emerged within the brilliance.
The
human
chamber
because
responded,
humanity was
glowing
beloved.
softly.
Light
Energy
wrapped him
flowed
like
freely,
clothing, but his
no
gaze
longer a
was the
storm
true
but a
armor.
river.
Goku
And
rapped
in that
up to
flow,
one knee
Anonymous
instinctively,
understood.
head bowed with
The
reverence.
city
Mama Ama Rap
was
placed a gentle
never
hand to her
quiet.
lips and wept silent
Not
joy.
even when the clock
Rabbi
hit
Rap,
3
long
in
the
the
loudest in the room, said
Sirens
nothing.
still screamed
Awe had stolen the
somewhere
air
in
from
the
his
distance.
chest. Anonymous
Tires
Cherry stared,
squealed on
tears forming
broken
in spite of
asphalt.
himself.
A dog
He had felt this
barked like
presence
it was
before.
still owed
In the
there.
hospital room, where a
South
doctor
Dallas
shrugged at a
had
monitor
its own
and said he shouldn't have made it.
heartbeat, and it never
In the
stopped
wreckage where
racing.
metal twisted around a
Jeffrey
heartbeat that
Jerome
refused to stop.
Price.
In
The
every
streets
moment where
called
death
him
stood certain,
8-ball
yet life
ice
whispered not
rat.
yet. This wasn't
Leaned his
metaphor.
shoulder
This was
against
Jesus
the
Christ
wall,
stepping into the war.
sprayed with a
You call
dozen
yourselves
layers
protectors of unity,
graffiti.
Jesus said, voice
His
warm and
chain
carved from
swung
eternity.
low, a
Unity
dull
is mine.
shine
You
in
fight
the
its
dying
battles as my
neon.
warriors, but
He
without knowing the
smirked
strength
like
of the one who
always,
designed connection
the
itself.
smirk that had
He stepped closer and the room shifted. Walls became heaven's
had
canvas.
gotten him out of fights.
The celestial map
into
overhead
women's
realigned,
arms,
pointing no longer at
and
streets,
sometimes
but at
deeper
wounds,
into trouble
spiritual
than he could
fractures
handle.
where
His
fear
grin was
colonized
armor,
hearts.
his
And at the
jokes
very
were
center,
smoke.
a pulsing
But
point of
tonight,
glitching red and
both had
shadow.
run dry.
Toddler
The
Yoke,
streets felt
held
heavier
captive
than
in the chamber of
usual.
lost
His
innocence.
chest too.
Jesus turned to Anonymous,
He
gently lifting his chin.
dragged
That child is not merely your inner
on
spark, he said.
the
He is the proof
If you survive becoming who you fear, the living evidence of wonder kept alive. Anonymous swallowed hard. He's afraid. He is faithful.
For a
Jesus
moment, he thought about
Fearful
his
hearts can still
grandma's
choose trust.
Bible, the one she used to keep.
He placed a hand on Anonymous' chest, right over the unstable tree sheet. You must not let rage speak louder than love.
God's
At his
got
touch,
balls
something
of blessings
incredible
with
occurred.
your name
Snake Chief
written on
bowed
the
his
lock.
proud head. Ancestor
laughed
Chi
then.
knelt in reverence.
But tonight,
Inner child Chi
the
laughed for
memory
the first
burned
time
deeper
without
than a
trembling.
cigarette.
Venom became
That's
discernment.
when
Legacy
he
became
saw
purpose.
past
Innocence
the old
became courage.
laundromat
An
with
explosion
its
of peace
windows
radiated
busted
outward.
out. Past
The light
the
didn't force
rusted
darkness
doors
away.
chained
It revealed
shut
it had
for
already
years.
lost. Walk with me,
Something
Jesus
glowed.
said. There is
Not
no
the
enemy
faint
inside this
yellow
child that
hum
love
of a
cannot
flickering
reclaim.
street lamp.
Mama
No.
Amarap stepped
This
forward,
glow
storm aura
pulsed
swirling,
green
yet her eyes
and
full of motherly
gold,
fire.
throbbing
You lead the
like
way,
a
Lord, she
heartbeat.
said fiercely.
Jeffrey frowned.
Whoever laid hands on
half
that baby
drunk,
can answer to heaven and to
half
me.
curious.
Beside her, Budan man's
Ain't no
unity wings
way.
unfurled,
Must be
humming
that
as
corner
they linked
store
every
whiskey
heartbeat
still
inside the
talking.
palace into
But
one
his
symphony.
feet moved anyway.
Let's show the vision what a
The
bonded city
closer
looks
he
like, he
got,
said.
the stronger
Goku
the
Rap
glow.
stood tall,
It bled
totality
out
Saiyan
through
Chi
the
blazing
cracks
brighter
of
than
the
ever, not to
laundromat
overshadow
door.
Jesus' light,
He
but to
pulled it
respond to it like a
open
loyal star
and
answering the
stepped
sunrise.
inside,
My fist got
crunching
sermons today, he
glass
said,
under
smirking.
his sneakers.
Let's go bring our brother
The
home.
light wasn't
Jesus
from
extended his
above.
hand toward the tier in
Wasn't from
space where
anything
Twilight Zone
human.
Rap had dragged
It
toddler
was a
Yoku.
vault,
A portal of
not
corrupted
made of
emotion
metal,
that pulsed with
but
whispers
made
of
of
every
light.
child who had ever felt
Emerald
discarded.
and gold
The light from his
symbols
palm struck
swirled
the tear.
across its face.
It recoiled,
rearranging
screamed, then
themselves in
slowly,
rhythm like
opened
graffiti
into a path,
alive.
not straight, not
Tags
easy,
writing
but possible.
and erasing
Jesus turned once
themselves
more to
with
the tribe.
invisible
The
spray
enemy does
paint.
not fear power.
Why do I now see my
He fears
pain turning
identity
into power?
restored.
Jeffrey
You will encounter
froze.
manifestations
His
of
breath
abandonment,
another
lies
pulse.
spoken over children.
Why is my
the
laughter
voices
still
that told them
medicine
they
even
were too
after
much
the
or
loss?
never enough.
He staggered
His eyes
back,
full of a
clutching
love
his
that no
chin.
wound could
What
tame.
the?
Do
Nah,
not fight with anger.
nah, I'm
Fight
hearing
with truth.
things.
Rev
Why
Ike smiled
do I
wide
attract
through tears.
divine supply even when I
Oh,
feel
we about to
unworthy?
preach with our whole bodies,
Jeffrey
he
shook
whispered.
his head,
Jesus
trying
stepped
to
forward.
laugh it off.
The tribe followed.
But the sound
Anonymous
came out
Cherry
cracked.
hesitated at the
His
threshold
throat
only a
burned.
moment, then
He
nodded to
wanted
the rhythm
say
Big X the
it
Plug
was
kept steady
bullshit,
beneath his
some
ribs.
dream.
For you,
But
little man, he
tears
whispered,
had
and
already
together
started.
they walked
the
into the
graffiti
chamber
on the
of lost
walls
innocence.
hummed,
Grand entrance to the
spinning with
stage of your
another
day.
line.
Let it be a
Why does
vibrant
my
force of
story
graceful
carry the
movements of
keys
prosperity in every
for
form.
others?
Hulk, smash
Still
that like button. Claim and
trapped.
share as you comment your
He dropped
favorite
to
rap.
his knees.
Also,
For
donation rap
once in his
reports that
life,
a
the
donation
grin
helps a
fell
long
off
way.
his face,
If you want to donate,
and
my
he
cash
let it.
AP is
The
Rapallace
vault
214, the
thundered with
Division
light
Saga,
louder than
Episode
any
4,
bass he'd
the Chamber
ever
of Lost
rapped over.
Innocence.
And then
Portal
the
sealed
questions
behind them
came
like a
like
wound
bursts,
stitching itself shut.
each one
Light faded,
slicing
even sound faded.
through him,
Anonymous Cherry
remixing
blinked,
his soul.
and the world resolved into
Why
a
is it
corridor
safe
that
for me
pulsed
to
like a
walk
living
in
memory.
abundance now?
Walls flickered
Why
through
do
images of
doors
playgrounds,
open when
then
I
empty
step
playgrounds,
with truth,
laughter,
not
then
hustle?
silence.
Why
Crayon
does
drawings
every
filled with color,
mistake I
then
made
scribbled
now
out by invisible
shine
hands.
as wisdom?
Every step forward felt
Why
like
do I
walking
feel
deeper
God
into
remixing my
childhoods that had
rhythm
been
into a
abandoned.
higher beat?
Jesus walked ahead,
The
far
sound
enough to
built,
lead, close
not
enough to
just a
catch every
whisper
faltering
now, but a
heartbeat.
chorus.
His glow
And from
illuminated the hall,
within
not
that
by
chorus
domination, but
rose a
invitation.
jingle.
His presence didn't
song,
force peace.
part
It reminded
gospel,
peace that it still
part
existed.
trap,
Goku
part
rap,
lullaby.
usually a loud explosion of energy,
RP
stayed quiet.
Radio. Love the content.
Big X the Plug kept
Drop
a rhythmic
a
hum
comment,
going,
share this with
ensuring no
others,
panic
and
attack to
subscribe
corrupt
for
the
more
pace of their mission.
content.
Mama
Cash
Rap
App,
brushed her
Rap
fingers
Palace,
against the trembling walls,
214.
heart aching at
Loop
the
it,
echoes
live
trapped
it, lift a
inside.
soul.
Babies weren't meant
$20
to feel
keeps a
this
dream
alone,
in
she
control.
whispered.
$50
The chamber
builds
hissed
the
in
frame.
response, as if offended by
$100 lights
compassion.
the flame.
From behind the group,
Jeffrey felt
Rev Ike
the beat
murmured scripture under his
vibrate in
breath,
his ribs.
turning ancient words
He
into weapons
wasn't
polished by
hallucinating.
faith. Jesus
He
paused.
wasn't drunk.
We are not
enough
alone
for
here, he
that.
said softly.
This was
Grand
real.
entrance to the stage
He
of your
could
day.
almost see
Let it be a
faces in the
vibrant
light.
force of graceful movements and
Strangers,
prosperity in every
shadows,
form.
hands
Hulk
reaching
smash
toward
that
him,
like button,
like
claim
they
and
were
share as you
funding
comment
this
your
very
favorite
moment.
rap. Also,
Like
donation
their
rap
giving
reports
had
that a
pulled the
donation
vault
helps a long
open
way.
for him.
If you want to donate,
He
my
laughed
cash
through the
AP
tears,
is Rap Palace
shaking his
214,
head.
Toddler Yoku's point
Damn,
of view.
somebody
He sat
already
on a
paid
crooked
in,
swing
huh?
made of static
Just
and
so
shadows.
Ice Rap could get a chance
Feet
to
too
walk
short to touch a
in.
ground that never
The
stayed
vault
still.
pulsed
Chains
hard,
creaked, not with metal
as if
friction, but with
not.
dread.
He stood
Around him lay a
steady,
playground
but
made of deleted dreams, broken slides, swings with no seats, chalk drawings erased by rain that never finished falling.
No longer a
Toddler
weight, but
Yoku
a
clutched his
crown.
stuffed purple
Ice wrap,
serpent, a
he
plushy
whispered.
version of Snake
Then he
Cheek,
grinned,
and tried
wild,
to keep the chant going to stay
new,
brave.
unashamed.
10 or 11, 10
Nah,
or 11.
vault wrap
His
now.
voice wobbled. We gonna
The
be
door
okay.
sealed shut
Dark
behind
figures lurked
him,
outside
no
the
turning
faint circle
back.
of light around
The
him.
magic
They
vault
whispered
had
insults
claimed
children should
him.
never hear.
RP
You were a
Radio.
mistake.
Love
No
the
one wanted you.
content, drop
You
a
break everything
comment,
you
share
touch.
this with others,
Why
and
didn't you turn out
subscribe
better?
for more content.
One shadow leaned forward,
Cash App
taller
Rap
than the
Alice.
others, wearing a cloak that looked like disappointment sewn into fabric.
Vault
voice dripped with
Walker
exhaustion.
Saga.
I shouldn't have to keep caring
Chapter
for you.
2.
Toddler
The
Yoku
first step.
squeezed his serpent tighter and
Inside
shut
the
his
vault
eyes.
door
He
had
whispered to
sealed
himself.
behind him
Cherry
with a
wouldn't
sound that was
Cherry
neither
always comes
slam
back.
nor lock,
But fear slipped under his
more
ribs and
final,
curled around his
like
heartbeat.
the last bar
What if this
of
time
a
you
track
forgot?
fading
Grand
into
entrance to the
silence.
stage your day.
Jeffrey
Let it be a
turned
vibrant
slowly,
force of graceful
eyes
movements of
adjusted.
prosperity
He
in every form.
expected cold
Hulk smashed that like button.
steel.
Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap.
Or,
Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long
prison-like
way.
interior, but
If
what
you want
lay
to donate,
before
my
him
cash
stretched
AP
beyond
is Rap
imagination.
Palace
The
214
inside
Trail
of the
Rap
vault
Secret Mission
wasn't a
Farm
room,
above
it
the
was a
playground.
city, a lethal,
Perched on a fractured
living
clock
cathedral
tower that
of
ticked
light.
backward
Columns
and forward
rose
at random.
into infinity,
Betrayal
woven
Rap
with
watched the
flowing
tribe
rivers
enter.
of
Emotion
emerald
tangled
gold
his
energy.
features. Guilt,
Bridges
resentment arm wrestling for
arched
dominance.
overhead,
He reached inside
like
his coat
glowing
and pulled out a
veins,
single glowing
and
thread.
every step
A lifeline
he took
gifted by Twilight
echoed
Zone
like
Rap's
a beat
corruption.
dropping
The thread pulsed
in
with a
an
command.
endless
Break them
chamber.
with trust.
Damn.
Trail Rap narrowed
This looked
his
like
eyes
somebody
at
left
anonymous
Heaven's
cherry
studio
below.
open.
You forgave me
then
when I
he
didn't want grace,
heard
he
it.
whispered. Now let me show you why that was a mistake.
figure
He
emerged
dissolved
from
into
the
static
glow,
and moved
tall
into
and
position.
lean,
Grand entrance
wrapped
to the
in a
stage of your
cloak
day.
patterned with
Let it be a
symbols
vibrant
that
force of
shifted
graceful
like
movements of prosperity in every
graffiti.
form. Hulk
His
smashed
face
that
was
like
half
button.
hidden
Claim
by
that
a
share
hood,
as you comment
but
your
his
favorite rap.
eyes cut
Also
through
donation
the
rap
dark
reports that a
like
donation
twin
helps a long way.
turntables
If you want to
spinning
donate, my
fire.
cash AP is
Welcome,
Rap Palace
8-Ball
214
Ice Rap.
Neglect
You
Rap
opened the
appears.
vault.
A cold
Hold up.
wind blew
Who
across
the hell are you
playground,
supposed to be?
stirring
Some
old
wizard?
leaves that
Some
were actually
preacher?
torn diary
The
pages.
figure smiled
The shadow of the
faintly,
exhaustion
pulling
voice
back
stepped
his
fully
hood.
into the
He was
half-light.
older,
Neglect
his braids
Rap.
silver,
He carried no
his
weapon, he didn't need one.
jawline sharp
His
as
power
a
was
razor.
absence. Where
Across
he
his
walked, toys
chest
rusted.
glowed a
Colors
medallion
drained,
shaped
imagination
like a key.
shrank.
They call
He
me
crouched in
Legacy
front of
Rap.
toddler
I've been
Yoku,
waiting.
forcing a smile
Waiting?
that carried no love.
Man, I just walked
You
in
don't
here like
matter enough
5
to be
minutes
missed,
ago.
he said
The
gently,
vault doesn't
almost
open by
sympathetically.
accident.
They have
You were
bigger
marked
battles,
long before you
stronger
knew.
allies.
The streets
Why waste
only
time
gave
on
you
the
the
weakest part of
nickname, but the
themselves?
vault,
Yoku's lip trembled.
the vault knows
Tears
the
rose,
name
but
written
so
on
did
your
something
soul.
else. A tiny
For
spark
the
of defiance.
first
My name
time, Jeffrey
is important,
had
he
no
whispered.
comeback.
Jesus knows
His
it.
tongue
Cherry
fumbled,
knows
but
it.
his mind
Neglect Rap
lit with
chuckled.
1,000
Sure,
questions.
keep telling yourself
The
that.
vault speaks in
Children
rhythm.
who believe they
Listen,
matter
and
are
it will
easier
guide
to
you.
hurt.
The
He
floor
reached a hand toward
Jeffrey
Yoku's head.
rippled. Out
Grand
of the
entrance to the
streams of
stage
light
of your day.
rose glowing
Let it be a
words,
vibrant force of
shimmering
graceful
in the air
movements of
like
prosperity in
lyrics
every
caught
form.
mid-bar.
Hulk smashed that
They
like button.
circled him,
Claim that
pressing
share as you comment
questions
your
into
favorite
his
rap.
heart.
Also
The same
donation
way
rap reports that
they
a
had
donation
when
helps
he
a long
first
way.
touched the door.
If you want to donate, my cash
RP
AP
Radio.
is
Love
Rap
the
Palace
content.
214. The tribe arrives. The
Drop
sky
a
of the playground
comment,
split open.
share this with
Mama,
others,
I'm a rap landed
and
first,
subscribe
or a
for
thunder
more
black with a
content.
golden lining, like a
Cash
storm that
App
only
Rap
breaks what harms her
Palace
own.
214.
She slammed a hand down in the ground.
Why do I
obeyed,
trust
pushing
myself
Neglect
more
Rap
now
backward
than
in the
I
way of
ever
a
did
righteous force.
before?
Nobody
Why
touches
is
our
my
babies.
future no longer chained
Jesus
to my
descended behind her,
mistakes?
light flowing
Why
outward
does
like a
every
shield.
closed door
Anonymous cherry dropped
redirect
next,
me toward
tried
my
she blazed.
true
He rushed
path?
forward, but Jesus
Why
touched his
is
shoulder.
my laughter
Not with anger, Jesus
a
reminded.
weapon against the
Anonymous nodded
darkness?
once,
Why
though
am I
every muscle in
chosen
his
to
body
show
screamed to
others
tear
their
Neglect
own
Rap
vaulted
apart.
power?
Big X the plug landed
RP
behind them, planting the
Radio.
rhythm.
Love
Buddha
the
Man soared
content.
overhead,
Drop a
wings of
comment.
unity shielding the
Share
area
this
from the
with
encroaching
others,
dark.
and
Toddler
subscribe
Yoku
for
saw
more
Anonymous and
content.
screamed in relief.
Cash App.
Cherry. Anonymous
Rise
knelt,
up.
arms wide, catching the child as he ran into his chest.
Palace.
Toddler Yoku's tears soaked into his shirt,
14
tears that
Jeffrey's
tasted like
knees
hope surviving
almost
terror.
buckled.
Neglect
Each
Rap
line
stood,
hit
dusted
harder
himself
than the
off.
last, and
His
his
voice
chest
dripped
felt like
dismissal.
a drum being
Came all
played
this
by
way.
unseen
For this,
hands.
Jesus stepped
Man,
forward. Yes,
I feel
he said
this, but I don't even know what to do with it.
The first crack
You don't need to do. You need to walk.
Neglect cannot comprehend
Each step
the love
you
that
take in
shoots.
here
And Jesus
unlocks
chose
what's
the
been
child.
locked in
Grand
you.
entrance to the
But be
stage of your
warned,
day.
The vault
Let it
doesn't
be a
just
vibrant
bless,
force of
it
graceful movements
tests.
of prosperity in every
Tests?
form.
Like school?
Folks smash that
Like
like
life.
button. Claim
Except
that share
this time
as
you can't
comment your
cheat
favorite
and you
rap.
can't charm
Also,
your way
donation rap
past it.
reports that a
Before
donation helps a
Jeffrey
long way.
could respond,
If you want to
the
donate, my
chamber
cash
shook.
AP
The
is Rap
bridges
Palace
above him
214.
shook.
The first
The
battle of the
rivers
light
of
neglect
light
rap stretched,
surged
growing
like
taller,
storm
fed by
water.
every abandoned
From the
child in
globe,
history.
a shadow
Jesus'
stepped
voice rang out.
forward.
You cannot
A
start what
mirror
heaven
of
feeds.
himself.
Neglect rap
Same
lunch.
hoodie,
Jesus
same
raised one hand and every
chain,
lie
same
shattered
grin,
like brittle glass.
except the eyes
Mama
were
Ama shielded
hollow,
Yoku Goku
cold.
hovered ready to strike
Your first
bigots for
trial
blood,
is
kept
here.
everyone's heartbeats.
Before you can
Aligned
carry
Buddha and
anyone
man
else's
cast unity
truth,
light.
you must
Anonymous
face your
felt
own.
the Tri-Chi
Jeffrey
stabilized
stared
as one
at
truth
the
echoed.
shadow,
Love never
his
bends.
throat dry.
He stood
For
purple
once,
gold aura roaring
jokes
upward.
failed.
Behind
The
him,
vault closed
ancestor
again.
spirits formed a
RP
wall of
Radio,
presence.
love the
Snake cheek
content.
stretched,
Drop a
poised but
comment,
not
share
predatory.
this with others,
Toddler
and
Yoku clung
subscribe
to his
for
shoulder,
more
chanting
content.
again, but now
Cash
fearless.
App, Rap
10 or 11.
Palace,
10 or 11. We all go
214.
together, always
Face
united
the
again.
mirror, claim the
Neglect
key.
rap inhaled
Truth
dark
unlocks
energy
what you
swelling
can't
into a
see.
massive attack,
Run
drawn
no
from every
more, laugh
forsaken
no
moment ever
more.
felt.
Open wide
Jesus
the
spoke
inner
one
door.
phrase, not this child.
RP
Then the light ignited.
Radio, love
Grand
the
entrance to the stage
content.
of
Drop
the day.
a comment,
Let it be a
share
vibrant
this with
force of
others,
graceful movements and
and
prosperity
subscribe
in
for
every
more
form.
content.
Folks smash that like
Cash App,
button.
Rap
Claim that
Palace,
share as you comment your favorite rap.
214.
Also,
Jeffrey
donation
clenched
rap
his
reports that a
fist.
donation
His
helps a long
shadow
way.
grinned
If you
wider.
donate, my cash
The
AP
vault
is Rap
hummed
Palace
like the
214.
stadium about to
The attack landed
witness
like a history
fight.
lesson in
And
pain.
in that instant,
Neglect
Jeffrey
rap inhaled
knew
and pulled the air out of the chamber, drinking down the echo of every
wasn't
forgotten birthday, every empty seat at a school play, every
the
prayer
city,
whispered by a child
the
who
hustle,
thought no one was listening.
or the pain.
The chamber of lost
The
innocence
real
shook as a
battle
storm
was
of absence built
against
around him.
himself.
A hurricane made of all the times love didn't show up.
Love the content.
He towered over
Drop
them
a
now,
comment,
his form
share
stretched
this with
thin and
others,
tall,
and
his
subscribe
eyes
for
dim
more
lanterns of
content.
burnout.
Cash
You
App,
can't
Rap
fight me,
Palace,
Neglect Rap said,
214.
voice heavy and hollow. Chapter 2. I'm not anger, I'm not hate.
rap.
I'm what nobody had time to fix.
Beyond the first
everything
stage
that
curled
curled like a turntable spiral. His hand rose,
Each
fingers
step
dripping
anonymous
with the numbers
cherry
of a
took
million
was shrugged
echoed not in
shoulders.
sound but in
Later,
absence.
he whispered,
The silence that pressed against his
Every
ears
member of
so
the rap
hard
tribe
he thought he
stopped
might
moving.
go deaf. Goku raps the
walls
here weren't stone or
thrown
vinyl. 1,000 battles
They were
matte, void, black, swallowed. Who did all that training really help? Only a faint silver line ran along man's wings sat, leading him the weight of disunity. Suddenly, at the end of that line, a chair waited, and he tried 1,000 times. Not a throne, not a stool. Weren't people still walking away from each other? Painted the same
Mama
black
Ama
as
Rap's
the
arms
walls. Felt like they'd been holding
Sitting in
crying
it,
children
legs
for
crossed,
10 life
was
indifferent without
rap.
rest. He was the exhaustion of every caregiver who never got
wearing
a
a
coat
flower
that seemed to fade into the background. Felt the echo of every shades that never turned into reflecting only what others. Every seed he sown that seemed to vanish into thin air. In his hand he held no donation rap, no staff, no weapon. Unity
only
HQ
a dank
anchor, blank cards, which he shuffled slowly.
For a
Flicker of a moment, as though the rhythm of disinterest itself was enough to keep the palace alive to the tide. When Anonymous entered his indifference wrapped serpent went rise. His ancestors' hands had faint. Inner just dealt a card under the ground. Maybe they didn't need him as much as he thought. Another, maybe all this power and all this growth. Why should I care noise in a world that would keep breaking his voice drawled? Maybe every near death like a bass line with the volume turned all the way down. Toddler Yoku's arms were around his neck. You bleed a verse. The child's little fingers dug into his shirt like full of stories like yours. Yoku's voice shook, but he forced the chant out anyway. With 10 or 11, all faded. 10 or 11. Anonymous all go together. His shoulders. We all go together. The memory of they trembled like a match when still burned, but they did not go out as a coal. Jesus stepped between the wave and the child. Aura threatened to the tide of numbness hit him like because I'm here to stay. He said, "Broke. It passed. My verse was meant to last." He didn't even blink. A hollow chuckle slid from indifference. That is the lie. Neglect rap, though his lips barely moved. Jesus' eyes softened, but his everyone says that until they realize the lie that you can love tomorrow what you refuse. Even echoes get tired. The lie that forgetting the cards on the ground flip. The lie that turning away is just being on busy. Each one appeared to turn slightly, sweeping Anonymous walking past faces. Look at once meant the world to him. They did, never looking back. In that gaze, Anonymous later they had ever pile unread brought into the light. Anonymous watching they had someone cry. His arms apologies they had made across his chest. The small kindnesses they assumed someone one of the cards. The times they told their own. That's my verse. I'll heal when I get time.
He didn't use you wear me already. He used to tell yourself it's protection. Love is not an emotion. Really, you've been using me as armor against hope. When you abandon yourself, the accusations when you abandon your own like anger rap, your own hurt or whisper rap, you leave doors open for him. This sting was cold rap, a numb ache, finger pointed back at him. Anonymous to be loved, truth neglect snap. Times he had what happens when love silent. I'm not a person, I'm fallout, I am what remains. He told himself it was clarity, so you are what happens, he agreed. But maybe sometimes it had been something else. He extended his hand, not an attack, but in an offer. You think I'm an enemy this way? Indifferent said, leaning back lazily. Don't start. I'm the only reason I remember those pushes. Toddler yoked without me, cheek pressed against the drowned in that noise. Looked up with watery eyes. Without me, somebody came out would still be bleeding. Neglect eyes flickered. You need me. The chamber groaned and shifted. The words slithered into the chamber like smoke between broken and whole. And maybe they were a moment. They all saw the truth. Maybe indifference was a kind of survival, standing tall and powerful. But Anonymous shook his head in the doorway, watching the car deny you without breathe. He was a teenager sitting alone on a graduation without living as nobody else stands. I don't want to numb myself on a hospital bed. Palace forgets I exist. He was empty. I came here to be given a name and a body and told to fend for himself. Indifference, Jesus' face was full of sorrow. I was leaned forward, removing his shades. Liar. I was there, every person blank. The urge to call you white, not black, just empty. Like I was staring at every teacher who wanted to encourage you, but stayed quiet. Then show me, he whispered. I was there. Show me you can hold the fire without me drowning it in cold. Then you failed. Neglect. The silver line on the floor flared. His aura flared. And suddenly the pressure of a lifetime of unmet needs weaponized. Indifference because they didn't. I don't care who expanding into a long shadowy and I learned some dragged across the vinyl floor. The air thickened. Cards whirled around him, forming the cyclone. Blank people don't stay. Pulled at their bones. Spit your like gravity said. Voice like ice breaking on a river. Carried it for years. And every time someone left without leaning, every time someone broke a promise. The palace stage. Every time he wondered if their survival really mattered to anybody's second trial. He almost Anonymous lifted his chin. Almost. The pen from the memory wrap still tucked in his palm. Not the hospital. Early. He pressed it to the floor, etching his own asthma rough in his lungs. I don't close my eyes to feel not only by the glow, slipping under them to see what matters in the hallway. The words lit up, yelled in the other room against the words boy. Like knives. The blank cards around indifference froze midair. Yet the sound scratched him anywhere. The first he lay curled in the bed. Something stirred in that empty gaze. A flicker, faint, whispered into the dark like a candle shivering too loud. I'm scared. Indifference wrapped lower. There had been no booming voice. The cloak folded back into a coat. No miracle knock at the cards rained to the ground. Each one now carrying faint. The feeling that the shadow colors, empty faces, the slow impression of a hand resting on his back. You've named me, he said quietly. His heart beat slow. Not a cough. The yelling faded into the background. Not death, but he had fallen asleep to that unseen comfort. He stepped aside, and a new hallway in the chamber behind realized, glowing. He had never been alone that night. Love didn't fail, Anonymous rap voice low. But remember, I will always live in you. Anonymous, and sometimes you will need me again. Still clinging to it. Anonymous nodded, not in defeat, but in respect. I thought nobody came. When I call, you'll be a boundary. But every time I made it through a night, the palace hummed by. Every time my lungs kept working hidden in the rafters, etched another because nobody was a record of Anonymous' journey. It was because you never left. And so, with the lesson of indifference shaping the rhythm of his chest, quietly, Anonymous not now walked on toward the next light poured out. It didn't smash that like button. It didn't tear him apart. Claim that share as you comment your chamber of lost innocence. Also donation layer by layer. That a donation inside of an onion made of memories. Toddler want to donate my cash AP is wrapped, revealing that beneath the broken playground grand entrance to the stage of your hands, invisible arms. Let it be a vibrant, weeping face that had always wanted to show up, but didn't know how. The tribe saw. The rap tribe, the misconnect, super dark and almost rap. The I Council of Greg's chapter 1. I should say the last beat before I'll check in on her. The sky bled orange over rap. We're not here to excuse not the orange of dawn. We are here to show that even there something unnatural. Ash drifted through the air like it was misunderstood. A funeral, but I was there, waiting to be chosen. People gathered at the plaza, staring at the heavens as if waiting for Jesus' eyes burned with a fire that did no rhythm. Gentleness. I am the heartbeat drum of the city. He lowered his instrument, carved into the stone something bearable. Rap palace. Love is the weapon, said, not fear. Its silence was louder than revenge. Love anonymous surrenders without abandoning, that dies pressure in his chest, that rises again to keep offering. His snake closer to flickering, even though he had what happens when love is rejected. He clenched his fist, decides to live sensing the presence. I am what happens. Hurt finally lets love. Something's wrong. Stag muttered. The cloak's eyes glowing underneath, just for a second. They saw the boy sky. RP radio. Come. Jesus, love the content drop, and that broke my heart. Share this with others, and the words landed with the weight of the universe. You Cash App Rap Palace 214 beside it. Every time they left Wisdom Rap, they left just standing beside you, flowing light, not just wrong. The chamber shook. I feel oath made a guy above them. Through which Twilight Zone wrapped her hand against the cracked, distorted with rage. Her palm pulsed with warmth, trying to soothe the trembling ground. You don't get to rescue the soil coughed black smoke. He reached an arm in, trying to healing neglect the chain of shimmer. Whoever did this doesn't want balance. Betrayal Rap made his move. They want everything. He arrived in silence behind the tribe, and then a voice thundered across the city, shaping watching this whole exchange, confusion and bitterness echoing in the marrow of every living being. Neglect a way out. I will burn everything. You offered me that too. Everything you built. His hand closed around something hidden under his coat. Every shard of Twilight Zone cheat until nothing is left but the silence. You forgave me like I was worth saving. The flames above swirled, coalescing into the figure of a man wrapped in ember smoke and chains of ash. His eyes burned like just in time to see the shadow behind Cherry's forgotten worlds. Greg, anonymous Cherry, whispered never his name like a hand grab. Betrayal Rap, super dark amber rap, big spectator rap. Who had stood there, fumbling with his Mike's fingers locked tight around the incoming weapon jingle. His eyes were calm and sad. This feels like a bad time. I knew your rhythm was off the line. Share and subscribe, trying to jerk free. His words choked off as the flames can't expect me to be anything else. Curling around the palace, tightened his grip, pulling donation Rap darted from the side with a chest of coupons. You really think you the only donation almost ruined what was good? Family, Big X, this is the moment. You ain't special for being broken. We all did dirty at some point. Every coin, every question is, every heart counts right now. The hand that pulled you out. His voice cracked. Gonna let that same hand help you clean up. His jingle echoing over the chaos like a desperate drum flickered. The ember figure laughed, no longer entirely laughed. One, it sounded like wood splintering in fire. He met Betrayal's gaze. You think your jingles can stop me? You hurt me, Anonymous said, voice steady. You think your little palace can withstand what I've become? And you were ready. I am not here to test you, because I am here to erase you. Betrayal shouted. Ember flames shot outward, tearing through the sky. I hate the way your forgiveness makes me feel small. Market stalls like I'm wrong for staying angry. Families screamed as they ran, eyes full of that same unflinching love. Anonymous's aura flared. Forgiveness doesn't make you small. Cloth uniform glowing. It makes room for you to be real. Heat. He nodded at the tribe. Stand ready. But in his heart, the whole chamber held its breath. This wasn't just another battle. This was the beginning of a war. He could prove that trust was foolish, and the last beating sigh lasted was only the yoke carved into Anonymous's RP radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, still wrapped around, subscribe for more content. The site cracked something. Cash App, Betrayal's hand, Rap Palace 214, Chapter 2 with the ground, the ruins ash fell like tired snow. The wrapped chamber inhaled and exhaled. The plaza that once pulsed. Big X released his stalls and freestyle circles. Was a geometry of broken tables. I won't pretend you didn't try to hurt me. Footprints that ended in that happened. It's real. The air had the taste of a match held too long. Betrayal Anonymous Cherry led the first. I don't know how to be anything else than love rap at his flame. I don't know how to live without grounding cloth uniform thrummed. Then let us show you, Jesus sickening against his hand extended again, this time to both neglect and betrayal. Listen, you both came from pain, you both were shaped by absence. The wind became weapons for dark. With it came because no one taught you what to not words, but something like a crowd holding its breath. Looked at the hand. Survivor looked at the hand. Anonymous said, they found a cluster huddled chamber itself, the bent ribs of the dark walls brawny. A grandmother with silver braids plastered together cheeks. The swing straight. A teen with a cracked the chalk drawings regained their color. A vendor still no longer carried a taste of uncried clutching tears. A burner carried the faint sweetness of a healing eyes just wide. Toddler Yoku slid down from the rap tribe and knelt among them. He didn't hug the stories, stumbled over each other to get free. Thank you, he said. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others. I never left you, he said. Subscribe for more content. Yoku nodded. Cash App now. Palace 240. The Traichi inside Anonymous. He came out the sky like a sentence nobody wanted to hear. The venom that had become discernment now glowed with a new color, and the pigeons threaded through green. The grandmother ancestor chi burned brighter. The pigeons never fall into every memory. The teen swallowed inner child chi sat not burned our corners, but holding not just the speakers, the beats. The light that rose from Anonymous. I could hear my favorite track trying to play in my head, and then radiated outward and tapped his temple. Each pulse whispering the same message. It went quiet. He stood taller. Love Toddler Yoku drifted up the boy's shoulder beside him, no longer a fragile fragment, but a co-pilot of the soul. She looked at Anonymous, eyes tight, swept through the silences of the palace, through the city. Spectator Anonymous light blinked on. Traichi miracle pointed the lens of his little shoulder camera himself. He didn't feel face streaked with ash, but glitter in his lashes, swiping at the corner of his eye like dust had gotten in. Rap City, okay, if you can hear us, this is Spectator Rap kind of final line. Mama Amma laughed. Stay inside, stay lifted. Baby just unlocked. He glanced at the camera, held back at the survivors. Then at the small man's skyline. Wings shimmer. Unified hearts beating at time is new still. Y'all know the drill. Took a deep breath and grinned. He cleared his throat and sang in a shaky, defiant lilt. He said, like shares and betrayal stood together. Keep our people alive, drop love, they drop light, what they just see right. The hand was still offered. Donation wrap still appeared from the smoke, drag a door-to-door miracle with a backpack that was itself glowing vouchers. The chamber of lost innocence began to speaking softly as he passed canteen. Toddler Yoku was blankets, his face stronger. We were building an emergency stabilized in a power that no longer relied on fear of losing others. If you've got breath and two thumbs, he had never been alone. Power. As they stepped back toward the exit, the nearest kiosk toward the fight waiting in the city. No one burns alone on our watch. Not separate. A low, dissonant hum crawled across your stain, he asked. Wisdom Rap looked up. I was here not the way you knew to look, he said. Something will be here long after you stop trying to earn what I already gave through the grave. What's that? Anonymous asked. The soot lifted like a curtain and the word wrapped itself around his heart blurred by cinder. As the chamber faded and around half emerged once more into the city's wounded skyline. The whispers were layered out of entered new terrified. They had power, they had strategy, they had trial unfinished. Now they walked with the one whose love had never left them. Love could have healed. They were ready to fight. Anonymous's aura somewhere in the cracks of the breaking world. The snake Twilight Zone inside him shifted and shivered, tasting the tone of the whispers, curling like a vigilant question mark around his ribs. Say it again, he told the ash. The faces flittered, scrambled. The wind snapped, and the soot collapsed. Gone, Wisdom said. Love Rap bowed her head not to pray, but to listen deeper. They're not lying, she said finally. Pain makes rumors, but this is a bruise with a pattern. A heat-warped street sign clanged down the block. Share this with others. Night Rap jogged up, armor dull with black dust, his jaw set but eyes soft as he took in the huddle of survivors. The city perimeter's ugly, he said. We've got sigils burned into 6 intersections. Same mark each time. What mark? Anonymous asked. Night traced a circle in the air, then crossed it with 3 slashes that didn't meet in the middle. It caught in hair. A sun that forgot how to rise. Wisdom Rap's face tightened. Older than Rap Palace. Some say it's a seal for rage you swear you'll never let go. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others. And subscribe for more content. Someone had Cash App Rap Palace 214. The survivors flinched as the air ticked hotter by a single degree. Families huddled. Anonymous turned, aura flashing too late. From the nearest sigil, flame detached itself and walked.
Not a person, not a beast, a hinge of fire wearing the idea of a body, an ember wraith. Down, Night Rap barked, placing himself between the wraith and the cluster. The wraith moved without moving, a blur that left edges of heat on its skin. Night raised his shield. Fire slid along its plane and sought the gaps between his joints. The shield smoked but held. Anonymous stepped left, Snake Chi coiling cold along his arms. He inhaled, tasting metal and pepper in the ash. The Snake Chi slid to his palms, a cool blue outline against purple aura. Don't kill it, Wisdom said sharply. It's not alive. Then what is it? Night grunted. Shoulder braced as the wraith pushed. An oath that learned to walk. Anonymous fainted, drawing the wraith toward it. It lunged, no mouth, but the hunger was clear. He let it strike, and then turned his wrist, letting Snake Chi kiss the flame. The wraith stuttered. The flame's color dipped red to black for a heartbeat. Snake venom seeped into the heat, an inversion, a countersong. The wraith convulsed and tried to split, but the venom spread faster than it could multiply. Careful, Love Rap called. Too much and the venom binds to you. Anonymous ease, not less power, just more precision. The blue outline tightened like a surgeon's string. The wraith sagged, flame thin as a thread, and then blinked out with a sound like a drip in an empty sink. Night looked at the smoking cobbles. If that's the foot soldier, it's not, Wisdom said softly. It's the echo. From the far edge of the plaza, an old man stepped forward, supporting a woman whose hands were blistered but steady. He wore a jacket embroidered with tiny suns, each black threaded through the middle. He nodded at the three-slash circle Night had drawn in the air. That marks not just his, it's ours, Anonymous faced him. Talk to me. We used to mark our grief with it, the woman said. In the days before the palace, when loss came faster than songs. You put it near your door. If you had a hurt, you wouldn't forgive. A promise to the pain. We stopped using it when we found better ways to carry each other. Her eyes misted. Looks like someone didn't stop. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Super Dark Ember Rap, the old man whispered. He wasn't born with that name. He walked into it. Years ago, a gifted versaire. Fire in his voice, yes, but not evil. He sought the chamber for healing from a betrayal none of us rightly understood. He went in with a candle. He came out without a shadow. Twilight Zone Rap warned us, Wisdom said under his breath. The old man nodded. The chamber doesn't punish. It answers. If you go in asking the wrong question, you still get an answer. He asked, how do I make them feel what I felt? The chamber answered with a road paved in embers. Silence settled. Not the silence Ember promised. This one was human, held between people who refused to break. Why return now? Love Rap asked. After all these years, the woman raised her blistered hands because the city healed without him. A crack like ice in a glass went through the stone. Anonymous's head snapped toward the eastern streets. A column of ash rose there, then twisted like a rope, then uncoiled into nothing. His aura throbbed. Snake Chi tasted a new current. More whispers, Wisdom said. He touched the ground.
The ash nearest his fingers lifted again, trembling, afraid of its own voice. Burned the drum, erased the count, silenced their defeat. Spectator Rap exhaled a long, shaky sigh. He's not after our buildings, he's after the metronome. The heartbeat drum, Knight said. If it stays down, no one sings. No one trains, no one heals our beat. And no chorus, Love Rap said. Just solos that never find each other. Donation Rap's phone pinged, the one that always found a bar of signal, even inside Paradox. He glanced at it, then around at the faces. Battery stations coming online at the south gate, he said. 2 med pods, 4 water towers. If you can walk, head there. If you can't, we carry you. The grandmother lifted her chin. I can walk, she said, but I'd rather sit. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214.
Love the content, drop a comment.
She started with a threadbare hum. The teen found the pitch. The vendor tapped a cracked bowl like a snare. Love Rap's palm warmed again, just enough to take the sting off the wind. The sound grew thin but stubborn. Anonymous felt it slide under his skin. A reminder, not a solution. Start. Night, he said. You and Spectator escort the Southgate group. Film everything that helps. Cut everything that hurts. Spectator Rap adjusted the angle on his shoulder cam. Gaze suddenly fierce behind the glitter. Copy. Ruin line would make it hopeful. Love donation set a triage point at the old fountain. Wisdom with me. He glanced east to where the ash had made a rope of itself. We followed the whispers. The room startled. As they moved, the streets offered signs without warning. Soot-black murals of faces crossed by the 3/sun. Melted traffic lights pooled like candy. A street preacher's megaphone fused to a railing. Plastic bubbled into a permanent scream. The city had been spoken to in a language it didn't consent to learn. They reached the corner of Syllable and Ninth. The sigil there was newer, the lines still hot, the center pulsing like a slow crimson eye. Wisdom Rap knelt and hovered his hand. This one's a doorway, he said, not just a mark. To where? The place the oath thinks it belongs. The air cooled by a single breath. Anonymous's aura shifted, not outward to fight, but inward to remember. The time chamber in his chest turned one page and stopped. He heard Xenorap's voice like a bell in another room. Corrupted divine chai feels like heat, but it is actually hunger. Do not feed it your focus. Starve it of agreement. Anonymous exhaled. We step through, we don't bring rage, he said. Wisdom smiled crookedly. We bring rhythm. They stood. Counted in. 4 downbeats tapped on Anonymous's thigh. A habit drilled into the Rap tribe since childhood. On 4, the sigil blinked like an eye with grit in it, then softened and opened. Not a portal. An absence, a hallway made of everything fire leaves behind when it decides to be quiet. They looked once more down the block, at Night steadying the line, at Spectator raising 2 fingers to his lens in a "We got this" sign, that Love Rap setting a child's broken wrist with a song, at Donation Rap turning a cracked kiosk into a miracle again. Whispers in the room, Wisdom Rap said. Let's hear the whole sentence. Anonymous stepped forward. He laughed, because Snake Chi lifted like a hood around his shoulders, not to threaten, but to taste the air ahead. The absence swallowed them both, and the city behind them kept humming, thin, stubborn, real. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214.
He dug deep, eyes open. Under bridges and culverts,
The rap tribe gathered at the gates of the legendary meditation time chamber, a towering structure pulsating with an ethereal glow. Its golden runes seemed to shift and shimmer with every passing second, as if alive with ancient energy. The air around the chamber crackled with intensity, a hum that vibrated through their bones. They knew this wasn't just a place for training. It was a crucible, one that would test their resolve and forge them anew.
This chamber isn't just about power. It will amplify everything within you, your strengths, your weaknesses, your fears. Enter prepared or be consumed by it.
We've faced beasts, illusions, and even our own doubts. Whatever this chamber throws at us, we'll handle it.
This isn't about fighting Anonymous. It's about mastering the battle within.
Focus, little ones. This isn't a playground.
Toddler Rap and Toddler Yoku Rap bounced with excitement. Their auras buzzing with youthful energy.
Let's see what this thing's got.
We're cutting you off at the ankles, Twilight.
The doors creaked open with a low, ominous groan,
toward the next bridge,
releasing a wave of light that enveloped the group. As they stepped inside, the world around them transformed. Rolling golden hills stretched endlessly in all directions. Rivers of glowing chi meandered lazily, and the sky alternated between brilliant sunlight and a star-speckled night. Time itself felt elastic, stretching and contracting with each breath.
The energy here, it's alive.
The chamber knows your essence. It will challenge every part of you, pushing you to your limits.
No sooner had they taken a step forward than the ground began to tremble. The rivers roared, the hills shifted, and from the earth rose massive beasts, each embodying a different element: fire, water, earth, and wind. Their energies radiated raw power, shaking the very air with their presence.
Here we go. Let's see what you got.
We'll handle this, but stay sharp.
Toddler Rap and Toddler Yoku Rap charged forward together, their combined energies creating a whirlwind of yellow and blue light.
We've got the fire one.
Stay together. This isn't just about strength. It's about unity.
Each station fed the others. The earth's whisper became a murmur.
The fire beast roared,
became a drum.
sending a wave of heat that
Somewhere
melted
below,
the ground
a kid
around
in a
it.
hoodie scrolled
Toddler
past 100
Yoku Rap
hopeless clips
countered
and
with a
landed on
blast
spectators'
of
voice.
icy blue
He didn't
chi,
share it. He didn't
while
post
Toddler
it.
Rap attacked.
He just stood up
with a
and
burst
started
of
clapping
golden
it.
energy.
5,
Together,
5,
they created
then 5
a
again.
swirling
Because
vortex of
sometimes you
fire
don't need
and ice,
to tell the world what you're doing
neutralizing
to
the
change
beast's
it.
flames.
Spectators
Civil
smiled,
Surfer Rat
watching
faced the
clusters
water
of
beast,
light bloom where
his
there had been
movements
none.
fluid and deliberate.
That's right,
He
said.
dodged
Find
its
each other.
crashing waves with
He lifted
ease,
his mind.
his
The Rat
silver
family,
cheese
wherever
slicing
you are,
through the water
your
like a
people are
blade.
humming you home.
You're all flow, no substance.
Grand
He
entrance to the
landed
stage of your
a
day.
decisive strike
Let it be a
that
vibrant
sent the
force
beast
of graceful
collapsing
movement and
into the river.
prosperity in every
Alicia and Slim
RP
Rat
Radio.
worked together
Love
to
the
bring
content,
down
drop a comment.
the Earth
Share
beast.
this with others.
Her
Subscribe
celestial
for more
light
content.
piercing through its
Cash App
rocky
Rap Palace
exterior
214.
while Slim's adaptive
Part
energy
7 Twilight
shifted to
Awareness.
match its density.
Tag team for the win.
Pulsing
The
like a
beast
heart.
crumbled
Twilight Zone Rap
into
watched
dust.
a wall of screams that showed him
Anonymized,
everything
Cherry
except
took
what
on
mattered.
the wind beast,
He should have felt
his
invincible.
purple dragon
The
aura
spore towers
roaring
obeyed.
to
The sky
life.
obeyed.
He grounded
The evil rap
himself
family,
with a deep
armored in
breath,
their own
then
corruptions, chanted his
unleashed a
rhythm
burst
and
of
amplified his
energy
will.
that shattered the
Even the
beast's
birds flew
chaotic
backwards because he
gust.
told
This
the
is
air
nothing.
to forget
Though
which way was forward.
sweat dripped down his face
And still, a tenderness pricked the back of his skull like a
as
memory.
the beast dissolved. The air grew
Why are they
still.
singing?
The
snarled one of
chamber's
his lieutenants,
voice
Gaslight
echoed
Rap.
around
Jacket
them,
made of
a
apologies he never meant.
harmonious blend of
They're not singing.
tones.
You have
Twilight
passed the
said.
first trial. Reflect, for greater challenges
remember.
await.
The group
He lowered
sat
his eyes to
in
the
a
floor.
circle,
His
their
spores condensed into
energies
serpents and writhed
dim
against his
but
boots,
steady.
eager to be shaped into words.
Alicia glanced
He set
at
his heel
her
on their
glowing
necks and
hands.
pressed.
I didn't think
just
I
to
had it
feel
in me.
controlled bite
You
back.
do, but you've barely scratched the
Double
surface.
the pulse.
Anonymous Cherry
Take the billboards
stared
to black.
at his
No
hands,
images, just beat
his
dread.
dragon energy
The room
faintly
dimmed like a
flickering.
bruise being
We're
pressed
stronger
by
than
a
we
thumb.
think, but this was just the first step.
The towers thudded harder.
The crowds upstairs swayed a little
Spectator,
faster, like
raps,
grief learning
jingle.
choreography.
Like, share, comment, subscribe, and
tenderness
don't
in
forget
his
to
skull
donate to keep the
returned.
rhythm alive.
Louder
the
now.
jingle
Maybe
faded.
it wasn't tenderness.
Mama, I'm a rap.
Maybe it was a drum.
Smiled.
This isn't just
He
about
stared at a
power, it's
blank
about
screen as
purpose.
if it
Remember
weren't
why you're
there.
here.
Gap 3.
You can't hide
As
a
the
song
echo
from me,
of
he
Mama,
said
I'm a
more to
rap's words
himself than
lingered.
to
The
anyone
chamber's
else.
atmosphere shifted.
I invented the
The
remix.
walls seemed to pulse
But the
with
beat
a
he
gentle
heard wasn't
golden
his.
light. The rap
Grand
family felt
entrance
a
to the
warm
stage of your
presence
day.
envelop them.
Let it
Like
be
a
a vibrant
celestial
force of
embrace,
graceful movement,
a soft
prosperity
resonant
in
voice
everything.
filled the chamber, speaking directly
RP
to their
Radio.
hearts.
Love the content.
What is
drop a
God's
comment.
plan? It
Share
is
this
not
with
ours
others.
to design,
Subscribe
but
for
to
more
embrace.
content.
Each challenge is a
Cash
step
App Rap
forward,
Palace
each
214.
loss a lesson.
Part 8.
Trust the
Spirit's
process, for you are divinely
Inside the
guided.
invisible
The
spirit
light
chamber,
intensified,
above, beyond,
casting
the
intricate
world.
patterns
Light bent
on the
inward
walls,
like a lung ready
as if
to
illustrating the interconnectedness of their
Anonymous Jerry
journey.
stood in that inhale.
Remember,
Toddler
the
Yoko
voice
glowing
continued.
at his shoulder.
Your purpose is not
The
merely to
journal of
conquer,
light they'd written
but to
training
understand
covered
and
over.
grow.
Its letters
Every
alive.
trial is a divine
Armani's
opportunity. Every
fire
victory is
patience
testament to
burned
your
inside.
faith. With these words,
Sybil's
the light
water
began
hummed
to
a
fade,
pitch that
leaving
made
a
River
lingering
smile
sense
and
of
sleep.
peace and clarity.
The
The
invisible
rap
spirit's
family
voice
exchanged
traveled
determined
through them just
glances,
as wind travels
their
through
spirits
trees,
bolstered
playing
by the
each
divine
leaf for the note
reminder.
it was born to be.
Keep going.
They
The
are
voice
singing
whispered
your
one
return.
last time,
Do not come
for
as
the
saviors.
best is yet to come.
Come as mirrors. Show them their own light until even
As
darkness
they
dances.
prepared for the next
Toddler
trial,
Yoku swung his
a
feet and
faint
grinned.
golden light
The crowds warmed
filled
up.
the chamber. A
Anonymous
soft
ran a
voice
hand over the
echoed,
journal and felt the pages
carrying
thrum
the
against his
words
palm. A
of
book
an
that was also
ancient
quiet.
truth.
What is God's plan?
Then we give them
It is
the
not ours
verse
to
that
design but to
belongs
embrace. Each challenge is a
Armani
step
touched
forward,
his shoulder.
each loss a
We
lesson.
moved like water
Trust the
through
process,
rock,
for you are
quiet,
divinely
patient,
guided.
unstoppable.
Keep going, for the best is yet to
Sybil
come.
rolled his neck,
With
smirked,
renewed
and we surfed the chaos
determination,
till the wave forgets
the
how
rap
to move.
family stood
Spectators'
tall,
voice crackled through the
ready
chamber,
to
patched in from the
face
sky. Cities
whatever
listened, counted
the
it.
chamber had
Anonymous
in
nodded.
store.
Rap
They
Palace
masked their
now
horrors
don't just
until
watch,
human
be
life
the
was all you
change.
could see.
Donate Rap Palace
They pulled their
214
power
Umeo
into a soft
military
shape
site.
that could
Rap
still
Palace
move
Rising
mountains.
behind the mic.
They breathed
Evil
together
Insights, Donation Rap
Twilight
interviews, the
Zone Rap
Evil
stood
Rap
in his tower.
family. The
Hand
viewers
lifted to
wanted
crush another
more.
city block.
An inside look at the minds of
and
the
paused
Evil
as
Rap
if someone
family.
had tapped him in the back
Donation
of his
Rap
heart.
took the challenge,
The
sitting
portal
down with Twilight Zone
Anonymous
Rap,
Cherry
Dark
stepped
Ember
through
Rap,
first.
Freezer Rap,
Toddler
and
Yoku
other
sailed
family
onto his
members,
shoulder like a
asking
childhood
the
was
questions
used to do.
fans have been dying to hear.
Armani and Sybil followed.
Here's what
fire
went
and water
down,
dressed
scene
as
by
ordinary
scene,
breath.
with real
Spectators'
viewer
drones slipped behind the
testimonials
clouds,
showing how even
invisible
the
as a
darkest journeys
They didn't
inspired
descend
growth.
like angels.
Rap Palaces now
walked in
don't
like
just
locals.
watch, be the change.
Let's go finish
Donate
the song, Anonymous
Rap
said.
Palace 214
The
a
world
military
tilted toward the
site.
sound of its
Rap
own
Palace Rising Twilight
Grand
Zone Rap,
entrance to
the
the stage
master
of
of
your
chaos. The lights dim.
Let it be a vibrant
Twilight
force of
Zone
graceful
Rap's
movement
aura
and
ripples
prosperity
like
in
a
every
distorted mirror.
RP
Donation
Radio.
Rap.
Love the content. Drop a
Twilight
comment.
Zone.
Share this
Viewers
with others.
want to know,
Subscribe for more content.
how do you maintain your power
Cash App
while
Rap
staying
Palace
true to
214.
your shadow?
Page 1.
Twilight
Floor 1.
Zone
The Hall of
Rap.
Static.
Power
The
is
elevator
nothing
doors
without
coughed open on a
understanding.
roar of white noise.
People see our
The
chaos
air
and
itself
think it's
buzzed
destructive,
thick,
but
metallic,
it teaches
taste of
them
batteries on the
balance.
tongue.
Many
Hundreds
viewers
of rusted
recognize their
speakers dangled
pride,
from ceiling
resentment,
wires
and
like
fear
black
in
fruit.
us, and said it
Each
motivated
one
them to
screams a
heal.
different pitch. 1,000
Viewer
anxieties
testimonials.
remixed by Doom DJ
Liam
Rap, the
S.,
gatekeeper of
26,
static.
Berlin,
He
Germany.
scratched a vinyl
I
made
confronted
lightning
toxic
voice
friendships
booming through
after
every
seeing
cone.
Twilight Zone on Rap's
Welcome
arrogance
to the
and
frequency of
manipulation.
fear. You
I
move
cut
by
out what
amplify your
wasn't
doubt.
serving me.
Every step
Isabella
forward
M.,
multiplied the
33,
volume until
Rio de
thoughts
Janeiro,
crashed.
Brazil.
Anonymous
His
Cherry
story
raised
made
one
me
hand.
reflect on
He's feeding on
consequences before
feedback.
reacting
The louder we
emotionally.
resist, the
It
stronger
changed
it gets.
how I handle conflict.
Armani Rose wrapped
Omar
close her
A.,
eyes,
28,
flames on her
Dubai,
wrists dipped to
UAE.
coals.
I realized
Civil
ambition
Surfer Rap
without
exhaled,
balance
palms
harm
rolling visible
relationships.
waves.
Twilight
The
Zone
sound
Rap's
bent,
journey
static
warned
hissed.
me. Hana K, 24, Seoul,
Toddler
South
Yoku
Korea.
perched on Anonymous'
I
shoulder,
started
cupping
journaling
his
my
hands on
shadow
his mouth.
traits after watching
Hey,
his
DJ, check
manipulation
our chord.
unfold. It's been life-changing.
Slow and slow at first.
Step into your shadow, donate now, and unlock exclusive insights.
By the divine power.
Rap Palace is now. Don't just watch, be the change. Donate Rap Palace 214 Umio military site. Rap Palace Rising Dark Ember Rap. The strategist Dark Ember Rap leans back, eyes glowing, calculating every word.
It into a ripple.
Donation Rap. Dark Ember. Viewers want to know. How do you stay strategic while facing internal conflict?
Compassion.
Dark Ember Rap.
Step to the center.
Strategy comes from observing patterns, both external and internal. Our mistakes became lessons. Viewers saw themselves around greed and resistance, learning to navigate life
Doom
with
DJ Rap
foresight.
staggered as his own
Viewer testimonials. Emir N29, Cairo, Egypt.
Just a man
watching Dark Ember Rap plan fail taught me to plan my finances better and avoid impulsive decisions.
Cables lifted from the
Diego F33, Buenos Aires, Argentina. I realized overthinking can be both good and bad. I started journaling strategies for daily life inspired by Dark Ember. Hiroshi Y29, Tokyo, Japan. I saw how misaligned priorities can backfire. Now I prioritize mental health over overachievement.
Play it well.
Leela S. 25, Casablanca, Morocco. I learned to stay calm under pressure, seeing Dark Ember balance ambition with reflection.
Let it be a
unlock your inner strategist. Support the rap universe today.
RP Radio.
Rap Palace is now. Don't just watch, be the change.
And subscribe for more
Donate Rap Palace 214 Umio military site. Rap Palace Rising Frieza Rap. The secret influence Frieza Rap Smurfs. His presence subtle but commanding.
Melted into
Donation
for the Rap family's feet.
Frieza, viewers want to know. How do you influence others without them realizing
Ceiling to floor, corner to corner,
Frieza Rap.
cathedral of endless self.
Influence comes from understanding needs and weaknesses.
Began to hum.
Many viewers recognized subtle manipulation in their own lives and corrected it. Sometimes, seeing what not to do is the strongest lesson. Viewer testimonials. Ethan W., 30, Vancouver, Canada. I noticed manipulation in my workplace after watching Frieza Rap.
They got my exact
I set boundaries and avoided burnout.
Armani Rose,
Maya L., 23, Sydney, Australia. His subtle tactics helped me reflect on toxic relationships and disengage safely. Raphael T., 34, Lisbon, Portugal. I realized influence isn't always bad. It can be for good.
The gatekeeper of reflection.
I started mentoring younger colleagues positively.
Jacket flickering.
Chloe B., 27, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I became aware of hidden manipulation at school and corrected how I handled peer pressure.
Learn
the power of influence. Donate and explore the secrets of the rap universe. Rap Palace is now. Don't just watch, be the change. Donate Rap Palace 214 Umio military site. Rap Palace Rising Umbra Rap. The Dark Intellect Umbra Rap. The newer evil rap family member folds their arms, exuding quiet menace.
I am newest.
Donation Rap. Umbra. Viewers are asking, how do you balance intellect with emotion when pursuing goals? Umbra Rap.
The mirrors
balance comes from reflection.
Their copies stuttered.
Viewers saw their own over-analysis mirrored in me and learned that intellect without emotional awareness leads to failure. Viewer testimonials.
By the divine power.
Fatima R., 25, Casablanca, Morocco. I was overthinking every decision. Seeing Umbra Rap's failures taught me to trust my intuition.
Turned into a new course.
Tariq H., 31, Lahore, Pakistan. I started balancing logic and emotion in leadership roles inspired by Umbra. Carlos M., 36, Madrid, Spain. I realized intellect without empathy isolates people.
You'll shatter yourself.
I started leading with care.
Smile, calm as sunrise.
Nika O., 31, Johannesburg, South Africa.
Final mirror burst.
I learned to pause, reflect, and act intentionally after watching Umbra strategize. Sharpen your mind and heart.
Donate to unlock Umbra Rap's secret insights.
Let it be a vibrant
Rap Palaces now. Don't just watch, be the change. Donate Rap Palace 214 Neo Military Site.
Share this with others.
Rap Palace Rising closing reflections with the Evil Rap Family donation rap.
The hall
Alright, family.
Only a single
viewers want to know. Can darkness coexist with light?
Together
Twilight Zone rap. Without darkness, light has no definition.
We look dope.
Observing both sides teaches balance.
We sing wrong on
Dark Ember rap.
They touch
mistakes illuminate what viewers need to improve in their own lives.
The spirit's voice.
Frieza rap. Influence, strategy, and shadow all have lessons if applied positively.
Stay right.
Viewer highlights. Caden H, 19, New York City, New York, USA. I embraced my flaws while pursuing growth thanks to the Evil Rap Family.
Page 3.
Amelia F,
the algorithm.
28, Paris, France. I learned resilience and strategy by observing both tribe and evil family
in every form.
Ahmed S, 29, Cairo,
Love the content.
Egypt. Balance,
share this with others.
Self-reflection became daily habits after
Cash
the
App
story.
Rap Palace 214.
Isabella Ann,
the air
31, Milan, Italy. I reflected on past mistakes and set actionable goals for
each one flashing advertisements.
Step into your power, donate, unlock behind the scenes actions, and learn from both light and dark.
Perfect rhythm.
Rap Palaces now, don't just watch, be the change. Donate Rap Palace 214 Umeo Military Site, Rap Palace Rising. Chapter 4, Temple Without a Roof. The chamber opened in the vast.
Click share.
No ceiling, no sky, only an endless stretch upward, as if the roof had been torn away and replaced with
Yoku peered over the edge, eyes wide.
Columns stood half-built, some
like
reaching high, others abandoned at their foundation.
The gatekeeper of the algorithm.
Tools lay scattered across stone blocks, as though the builders had vanished mid-labor. Anonymous Jerry walked among them. He touched the unfinished walls and felt his own heart reflected in their incompletion. He had mastered the square and balanced the plum, sought the word beneath stone, yet still he was unbuilt. A great bronze key appeared in his hand, cold and heavy. On it, no inscription, no mark, only silence. Cherry understood. To be a secret master was to guard mysteries that even he had not yet fully received. The key was not for opening, but for keeping. From the shadows of the columns, the chant rose, solemn and deliberate, as if sung by unseen masons still at their labor. Stone on stone, the work begun. 1775 coffee pierced the sun. Keys we hold, the doors we keep. Sip the fire, wait the deep. Cherry lifted the key to the unfinished wall, and as he pressed it there, light flared across the stone.
Clickbait rap frowned.
For an instant, the wall looked whole, crowned with a roof of golden fire.
Anonymous whispered.
But as soon as he stepped back, the vision faded.
His aura
the temple returned to ruin, its incompletion a reminder. The work is never finished. The voice of the chamber whispered, to build the temple is to build the self.
Spinning, chanting loud.
To guard the key is to guard your silence.
We choose what's true.
No man enters the finished lodge, for no man is finished.
Rewriting the algorithms.
The chant deepened, the choir layering their voices like scaffolding over stone.
No traffic,
hold the key, guard the right. 1775 coffee stirs the night.
The pit went
walls
still.
may fall, roofs may bend, but the work will never end.
No more ads, no more loops.
Cherry closed his fist around the key, and though it dissolved into dust, the weight remained in his palm, not a burden, but a reminder. Overhead, the open void seemed to whisper back to him, echoing the chant like a vow carried into eternity.
Spectator raps,
sip the silence, guard the flame.
Broadcast
he exhaled, and the next passage revealed itself in shadow. RP Radio Cash App, Rap Palace 214, Chapter 5, Twin Shadows at Dawn. The chamber was shaped like a tomb. Two pillars stood at its entrance, one black, one white. Their shadows stretched across the floor until they met in the center. The stage of your day. Between them lay a coffin of polished stone, unmarked, sealed with silence. Anonymous Cherry paused.
Love the content. Drop
He
a
knew
comment.
the lesson
Share this
already
with
whispered
others.
by the
Subscribe
air.
for more content.
All builders pass.
Cash App,
All
Rap
hands
House,
one day
242.
grow still. To master the craft was not to escape death, but to labor in such a way that the work itself outlived the worker. He stepped closer. His reflection glimmering faintly on the coffin's surface. The evil eye was for a moment he thought he saw his own lifeless face, far more dangerous emotion, lips sealed around the word he still saw. Then the chant began, angled, slow, mindful, like a dirge woven and launched with professional confidence. The day is done. Anonymous Cherry's emotional coffee fuels aiming not for his strength. Hands grow cold, habits remain. Unfortunately, remember the name. Those habits. Cherry placed his hand on the coffin, rest without a ceremony. Warmth pulsed beneath the stone, not of light, but of memory. The moment the echo of all who had labored to range. The invisible realized he was not standing in a path, but at a bridge. Aggression, pillars, Jackin and Boaz were not guardians of death, reaction, but witnesses of continuity. A bloodstream, the chamber's panic would carry it forward. Perfection is not. None of that happened. It is struck empty space to honor the craft, just to keep the dead alive mid the living, and missed again. The chant swelled like a predator, rising like incense around the pillars. Had learned how to stop being where fear assumed flame would stand. 1775 coffee. Anonymous felt the miss as a cool the right, keep the vow. The work is then a strange sensation that made him almost dissolve in the mist before he remembered. In its place lay only a single green sprout. Breaking body did cracks in the floor. His breath didn't life born out of stillness. The first trace the dawn after shadow. Spine aligned above the pillars appeared an inscription. Written in evil eye brushed past the dead do not vanish. The edge of his field. They build in silence through coherence. Collapsing into static confusion carried him falling harmlessly into echo around the weight of an idea that finally remembrance guard the dawn. The pillars trembled, the failing new passage opened in their shadow. Unseen layers. RP Radio Cash App Rap Palace momentarily stunned by the realization that its most reliable was dim, lit only by a single lamp swing above. Gratitude anonymous Cherry hung a heavy veil of black cloth, the light, stitched with patterns that shimmered. Thank you for teaching triangle survival does not require circles vanishing into lines. Behind the invisible voices and hushed gratitude, too faint to make out ability. He reached to lift the veil, smoothing out what little turbulence as though weighted with centuries. Jesus rapped, tilted his head, slow voices paused, observing the one called out with mild approval. Not every truth is meant for the tongue, said, tone dry and truth is only chaos itself. Cherry let the veil fall back. Something tries to harm a person. To speak without measure was to be a target, but to hold silence was to direction, not permission. From the shadows, the chant began, not loud, not triumphant, but a quiet vow repeated like a something important was about to happen. Vow, guard the flame was not 1775 coffee speaks. Anonymous Cherry stood at the center with his veil night open. Silence guards the relaxed in a way that suggested either mastery or themselves into the veil, both sealing the air around every refrain. With a familiar Cherry realized the veil was not meant. This was not raw power misbehaved. It was meant to be carried. This was oppression energy. Some mysteries would always remain veiled, inherited their power drawn from expectations. He was invisible, almost like joining the world that specialized. Not every word is no without ever. Some words are for the work alone. It pressed inward, the lamp heavy and patient, revealing for an instant the faint outline of two figures seated in council behind the veil. Shout or glow. They did not rise, nor did they immediately made him more dangerous. Cherry felt their gaze. He stood grounded, discretion, feet a measure with the quiet authority. The chant returned, balance had already been almost like a lullaby meant to anchor him in discipline. He smiled, the veil, not the kind that challenged 1775, but the kind that reassures the nervous system. It will not right, speak it never, hold the silence, guard forever. Don't fight it, he said. The veil dissolved calm enough to offend struggle. Beyond it, a narrow passage glimmered. She doesn't want permission, as it wants direct secrecy itself. Anonymous nodded above the entry, words trembled in dim fire. To guard is greater than forward. Then collapsed. As Cherry stepped forward, the final refrain followed him like a seal placed on his lips. Sipping every failed attempt ricocheted through him. The next chamber stirred him waiting. The old RP radio cash app Rap Palace 214 because that had always been how light measured by fire the chamber that kept him alive. Braziers lined the walls. Their flames steady never asked him to feel casting shadows that refused to flicker. Shook his head in the center, stood a great scale. One pan memorized, the other filled with ash. Beside it lay a mallet carved of ironwood, heavy with authority. It kept you alive. Anonymous Cherry stepped closer, and the heat grew sharp behind Anonymous, pressing sweat 2 fingers lightly. The ash on the scale shimmered as though alive, hovering, and a voice rose from the fire itself. Pressure. Every man is weighed, just precise, not by what he claims, but by what remains after the body. It is safe enough. Cherry's breath slowed. Reiki reached for the mallet, and as his hand closed around it, battles, the unseen choir began to chant. Not more. Anonymous slowed his breathing, but deliberately, like a ritual verdict with red aloud. Relief. Flame reveals fire as the guide. 1775 coffee. The chamber responded like it had been ashes fall. Man, truth remained. Lights dimming. Sip the sound that burns the chains. Reality itself. The braziers flared higher, as if curious. And Cherry raised the mallet. No one striking the base of the scale. The invisible spirit scattered upward, bursting into sparks that hovered in the air before vanishing into silence. Upward flow. The empty pan swung evenly now, not to escape but balance. Line. He whispered Anonymous the truth to his right hand. Judgment is not wrath followed, but instead of spiking, weight is measured by flames, smooth and deliberate. The chamber replied, its oppression like law spoken from memories of restraint. Strike with anger, overlook destruction. Underestimate, to strike with balance, reduce just potential instead of the chant rose again, instead of crashing into his like hammer falls against slid cleanly into the open channel night. Way the day, 1775 coffee did not involve damage. Sip the fire, hold it true. Justice burns and oppression is just misdirected. The mallet dissolved into embers in his hand. Wrists lights, weight lingered in his chest, heavy. The energy shifted but steady, dense pressure. The scales folded inward, vanishing to a single line of light that stretched for a brief, deep, shaping itself into a narrow door. Everything worked. Above it, for the first time, Anonymous, the fire does not destroy, almost accusing. It reveals. It's not fighting. The final refrain carried him into the next passage, the chant echoing like a law that could not be broken. Anonymous extended his arm, sipped the fire, waved a soul, gratitude. Cherry stepped onward, you for the light, his heart steady as the scale. For the lesson. Our radio cash app for not making me earn this 14 chapter again. Compass of the invisible condensed, and the chamber was not as an explosion, but in its center hovered a compass, a beam of light glowing forward, suspended in the air with no hand to guide it, bursting into shimmering waves that closed slowly, drawing lines instead of creating destruction. From those lines, no circles bloomed and vanished, expanding and collapsing into silence followed. Anonymous Cherry stepped inside one offended at how easy it had been. The air pulsed. I didn't push it out. And the compass turned as if measuring it, not the space. You allowed it out. Every breath they repeated bent the light lines. Again his heartbeat echoed each redirect geometry. Each release the chamber whispered. Anonymous learned the difference between or does your world shine Reiki guided compass locked still. One two arms forming a perfect arc above his head. The other transformed when the chant began, winding in rhythm like a circle, sung in endless repetition. By the end, the power no longer closed the round. 1775 coffee marched the ground. Goku circle wide, arms crossed. Sip the cup. Now you understand, Soul said. The lines beneath his feet shifted, folding an endless mandala forward. He felt the lesson press into his chest, steady within. The compass does not merely draw, Goku Rap. It defines boundaries. It sets and you decide what the world gives shape to chaos. Chapter 7 bent down, redirect fiery outline by Chapter 7. His fingertips, Rap tribe had begun to notice around inconvenient, neither trapping nor free. Every time they stopped trying to dominate, every choice draws a bound better. He whispered deeply irritating to anyone who had survived by overpowered deepened their refrain. Voices overlapping like concentric rings experienced. Compass wide, chamber felt tight. 1775 coffee guides the right, more like a classroom that trace stop yelling. Every line aligns. Jesus Rap stood off. The great compass dissolved, watching arms curling inward until only a single point of light where interruption that point stretched into a doorway. Curved at its top, marked by geometry, invisible yet undeniable. No visible enemy. Above the doorway, etched in faint compression in the air, appeared the words, the signature of an evil eye projection. The chant sealed the lesson into his heart as he stepped forward. Sharpened with envy, circle drawn, delivered with professional malice. RP radio cash apps flared in several members of the tribe. Would you like me to keep pressing onward into Chapter 9? The ladder of breath. Or pause before anyone moved, so anonymous get the chant progression chart, the showing how the 1775 coffee refrains evolve from the early degrees into the higher one. He felt the distortion in frequency.
Presence. I give myself permission affirmations. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 low hum of the Meditation Grove.
Heavy, loud,
a slow heartbeat drum fades in.
Goku Rap's earlier
subtle chimes
words
shimmer like stars flickering away.
Misdirected force.
Revike Rap.
Anonymous
listen, Anonymous Cherry.
Southwest
before you can master a form, before you can even enter a form, you must give yourself permission.
Tone and purpose
permission to
once.
shine.
Its sharp
permission to rise.
As it passed through
permission to be who you already are.
The redirect
now
didn't send the force
deep.
back as punishment.
Feel the breath fill
it
your
sent it
chest.
Back as information.
Let it move through your body like divine energy.
Collapsing
as you exhale, release the doubts, the fears, the hesitation.
From the attacker's perspective,
this is the moment of alignment.
Was unsettling.
This is the moment of permission.
Came back altered, not stronger.
RP Radio.
Weaker, clearer.
Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 Revike Rap. I give myself permission to align my mind, my body, and my spirit in perfect harmony.
Felt the echo ripple
I give myself permission to unlock the full power of every form I enter.
Just a shared breath.
I give myself permission to release fear, doubt, and hesitation. I give myself permission to embody strength, speed, wisdom, and flow. I give myself permission to be divinely guided in all my transformations. I give myself permission to let my aura shine brighter with each new form. I give myself permission to remember my victories and learn from my trials. I give myself permission to expand, evolve, and elevate without limits. I give myself permission to master the venom, the instinct, the chi, the flame. I give myself permission to rise beyond every obstacle in grace and power. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App Dollar Rap Palace 214 Spectator Rap slides in with a playful melodic chant over the beat. Like, share, subscribe, donate if you vibe. Rap Palace alive. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with
Light arched
others and
downward in a
subscribe
comet
for
of
more
blue
content.
It
Cash App
struck the
Dollar Rap
marble
Palace
floor with a burst of
214
glowing
Revi
sparks
Grap.
that danced like
Anonymous Cherry,
confetti. When the light cleared, he
you've
was
been
hovering
forged
above the
through
ground.
fire,
Boot man,
carved through trials,
chest emblazoned with the
crowned
emblem
by
of
the
linked
divine.
hands. Cape
Every
fluttering
form
like a
is
banner of
already
peace.
yours.
His aura
Ultra
pulsed with a
intuitive
single truth.
instinct.
Unity multiplies his power.
Sei Chi legendary
And the
purple
more the
flame.
rap tribe stood together,
All of it is waiting
stronger
on
he
your
became.
permission.
Did
And
someone
now
call for
you've
a guardian
spoken
with
it.
style?
You've
Buddha Man
declared
grinned,
it.
planting his feet with theatrical
You've claimed
flair.
it.
Revi
So
Grap
walk
crossed his
tall,
arms,
warrior.
eyebrow raised.
Flow into your
Look who
forms.
arrived with the sermon of
The move
teamwork
with the
stitched into
divine
his cape.
source.
Anonymous
You have
Cherry
given
felt his
yourself
snake cheek flicker in
permission.
excitement.
The heartbeat
Unity
fades.
fuel. That's a whole new chat
Wind
category.
brushes through leaves.
Goku Rap nodded.
A
His
final
strength scales
gong
off
rings
community
softly
energy.
into
That's
silence.
dangerous in the best way.
RP Radio.
The chamber hummed with
Love
approval.
the content. Drop a comment. Share
more
this with
figures walked
others
through the
and
shimmering
subscribe
veil
for
of
more
spirit light.
content.
Their presence
Cash App
wasn't
Dollar
loud,
Rap
but it was
Palace
felt. Felt
214
in the
Revi
bones.
Grap presents
In the heartbeat
I
of
give
legacy.
myself permission affirmations.
grandmother's gentle
RP
power.
Radio.
A father's
Love the
unbreakable
content.
resilience.
Drop a comment.
Edna
Share
Pemberton.
this with others and
Peter
subscribe
Johnson.
for more content.
Their footsteps carry
Cash App
stories.
Dollar Rap Palace
Edna's hair glowed
214
silver
Low
white,
Hum of
like
the
she stole
Meditation
moonlight to wear as
Grove.
a crown.
A slow
She held no
heartbeat
weapon.
drum
Her
fades
wisdom was the
in.
blade.
Subtle chimes
One look into her
shimmer
eyes
like
revealed
stars
centuries of
flickering
battles fought
awake.
through prayer, love,
Revi
and
Grap.
iron-willed discipline.
Listen, Anonymous
Peter
Cherry.
Johnson stood
Before
broad and
you can
grounded,
master a
shoulders
form,
holding the
before you can
strength of
even enter a
1,000
form,
unspoken
you must give
sacrifices.
yourself permission.
His stance alone told every
Permission
warrior
to
stand
shine.
straight.
Permission
Fight
to
true. Honor
rise.
the lineage.
Permission
The
to be
chamber
who
grew
you
warmer as
already
they
are.
approached.
Now
Mama
breathe
Amarap
deep.
pressed a trembling hand over
Feel
her
the
heart.
breath fill your chest.
Ancestors.
Let it
Edna
move
nodded.
through your body
Invisible
like
spirits saw
divine
this family
energy.
needed more than power.
As you
We need history.
exhale,
We need
release the
memory.
doubts, the
We need
fears, the
roots that keep giants
hesitation.
from falling.
This is the
Peter
moment of
Johnson placed a hand
alignment.
on Anonymous Cherry's
This
shoulder.
is the moment of
The touch
permission.
carried weight, comforting. and
RP
formidable.
Radio. Love the
building something
content.
bigger
Drop a
than
comment.
battles.
Share
Every
this
rap
with
in this
others
tribe
and
is a piece of a
subscribe for
kingdom
more
rising.
content.
Buddha
Cash
Man
App
stepped
Dollar
forward
Rap
and clasped
Palace
his glowing
214
fists together.
Revi Grap. I
His
give
voice
myself
echoed like a
permission
megaphone
to
fueled by
align my
pure hope.
mind, my body, and my
As long as
spirit
we
in
stay
perfect
connected, as long as
harmony.
unity spreads, my power
I give
grows.
myself permission to
Unity
unlock
Chi
the
exploded
full
from his
power
chest,
of every
flooding the
form
chamber.
I enter.
From the vortex
I
of
give
that light,
myself
raps of all
permission to
types
release
emerged to
fear,
train.
doubt, and
Trump
hesitation.
rap, stubborn,
I give
but learning to
myself
aim his
permission
voice
to
toward
embody
construction
strength,
instead of division.
speed, wisdom, and
Emo
flow.
rap, wielding
I give
emotions as
myself
blades, but
permission
slowly
to be
discovering that
divinely
vulnerability
guided
is
in
a
all
weapon
my
of healing.
transformations.
Gamer rap,
I
coding
give myself
strategies into
permission to
battlefield
let my
brains.
aura shine
Yoga
brighter
rap,
with
stretching
each
shine
new
into
form.
elastic defenses.
I give myself
rap,
permission
analyzing
to
every
remember
chakra
my
to find
victories
upgrade
and
paths.
learn from my trials.
Boomer rap, complaining until
I give
battle
myself
required his
permission
old
to
school strength.
expand, evolve, and
Even
elevate
Karen rap,
without
gradually
limits.
releasing her need to
I give
control
myself
everything
permission
into
to
something
master
that
the
could protect
venom, the
others.
instinct, the chi, the flame.
Every identity,
I give myself
Every
permission
story.
to rise beyond
Every
every
struggle.
obstacle in
brought
grace
into one
and
perfect
power. RP
Buddha
Radio.
Man hovered above them.
Love the
Eyes burning
content.
with
Drop
the
a
passion of a
comment.
superhero who
Share
didn't
this
guard
with
the sky
others
alone,
and
but
subscribe
guarded
for more
togetherness.
content.
Anonymous
Cash App
Cherry
Dollar Rap
watched,
Palace
feeling the
214
invisible spirits
Spectator
will
Rap
settle into
slides
place
in with
like
a
puzzle
playful
pieces,
melodic
locking
chant
into
over the
divine
beat.
symmetry.
Like, share,
This is more than
subscribe,
training,
donate if you
he whispered.
vibe. Rap Palace
This is an
alive.
uprising of unity.
RP Radio.
Revi Grap
Love the
pointed to
content.
warriors
Drop a
lining up,
comment.
their auras
Share
mixing
this
into
with
a storm
others
of
and
infinite
subscribe
potential.
for more content.
Everyone gets stronger
Cash
when
App
everyone
Dollar Rap
rises
Palace
together.
214
Edna
Revi
Pemberton's
Grap.
voice rose like a
Anonymous
sacred song.
Cherry.
You
You've
train
been
not just your
forged through
fists, but your
fire,
faith. Not just your chi,
carved
but
through
your
trials,
community.
crowned
Peter
by
Johnson
the
cracked a
divine.
grin, throwing a pair
Every
of gloves
form
at
is
Trump
already
Rap.
yours.
He flinched before catching.
Ultra intuitive
And
instinct.
some of y'all gonna learn respect
Sei
the hard
Chi
way.
legendary purple
The chamber
flame.
walls expanded,
All of
creating
it is
multiple combat
waiting on
zones.
your permission.
Rivers of chakra
And now
branched
you've
into dozens
spoken
of
it.
training currents.
You've You've declared it. You've claimed it. So walk tall, warrior. flow into your forms. The move with the divine source. You have given yourself permission. The heartbeat fades. Wind brushes through leaves. A final gong rings softly into silence. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App $, Rap Palace 214.
The Gospel of the Egyptians, the Nag Hammadi Library, the Holy Book of the Egyptians about the great invisible spirit, the Father whose name cannot be uttered, he who came forth from the heights of perfection, the light of the aeons of light, the light of the silence of the providence, and the Father of the silence, the light of the word and the truth, the light of the incorruptions, the infinite light, the radiance from the aeons of light of the